And here it is. We go again. Here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Here I am going again. Are you coming with me? The session has commenced and your company is required. The usual thing that goes on round about this time is going on exactly at this time. Regular as clockwork, 7:35 UK time. One man went to mow time. So set that as your schedule, as your daily diet. One man went to mow the eagle.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there. Holy, holy, the Farmyard Quartet from the eastern part of Nigeria. The Farmyard Quartet in the Dorset tones of the eastern parts of Nigeria. So, holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Let me just copy this over, just this new headline that I've just come across. So, holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Buhari to determine fate of Malami, 3 others. Buhari to determine fate of Malami, 3 other returning ministers like Mohammed. So now the deadline has now passed. They've indicated an ambition towards politics. They were invited to resign by Monday, which was the 16th. That date now come and gone. They are still in situation. They even attended the Federal Executive Council meeting. Some people suggesting as observers. I'm not quite sure what that means, but it looks as though decisions now about to be taken out of their hands. P45 all round, perhaps, would you say? Buhari to determine fate of Malami, 3 other returning ministers, like Mohammed. So quite what is at play there, we find out shortly. Finance Minister suspends Accountant General over 80 billion naira probe. So, of course, I mean, okay, so good. But then he's been stealing this thing for quite a long time. You cannot claim not to be unaware. So what have you done to stop him from all those stealings? And efforts to recover those money, of course, will prove futile. So this is just for the cameras, really, essentially, totally for show. Finance Minister suspends Accountant General over 80 billion naira probe. So no, don't hold your breath in expectation of anything coming out of that. Buhari suspends Accountant General Ahmed Idris for stealing 80 billion naira. So that is the same story in a different headline. On to the next. Plan to ban Facebook. No plan to ban Facebook. So whether they are planning to ban Facebook or not, there's a subsisting story that they are weighing against Facebook. That story actually in this headline. Facebook is not doing enough to stop separatists and anarchists from inciting violence. So that's like Mohammed again speaking to the face, not to the face, but to the space. So that's like Mohammed speaking to the space. And we conclude on this. Farmers not repaying loans believe it is national cake. Central Bank of Nigeria laments. So there are 2 ways to look at this storyline. So it's either you want to argue, well, that since they are all looting, why should the farmers pay back the loan? But if you are a real conspiratist, if there's such a word, then you might conclude that they've stolen this money, not given it to any farmers, and this is now the cover story. So whatever your thoughts are on that, come share them with me. The hyperlink that brings you onto the screen is the one that says StreamYard. So click on the like buttons, click on subscribe, and click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard at your discretion if you want to come join me on the screen. So as you set about the clicking, let me provide a little bit of a musical backdrop. We leave the east with our calabash to the ready and go partake in some palm wine drinking. The K guides.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide sodi ya keke elemu re o. Hobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Failati keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. ṣòdùnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó sì lé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ.
ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
lè yọ.
ìgbàlà tí èlé.
àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
ìgbàlà tí èlé. ìgbàlà tí èlé.
àrùnkárùn kò ní.
And there you heard it right there. Akoko Orumeiko, Iku Koniri Wagwese, may death have nothing to do with us. Potent prayers by the K guys. So, Iku Koniri Wagwese, as guys, I bring you this. Buhari to determine fate of Malami, 3 other returning ministers, Lai Mohammed speaking to the space. President Mohammed Buhari will decide the fate of those members of the Federal Executive Council who made a U-turn on their political ambitions and continue to serve in the current administration. Information and Culture Minister Alhaji Lai Mohammed, who disclosed this on Wednesday to newsmen after the Federal Executive meeting at the State House Abuja, said he would need to confirm from the president the status of the returning ministers on whether or not they will be reabsorbed into the cabinet. Sorry, let me just hold on. He said, the question about the ministers returning or not going, I think you need to give me more time so that I can tell you exactly what the situation is. Right now, I need to cross-check. I need to confirm again from Mr. President what the situation is. You see, the final decision on who is going, who is coming back, who is not going lies with the president. The Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Chris Ngige, his Women Affairs counterpart, Dame Pauline Tallen, Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami, and Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Temipre Silva had earlier rescinded their decision to contest for elective offices in 2023. Malami was physically present at Wednesday's council meeting, whilst Tallen and Silva attended the meeting virtually from their various offices in Abuja. Ngige is said to be away on official engagement in Durban, South Africa, where he is attending the International Labour Organization Global Conference on child labor. So there it is right there. So them rescinding then their decision to not contest for elective post anymore, that might not then be sufficient to save their jobs, essentially what is being suggested. So P45 all round sack letters for Mr. Abubakar Malami. Malami Ngige Silva attended FEC meeting as observers, SAN. Human rights lawyer, Mr. Femi Falana, SAN, says the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Temipre Silva, and the Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Tallen, who attended the Federal Executive Council meeting on Wednesday, only did so as observers since they had resigned last week. Falana said this in a chat with correspondents on Wednesday, whilst reacting to news that the ministers attended the meeting presided over by President Buhari. This is just as the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, told State House correspondents that only Buhari could determine the fate of the 4 ministers who had been hosted at a valedictory ceremony last week, only for them to make a U-turn and dump their political ambitions. Responding to a question, Falana said they only attended the FEC as observers because the president already held a send-off for them. So they are only observers, and even the Minister of Information has said it is left to the government to the president to determine their faith. Nigeria is not a banana republic. It is embarrassing for the president to invite them to a send-off ceremony they voluntarily attended, and one of the outgoing ministers even thanks the president, said Falana. The senior advocate said as far as the Constitution is concerned, the resignation of a minister takes effect once the letter of resignation is received by the appointing authority. For the avoidance of doubt, Section 306, subsection 2 thereof, for the avoidance of doubt, Section 306, subsection 2 thereof, provides that the resignation of any person from any office established by this Constitution shall take effect when the writing signifying the resignation is received by the authority or person to whom it is addressed, or by any person authorized by that authority or person to receive it. Meanwhile, Lai Mohammed said the fate of the affected ministers will be determined by the president. According to Mohammed, about ministers returning or not, I think you need to give me more time so that I can tell you exactly what the situation is. Right now, I need to cross-check. I need to confirm again from Mr. President what the situation is. Citing the killing of some policemen in Anambra State, he added that we did want Facebook to please do more than what they are doing now. And I must say their response was quite encouraging. They said they are going to do much more. So there it is right there. So he opens up that Facebook space. So let's go straight to it then to see what beef Lai Mohammed has with Facebook now. He fought Twitter to a standstill. So now he takes on Facebook. Facebook is not doing enough to stop separatists and anarchists from inciting violence. Lai Mohammed, Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed, has said that Facebook is not doing enough to stop separatists and anarchists from using its platform to incite violence. Mohammed made the claim during... Oh, pardon me. Mohammed made the claim during a meeting with a team from the Facebook on Tuesday, May the 17th. He also said that many have been killed because of these separatist activities, which is also destabilizing the country. The minister said, I have called this meeting to enable us discuss the increasing use of Facebook by separatists and anarchists, especially those of them based outside the country, to instigate violence and ethnic hatred in Nigeria. For whatever reason they have chosen, for whatever reason they seem to have now chosen Facebook as their platform of choice, and their tools include disinformation, incendiary statements, and hate speech. They use Facebook broadcasts to reach their followers, who are in thousands. They tag those opposed to their violent ways as saboteurs who must be attacked, maimed, and killed. They use both English and their local language as it suits them. Our social media people have been monitoring these separatists, anarchists, and purveyors of hate, and have been reporting their atrocious actions to Facebook, but all they get are default responses that their complaints have been received, been looked into. Most often than not, nothing is done. Most often than not, nothing is done about such complaints. The truth is that whatever Facebook is doing to check these people is mere tokenism and is totally ineffective. Lai Mohammed also reiterated that he has always advocated for responsible use of social media. He added, some have tagged our efforts as an attempt to stifle social media. They are wrong, because we have no intention of preventing Nigerians from using social media responsibly. all we have been advocating is responsible use of social media. So who is the determiner? Who arbitrates that? Who is the arbiter of what constitutes responsible use of social media? That is the question, but what is the answer? So still on the social media space, especially Facebook, Lai Mohammed moves to clarify, but is this clarification sufficient enough to douse? Because we saw what they did with Twitter, and this was how they started. No plan to ban Facebook, Lai Mohammed. Minister of Information and Culture Alhaji Lai Mohammed has said the federal government has no intention to ban Facebook for allegedly allowing the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB make inciting comments on the platform. The minister said this whilst addressing journalists after the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by President Mohammed Buhari at the Presidential Villa Abuja on Wednesday, May the 18th. Lai noted that the federal government had a fruitful discussion with a team from the social media platform on Tuesday, May the 17th. He said, I had a very fruitful meeting with Facebook yesterday, Tuesday. At that meeting, we expressed our displeasure that Facebook was becoming a power of choice for those who stay outside Nigeria, in particular, to incite violence, killings, burning of government properties, killing of soldiers and policemen, and that they should do more than what they are doing now in looking at the contents, which are unwholesome, which are being used on their platform. Incidentally, the BBC did a documentary on this particular issue and found out that some of them called themselves social media warriors in England, in France, and other places. Let me take that again. Incidentally, the BBC did a documentary on this particular issue and found that some of them who call themselves social media warriors in England, in France, and other places have in recent times been using Facebook platform to incite violence in Nigeria. And we have all seen the real life impact of those warmongering, the young couple who were going to get married, soldiers who were gruesomely murdered. Over this weekend in Anambra State, policemen were killed, military barracks were attacked, and we did want Facebook to please do more than what they are doing now. And I must say that their response was quite encouraging. They said they are going to do much more. When asked to specifically confirm if there's a plan to ban Facebook, Lai Mohammed responded by saying, I think I gave you an answer. We had a very robust discussion with Facebook. Facebook saw our point and they said they are going to do much more than what they are doing. So if they do that, why should we ban them? We don't ban for banning's sake. We ban or we only suspend operations if for any reason lives are threatened and they do not listen. But this is of engagement. So there it is right there. So he's not removed then the threat. If they do what we ask them to do, they don't get banned. And if they don't, so essentially, Lai Mohammed wants to be monitoring, he wants to be editing your Facebook outputs. Finance Minister suspends Accountant General over 80,000 Naira probe. Zainab Ahmed, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, has suspended Ahmed Idris, the Accountant General of the Federation, indefinitely. In a letter dated May the 18th, 2022, and issued 2 days after his arrest by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, over an alleged 80 billion Naira fraud, Ahmed said the suspension without pay was to allow for proper and unhindered investigation in line with public service rules. Whilst being suspended, Ahmed is expected not to come to the office or contact any official in his office Whilst being suspended, Ahmed is expected not to come to the office or contact any official in his office except for any disciplinary hearing that may have been advised. So there it is right there. So still staying with Ahmed, maybe this expands on it more. Buhari suspends Accountant General Ahmed Idris for stealing 80 billion naira. President Mohammed Buhari has suspended Ahmed Idris, the nation's treasurer, from office, according to a letter of suspension sent by correspondents. Mr. Ahmed was suspended on May the 18th by Finance Minister Zainab Ahmed, who cited the raging EFCC probe of the Accountant General over charges he stole and laundered more than 80 billion naira. The indefinite suspension will commence immediately, Ms. Ahmed said in the letter, warning Mr. Ahmed not to visit the office or relate with Treasury officials in the course of his suspension. Mr. Ahmed, not related to the finance minister, was arrested in Kano on Monday by anti-graft operatives and transferred to Abuja, where he is expected to answer charges. He's the most senior serving official under Mr. Buhari to be held on graft charges, a development that comes weeks after a U.S. government report said the anti-graft office was too timid to go after senior administration officials, focusing instead on unknown and low-level crooks in and out of government. The EFCC has yet to file charges against Mr. Ahmed or release him on administrative bail. So there it is right there. Now, onto this one. I don't think I trailed this one when I was reading out the headlines. Presidency frowns at call by Northern elders on section of Nigeria to leave. So we were back to the quick notices, I guess. The presidency is not happy with the call by those who tagged themselves Northern Elders Forum on a section of Nigeria to leave the federation. The presidency reassured Nigerians that the present government of President Mohammed Buhari remains the democratically elected leadership that is responsible for taking decisions that steers the nation and no one else. According to, by the way, why were they not arrested? Because I don't think Nnamdi Kanu said as much as this before they slammed him in jail. According to a statement today by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Mallam Shehu, no self-appointed and unelected group can take, pardon me, according to a statement today by Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Mallam Shehu, no self-appointed and unelected group can take this right from Nigerians, no matter how much coverage they might enjoy in the media. Nigerians listen to elected leaders, not opinionated teen gods who have no traction with any responsible group. It is a delusional arrogance that would lead such a group to publicly state terms and conditions for the existence of our nation. Who gave them the right to ask for the exclusion or expulsion of any one group or section of the country from the Federal Republic of Nigeria? The Nigerian government does not take guidance or nor invitation from such groups, only from the Nigerian people who put the government in office. Any group can refer to themselves as leaders. But in Nigeria, if you have not been elected by Nigerians to a leadership role, then you are not, and the government certainly does not recognize you as such. Like many other countries around the world, Nigeria is feeling the strain of the current period of volatility and uncertainty. Now is not the time to seek to exacerbate divisions amongst Nigerians. Rather, we call on all Nigerians to come together and work to overcome the challenges we face as a nation, one people. So there it is right there. But quite when the arrest of those people will be effected, they did not tell us. Now, the Kanu did not say that much before they slammed him in jail. So this now the last readout, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the room to take it on. Farmers not repaying loans believe it is national cake. CBN laments. The Central Bank of Nigeria has lamented that farmers refuse to pay back the loans obtained under the Anchor Borrower Program, believing it's national cake. Many of the farmers refused to pay back their loans due to misconception that since CBN is the lender, the loan is a national cake and they do not have to pay back what they consider theirs as citizens. Sadiq Ajayi, a spokesperson for CBN, said on Wednesday. Mr. Ajayi said their refusal to pay back the loan have made it difficult for others to access the loan. He said the inability of the Apex Bank to recover the loans from the defaulting farmers, and he said the inability of the Apex Bank to recover the loans from the defaulting farmers had threatened the scheme, adding that it has prevented other farmers from accessing the facility. Whilst the Anchor Borrower Program has recorded some level of success, the failure of farmers to repay the loan has, however, been a major setback. Mr. Ajayi, Mr. Ajayi said that most farmers in Oyo State who benefited from the scheme have not paid back their loans. He urged stakeholders, including traditional rulers, to appeal to the defaulting farmers to promptly repay the loan for the sake of others. So a loan without a guarantee, without surety, without anything that underpins it. So that is essentially what is being gifted out within the Nigerian space. So there it is, and there it is. Charlie Boy, I see you. Thomas, I see you, and Charlie Boy, I see you again. So Charles, why are you logged in twice? Can you unlock yourself from one? Please, Charles.
Hello.
Yes. So can you? Yeah. Okay. Let me delete that one then. All right. Let's go first to Thomas then. So Thomas, are you there?
Yes, please, one man.
Okay, good. So what are you making then of this thing? The CBN claiming that these farmers that they gave loan to, they are not paying it back. They see it as national cake. So what does that mean? Are they not sureties? Is
Happy one man.
Huh? Can you hear me?
I'm happy they will not pay back.
Oh, all right. So go to.
I'm happy they will not pay back.
Right.
I said I'm happy they will not pay back. No, I
can hear you now. Can you speak properly? I'm not sure. Are you in a good space to speak, or should I go to Charles first?
No, I can speak. I'm speaking, one man.
Yeah, carry on. Okay, carry on. So to it.
Yes. I said I'm happy they are not paying back.
Right.
Because if politicians can embezzle money, why not? If politicians can embezzle money, why not? Why can't they even not pay back? Many of them, their farms have been attacked, eaten by the Fulanis, their animals. So I'm happy they are not paying back, because if politicians can embezzle money and they are still working on the street of the country, why not? If they count it as national cake, yes, I'm with them. They shouldn't pay back, because it's very annoying, one man. Because if you planted and at the long run, somebody has been attacking your farm, the animals have been attacking your farm, and you are not able even to.
Have we lost you? Oh dear. All right, let's go to Charles. Charles, are you there?
Yes, woman, I'm here.
All right, go to it. The question I put to Thomas, I'll go to it.
Yeah, for them to abate, I think it's wrong for them to abate their money. And for the guy who stole 80 million naira, see, what? That guy shouldn't have stolen that money. That guy should go to jail for stealing that big amount of money.
All right.
Well, I mean, you heard what happened in Abuja today? That thing make me sad. What happened?
What happened in Abuja? What happened?
People burned down business. They got angry, and it's Keraki. They burned down so many business, and there's a riot and crisis going on.
But that's always happening in Nigeria. So why does this especially disturb you?
You know why? There's some you could they say a group of I want to a group of northern burned down southern business. They burned down the whole market was burned down.
Yeah, but that's a recurring decimal. That happens every day. They are always attacking the southerners.
Yeah, but what they have in the capital, you see, to me, it shows how bad Buhari is. Buhari is standing and let this happen. He doesn't care.
Is it Buhari or bad policing?
I think it's bad policing, but to me, it's getting to the point where people are dying like it's like they don't care about it. It's sad. How you burn down a whole market in Abuja, the capital of Nigeria? How can burn down? The government do nothing about it. That shows how right incompetent. Suppose the guy steal $80 million, 80 million naira. Why you steal that type of money? Oh, why did now they find out the guy stole the money? Why did now they find out that guy stole 80 million?
I think it's more like a political move than anything else, because they've always been stealing money, and every one of them steals money. So why especially this guy? So it's just really, you have to conclude that they're just somebody's out to punish him politically. And if you think also that that the EFCC is under Buhari Malami's ministerial portfolio, then you want to conclude that it's been attacked by Abubakar Malami.
Yeah, I think this must be the worst government in Nigeria history. This is money
by far. I cannot think of an administration worse than this.
And the funny part
is just wild.
The funny part, they keep saying, "Oh, the government fighting corruption." That means laughable. How you fight corruption but stealing money at the same time?
No, they are not fighting corruption. I think they've abandoned that narrative. It's been a long time since we heard them speak that they are fighting corruption. So I think they have, because even they know that they cannot sustain it as a point. When we see how they are stealing with so much impunity, so they cannot claim that they are an inclusive government. They've abandoned that. They cannot claim that they are an anti-corruption government. They have abandoned that. And they cannot claim that they're there to fight insecurity. They've abandoned that. So they don't speak to those talking points anymore, because patently, as exemplified by copious incidents, that is obviously not the case. They are enablers of these things rather than fighters against these things. They are enablers of corruption, insecurity, and tribalism and division. Yeah. They are enablers of all of these things.
No, that's why I think the election.
Woman, I'm sorry, I lost the connection. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're coming from Australia, so that's understandable. No, it's a distance, is what I mean. So that's
why I think the election this year in Nigeria might be violent. I picture that, because the way the things are heading, they want to stop the election by all means.
No, we are praying against it, but we are already hearing incidents of violence. In the NMPP, the new party now that is being championed by Kwakwanso, there's reports already that they've started fighting in their secretariats, physical fights. So it will take some miracle for it not to be violent, and you expect the violence to start to come fairly quickly.
Yeah, because I'm not sure that the Buhari government want to go by force. They want to do violence to find a way to put their own people in power.
They are determined to rig it, but they are finding it increasingly difficult, because it's so difficult. Haven't put the country through what they've put it through. It'll be very difficult for them to rig it. And if they do it in a brutish manner, in the same brutish manner that they did 2019, I don't think either the country or even the international community will permit that. So they are finding it difficult to perfect the rigging for 2023.
I think that's the reason why I think that's one reason why they're being good at Johnson. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing being good in. They want to trick the South just to make it a one-term president for them to be president. They know what they're doing, and we're being tricked.
They always know what they are doing, but will they be able to actualize it is the question.
And Goodluck Jonathan, if you're going to a smart man, you should know that. But he's not smart. You shouldn't be one of
Goodluck
the
Jonathan is not a smart man. No, I agree with that.
why you being president for just for one term? That had a benefit from the South. He knows that.
He feels he has some grand plan that he will unfurl, but they will frustrate his administration and they will not achieve anything in 4 years. They will kick him out as they did the last time. They will just bully him. That's just all that is going to happen.
I mean, it's like, how could someone pay? This only country where someone pay you to be president. Who does that? Someone pay you $1 million just to be president.
Who is paying who to be president? Nobody is being paid to be president. What are you talking about?
No, I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. Did somebody pay him to be president? Goodluck Jonathan.
No, what do you mean? Where did you hear that he was being paid?
No, remember the story you told last time? Me and I read it wrong.
No, it's not being paid. He's actually paying for the forms himself.
And he see, and the party was lie. They pretend that the people paying, but actually they're paying the form.
Of course, we all know that. Who is going to dig their hand into their pocket to buy a ticket for somebody else? 100 million naira. That is not beans. That's what, a couple of $100,000.
All of them doing it for political reasons. Nothing get old. Just want to have something in the government to get in.
All right. Sorry, Charles. Where do you normally speak for that your voice is so low? How come your voice is always so low?
I don't. That's my voice. I'm not like a.
That's not the voice you came in when you first started with the platform. We couldn't shut you down. Now we can't dial you up.
Because you changed me, man. I'm being polite now.
It's all that they do. Is it the Ajale Koko?
He said you have changed it. You refine it.
I've refined you. Don't worry. Let's dial you up a bit. Dial it up a bit, Charlie boy. We need to hear what you're saying.
Except when it's fully charged. When it's fully charged.
Except when it's charged up. Charge up. Yeah, that is when. Let's start you up.
And I'm also surprised that they said Nami Chan's not going to be released no more. They changed. You were saying.
No, they didn't change anything. There was never the instance that he was going to be released. His lawyers applied for bail, and the judge said she wants them to come and defend the reason why he absconded from the first bail that she granted him before she will give consideration to another bail application, which I think is fair enough.
But I think the reason why Nami Khan did that for his life, he's going to be in danger.
We all know that, but they have to come and document it in court. So the judge will not go off what she hears on social media or in the papers. The lawyers have to come and present in court formally the reasons why he had to effect his escape so that she can then give consideration to another bail.
Wow. And I also want to say you had to ban Facebook because you don't want to hear it. That's funny.
Sorry, repeat that. What did you say?
You guys say one ban Facebook? That's laughable. Ban Facebook. These people are crazy.
No, he's not actually. He's threatening Facebook, but he's not actually. Because this was the precursor to the banning of Twitter, isn't it? Yeah. First, they started to speak to their space, and then they invited them to give them instructions. Twitter rebuffed the instructions, and then they banned them. So the build up to the banning of Facebook is what you're seeing playing out now. So he said they had conversations with them, and they gave them a wish list, which Facebook is saying they are going to work on, and very quickly they are going to ban them because, of course, Facebook is not going to shut their platform or be directed by Lai Mohammed, and he, of course, will revert to type.
Yeah, it's like in Nigeria content. They don't like free speech in Nigeria. They don't like that.
They detest free speech,
especially the government, because they're scared that something might come true about them. They don't want the whole world to know. Because they know that Buhari is a bad guy. They don't know Buhari. Buhari should go to jail. If what's the next president, they should West Area.
It's too late for Buhari to go to jail now. What jail are you going to put some 89-year-old man? You end up paying more hospital bills than you end up paying more hospital bill than anything else. What jail? He can't go to jail now. The jail will have to be. You have to lock him up in some hospital. What jail can you put somebody like that? Somebody that is 92 or something.
He go back to take care of his cow. But that goes to disgrace. He can't speak good English. You can't even hear what the guy's speaking.
What do you mean he can't speak good English? He can't speak English at all. The federal government, the government. What is government? Which language is government?
Visiting Trump in the White House. That was sad. Trump was probably like, look at this guy. Come to the White House. Trump probably laughing in his mind. Look at this guy.
All right. Thank you, Charles. So, Charles, let's go back to Thomas, who hopefully now has a better connection to carry on from where he is stopped off. So, Thomas, you were speaking on the farmers refusing to pay back the loan, believing it to be their share of the national cake, and you are saying they are right to take that stance.
One man, in a moral way, they should pay back their loan. But to me, if people have been attacked in their farms, and they cannot even cultivate. Even those ones that has cultivated, they can't harvest because their farm has been attacked. The cows have been eating their crops. So where did they want them to pay? Where did they want them to pay the money back? I think they are just saying that as a national cake, as an excuse. I don't think these guys have the money to pay back. That is just my opinion, because so many attacks on the farmers. So I don't think people...
No, you can't really say that, though. How many farms have been attacked? We cannot say that the farms are being attacked to the level that we don't know. And what CBN are saying is that these people just consider it to be largesse from the state, their entitlement as citizens.
But one man, this is those people are not the one that said it's national cake. It's just CBN that maybe
they are refusing to pay back because they see it as largesse. They see it as an entitlement as citizens. They don't see it as a loan. It's what the CBN are the ones interacting with them, and this is what they are informing.
To me, it's not a national cake, but I'm still on my word. The one I said earlier on, I said if politicians can steal our money and they are still working on the street of Nigeria, so all this loan, I know this loan are small petty loans, maybe 100,000, 200,000, the highest 400,000 or 500,000. So if politicians stole money and they are still working on the street of Nigeria, so these people, they get the loan and they are not paying back. I'm with them.
If they get that loan and they don't pay back, because it's not an infinite amount of money that's been dedicated. There'll be a budget for that scheme. So if they take that loan and don't pay it back, then that runs that scheme down and other farmers cannot access it.
I understand what you say, one man. Just my frustration is if others can steal money, these people too, if they consider it as national cake, so be it. So be it. If others cannot,
everyone else be damned, the other farmers be damned.
Yeah, can I say something?
You can say something, my brother.
Yeah, well, to me, loan is loan. You know, when you borrow, you have to pay back. Well, I don't know when they are borrowing if they have like like a kind of collateral, because in any loan you wanna borrow. Well, since I think that loan is the loan federal government give to the farmers in order to help now for the production of the crops and other things they do in the farm. Yeah, but at the same time, I know the loan is not because the percentage might not be much, because since it's something.
Yeah, it's a soft loan now.
It's a soft loan. Yeah. So, to help out the farmers, for them to farm. But at the same time, loan is loan.
If they budget 100 billion to that space and 70 billion has been taken out, not being repaid. So that's the end of that scheme, isn't it? That's the end now.
No, they have to pay the loan. They have to pay it.
But you see from the angle I'm talking from, that some people even started.
No, I see from the angle you're talking for. But for the fact they have budgeted that money for the farming scheme or whatever the expenses they use it for. Let's just look at it that way, because sometimes when you begin to compare two things, it doesn't really augur well. Because comparing it doesn't even make a sense. because as the federal government, they have earmarked that money for the agriculture, and those people say they want to farm, and they gave them the money to support them, And if you look at this loan they are giving, it's mostly the Hausas. Because if you go to the south, they don't even give them.
Curiously, they are saying it's the people in Oyo State that are not paying back the money.
Okay, from Oyo State. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean they have to pay back. I mean, I support, the CBN asking for the money, because that is the way to show, that responsibility. Because when they give you money, just that those politicians, because me, sometimes when I talk, I don't like using those politicians because they are thugs. I don't like mentioning them, because
it's too easy to go there, isn't it? Just to say, it's too easy to say that.
Yes. But for me, if a government should give you something to support you to do something, at least you should have that good conscience and say, let me try hard so that I can return those money. You be paying, just that they don't even force you to pay once. I know they give them like instrumental. You'll be paying small until you pay off that money. For me, the government they do well in that aspect. Order to give you money, because
a farmer shouldn't need more than 2 harvest cycles to pay back a loan.
Yes,
it's one of the most lucrative professions there is. You shouldn't need more than 2 harvest cycles to pay back a loan.
You're right. Just that the country we find ourselves with, they don't do things the way other people do. Because if you come to the Western world, the farmer, I mean, they are millionaires now, because the government support them. Even sometimes, even they give them the loan, even a very little, rate, so that that will boost their morale now, to do more and to do even research and all those things. But from where we come from, it is not like that, because everybody sees any money you give people, they think it's entitlement, and this thing goes down to the family too. One man, there's some people you will give money, they will think that's your responsibility. I say, I'm not your father, I'm not your mother. Those the one that you even.
As soon as you ask about, they turn it into a fight.
Yes, because me, as I'm talking to you, I have people I loan money. Till today, they haven't even paid back, but I already crossed that. I already take them. So anytime they ask, they don't even have the face to even ask me for money. So that's what it is now. Because when this farmer, if they don't pay back, which means the federal government might even withdraw that, and they will even make it more tougher before you access that money. Which means you have to have something that you show them that if this money, if you can't pay back, then they will sell that thing and get their money back. Well,
that's where I fault the government. How can you give out a loan without a collateral?
A collateral, yes.
So then you have nothing to force it.
Yes.
If they refuse to pay back.
Yeah, that's why those people are even having that mouth to be saying all those things that they can't pay. It's a national cake. It's not a national cake. That money is meant for that particular sector of the economy. So I mean, I can't compare that area to politicians. We know who the politicians are, but these people, they are the farmers. I mean, they give you this money to farm, so that, I mean, it will be good for you, and also be good for the society. But since
are you seeing the angle I'm talking from now?
I know the angle. I mean, I'm talking about the corruption. No, let's forget about that corruption. And we know that the government, the people, they are stealing. But this one, they give you more. Even if you look, because this one, if you do the right thing, I mean, you even make more money, more than the politician, because those money, they will just go and dump it somewhere. But these people, they put it and they get return. Then they'll sell. Then they get return. Those kind of money, you are more richer, because just that the country we come from, they don't support research. Because if it's in a developed world now, they give you money even for research now. You go into so many research, of this thing, to find a breed that will give more yield. One man, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, to give you money so that you find the best yield. That when you cultivate, even the pest and other thing will not disturb it. It will yield, and which will also be good for the population too, because we need farmers. We need farmers. So just forget about the politicians. Because if you look, politicians, all they just gather that money is to wait for 4 years for them to pump that money. to do their election and campaign. You find out that's why things are very tough as it is now. So Thomas, let's just forget about politicians. Let's just focus about these people. These people, they need to pay those loans back. That's my own stand.
All right, let's get back to Thomas to continue his thought on that space. So Thomas, back to you. Do we have you, Thomas? I think the connection is too.
I'm there, one man.
All right. No, we can't hear you, Thomas, man. All right, we're just struggling to hear you. But let's go on from Thomas. Let's go to Ajanle Koko, who hopefully we can hear better. So Ajanle Koko, just that space, just two sides of those arguments. What UK just explained to us, what's the position of Thomas that if the politicians are looting, then why should the farmers pay back? What are your thoughts on that space, Ajanle Koko?
Hey, one man, UK, everybody, how you all doing?
I'm fine.
We're good.
Okay. Let me first of all urge our listeners around the world to please, as you are joining this platform, please click on the like button. Do that as the first thing before you start engaging in the discussion. So click on the like button, share. If you have not subscribed, do that as well. Okay, to the main topic. You see, let me tell you one man. The program is not designed to achieve the desired objective. I don't know where in the world where central bank is in charge of giving direct loan to farmers. I don't know, maybe there is any part of the world where they do that. But what the central bank stand for, we know. Central bank is the bankers of all banks. So, but for central bank to give loan to farmers under the pretext of a particular program that is fraudulently designed by the government to achieve food security for the country, it's a program that has failed from day one. Whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well. So, because it's not well done and it's not done by the competent and by the expertise that know how to monitor that space, the agri sector. Central bank doesn't know anything about agri sector. They don't know. They don't have the expertise. It's not their job. So the bank that is on the ground, that have all the expertise, that can monitor that space successfully, that can make sure that that program achieve the desired objective, is the Bank of Agri. We have it.
Hello, Ajolico, they call it cooperative now. The cooperative bank.
Okay. So we have that bank. I think Nigeria have maybe Bank of Agri or something like that.
Yeah, I think they do. Yes. In fact, they do.
So that is the bank that is supposed to be in charge of that program. They have the expertise, they have everything, all the wherewithal to run the program and follow it and make sure that it's successful. Not central bank. So the program
central bank should pass the money on to a bank that can enforce the loan.
So
it's just a farce.
It's just a farce. It's a program that is designed and leaving it in the hand of central bank that doesn't know anything about it. to loot money, and that is what they did. And that is why the farmers cannot pay back, because maybe farmers are going through, number one, they are going through problem with the insecurity problem. We don't know the percentage of the loan, I mean, what do you call it? This interest rate.
It'll be a soft loan. I don't expect the interest rates will be anything, because it's really to boost the industry. So it'll be a very soft loan. Yeah.
Okay. It should be soft loan, but Nigeria, in their own way of doing things, is different. But we don't have except if you want to look it up and give us information about that. But my own position is that the program is handled by central bank that is not competent to handle it well. Maybe they didn't give it to the right farmers. And when loan is given to wrong people, you will achieve wrong results. So that is what is playing out. The issuer of the loan, they are not competent. They are not experts in that field. So, and they don't know the right people to give the loan to. They don't design the program well. And so the program is running into the problem. I mean, into serious problem. It's a failure program from day one, because it's handled by wrong hand. So my own position is that we should see it clearly that the government has failed. They don't execute that program well, and what is happening is just the way it's supposed to be. But,
can I say something?
Yes.
Yeah, the interest rate is 14% interest rate applied.
How can you give 14%? How can you give 14%?
Are you sure about that? That seems excessive.
No, UK. Okay.
Yeah, you have to check that again. I'm not sure. I've not checked it, but that doesn't.
Okay, look,
how can central bank be giving farmer?
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah.
He said, what is the interest rate for agricultural loan in Nigeria? A 14% interest rate applied for agricultural production and agro processing. Those engaged in commodity marketing will have a 20% interest rate applied to any borrow fund. It's much now.
No. That you asked the wrong question. That's a commercial loan, but we're talking about a special program by the central bank.
Okay, let me look at it. They call it grant.
Yes.
Grant. Let me see.
Even if that is by the regular bank.
Just hold on.
Okay. So
okay, it's 9%.
Even 9% is high.
It's high, yes. 9%
is high.
And the earmark 220 billion of that money, for single digits of 9% loan facility. Yeah, it's 9%.
So
I'm still not. I'm going to check myself, but carry on. Ajanle Koko.
Even 9% is high. What of some additional fee that are going to come on top of the loan? 9% is high. And what is the duration of the loan of repayment? Do you see the duration of repayment?
That's what I'm looking for. Okay. I'll get it. Yeah.
So, one man, you can't achieve food security by this. This is a failure from day one. This is a failure. This is a program that they designed for themselves to loot the money, out of, do you
think this alarm that they are making is actually a cover story for that looting?
It's a cover story, one man. It's a cover story. It's a way of blaming some people for their failure.
Yes.
A program that is designed for a particular purpose, the purpose of looting. And they just give some monies as if they gave money to some fraudulent farmers too, and now they are blaming them that they couldn't pay back, so the failure is they are the failure. Central Bank is not a bank of agri. Central Bank doesn't know anything about agriculture. They don't know anything about that space. It is not the responsibility of Central Bank to be giving direct loan to farmers. We have Bank of Agri, so they didn't handle it well.
And we have the Federal Bank of Agri, by the way, not even a commercial, but the one run by the federal government.
By the Federal Bank, yes.
So what is to say? Just pack the money with Federal Bank of Agri.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, see, the duration of the loan is maximum of 5 years.
How can it be 5 years? For God's sake.
But 5 years is fair enough. That's two harvest cycles.
No.
Why no?
Why no is this?
5 years, yeah.
5 years is too short.
For an agricultural loan?
Yes. If you are, this is a special program designed to achieve food security for the country. It's supposed to be like a 30 years loan.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a long time loan.
It's not for industrial farming. It's for just the subsistence sort of farmers, just really to boost production. And
how do you achieve food security if you don't?
But the industrial farmers can go to the commercial banks now. It's for the poor farmers really, and we are talking about the bracket of around about 700,000, 500,000, 200,000, just to go do a few cycles of harvest to boost their production.
Is that what is it? So, what is the maximum amount of loan given out?
I don't know, but that's my understanding of it.
No, the maximum. I think the maximum was like 50 million, depending on
50 million.
Yeah, the amount
million.
of the amount of land you have. Based on what I was reading.
So let me tell you, one man. To me, I think it's a failure. Even for 5 years, 5 years is not enough. That duration is not enough for the borrowers to achieve success. Give them a long time of repayment, and the amount is going to be so short in such a way that be convenient for them for repay, and it's going to be they will have enough capital, to invest and reinvest and expand. That is the way it should work. I mean, look, when you look at the interest rate and some additional charges on top, and it's food to achieve food security. It's a long time project, and the government support have to be huge and have to be convenient for farmers, because sometimes during their process they can run into big loss. Some areas they can have flooding in some areas that will wipe out their farm produce.
Yeah, but they should insure for that. That's the purpose of insurance.
Yeah, but forget about insurance in Nigeria, one man. Insurance for where? So when flooding wipe out that rice is and rice they have to be in a swampy land. It's not on dry. There must be water running on that ground all the time for that grain to grow.
Ajali Coco, there are two types of rice. We have the upland rice and the swamp rice. So everyone can plant it. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know much about it. The one I know is what I'm talking about. Thank you. So what I'm trying to say is that government have not designed that program well, and that is why it's running into big problem. And as far as I'm concerned, I believe that program is designed to loot money, and the first person they believe is in a position to help them manage the looting well is the Mefiele, and that's why they restricted that loan with Federal Bank alone, and they didn't give it to what do you call it, to Federal Bank? Federal Bank of
Agri, yeah.
Yeah, Federal Bank
It's all these ludicrous schemes that they are doing. There's this social fund as well that they are saying they are giving money to the poor, and there's no. These people, they have
no record, no database,
digital footprint. So you are saying you are handing out billions of naira in hard cash to people, to traders. So as a loan.
Now
and that's another 150, 200 billion.
Can I say something?
Just wiped out.
Yeah, can I say something?
It's quite scary.
Yeah,
these people are frightening.
It is alarming.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. It's just it's ungodly. God. Wow.
Yeah, one man. Yeah. You see how they are making that is why MFLA can bring out 100 million now to buy a farm now.
And this is it. We're the guy that has about 3 private jets. No, Ajanle Koko, we cannot stop being alarmed by this. We cannot be inured to this sort of going on. We must always be vexed by it. But let me take you to a different talking point, Ajanle Koko. Buhari to determine fate of Malami, 3 other returning ministers, says Lai Mohammed. So they are picked up nomination forms about Chris Ngige, Malami, Temipre Silva, etc. So they picked up nomination forms to run for office. Buhari invited them to resign by Monday. They did not resign, instead reversing, that nomination, that the forms that they've picked up. But a lot of them, they handed in their resignation form and rescinded it. And Femi Falana is now saying that, and they are now attending federal executive meetings. So Femi Falana says now that them attending federal executive meetings haven't handed in resignation forms. They can only be at that meeting as observers. So that convoluted space, Ajanle Koko, unravel it for us, Ajanle Koko.
You said, but how do you put it in your? You said, what's the name of that Baba? That Baba, Lai Mohammed.
Yeah, Lai Mohammed.
Did you say that he said the president will deal with them, or what did he say? He said,
yes, at the federal executive meeting, he was accosted. Actually, let me bring it to you again. It's just a short read, so let me just give it to you again, so it's fresh in the memory of everyone. So Buhari to determine fate of Malami, 3 other returning ministers, says Lai Mohammed. President Muhammad Buhari will decide the fate of those members of the Federal Executive Council who made a U-turn on their political ambition and continued to serve in the current administration. Information and Culture Minister Alhaji Lai Mohammed, who disclosed this on Wednesday to newsmen after the Federal Executive meeting at the State House Abuja, said he would need to confirm from the president the status of the returning ministers on whether or not they have to be reabsorbed into the cabinet. He said, the question about the ministers returning or not going, I think you need to give me more time so that I can tell you exactly what the situation is. Right now, I need to cross-check. I need to confirm again from Mr. President what the situation is. You see, the final decision on who is going, who is coming back, who is not going, lies with Mr. President. The Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Chris Ngige, his Women Affairs counterpart, Dame Pauline Talon, Attorney General of Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, and Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Temipre Silva, had earlier rescinded their decision to contest 4 elective offices in 2023. Malami was physically present at Wednesday's council meeting, whilst Talon and Silva attended the meeting virtually from their various offices in Abuja. Ngige is said to be away on official engagement in Durban, South Africa, where he is attending the International Labour Organization Global Conference on child labor. So let me bring you Falano's position on that. Malami and Gige Silva attended FEC meeting as observers at Falano. Human rights lawyer Mr. Femi Falana SAN says the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Temipre Silva, and the Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Talern, who attended the Federal Executive meeting on Wednesday, only did so as observers since they had resigned last week. Falana said this in a chat with correspondents on Wednesday, whilst reacting to news that the ministers attended the meeting presided over by President Buhari. This is just as the Minister of Information and Culture, Mr. Lai Mohammed, told State House correspondents that only Buhari could determine the fate of the 4 ministers who had been hosted to a valedictory ceremony last week, only for them to make a U-turn and dump their political ambitions. Responding to a question, Falana said they only attended the FEC as observers because the president already held a send-off for them. So they are only observers, and even the Minister of Information has said it is left to the president to determine their fate. Nigeria is not a banana republic. It is embarrassing for the president to invite them to a send-off ceremony they voluntarily attended, and one of the outgoing ministers even thanked the president, Falana said. The senior advocate said as far as the constitution is concerned, the resignation of a minister takes effect once the letter of resignation is received by the appointing authority. For the avoidance of doubt, Section 306, subsection 2 thereof, provides that the resignation of any person from any office established by this constitution shall take effect when the writing signifying the resignation is received by the authority or person to whom it is addressed, or by any person authorized by that authority or person to receive it. Meanwhile, Lai Mohammed said the fate of the affected ministers will be determined by the president. According to Mohammed, about ministers returning or not, I think you need to give me more time so that I can tell you exactly what the situation is. Right now, I need to cross-check. I need to confirm again with Mr. President what the situation is. Citing the killings of some policemen in Anambra State, he added that we did want Facebook to please do. Okay, so we go to the Facebook space in a moment. So that's the rather convoluted position of Lai Mohammed. But essentially, he's held the goodbye parties for them, but they are still smelling out the Federal Executive Council. So Ajane Koko, what's going on?
Look, those people are still members of Federal Executive Council. They did not resign. The president was the head of Federal Executive Council, and if they are not part of the team, they won't be allowed into that meeting. Last week, it was this Baba Lai Mohammed that came out and informed the nation and in particular the appointees, federal government ministerial appointees that already bought their nomination form for the position of president, that they were given ultimatum till last week Monday to resign. We have seen those that resign. They gone, like Amici, the Minister of State Education, and others. Ngige said he's still going to consult with the president, and I believe he has consulted with the president, and he has he has jettisoned his ambition for the position of president and remain in government, and that is, and the rest of them, the Minister of Sales and Petroleum and Abubakar Malami, those one have jettisoned their political ambition and remain in their different positions. So as long as they have...
Are you seeing Baba Akure's new haircut? Baba Akure, are you chasing babes? Is your wife aware that you are cutting young people haircuts? Sorry, Ajale Koko, but I couldn't help but notice. Look at this man. It's your madam.
One guy was saying on commentary section that what kind of kuli is eating? Baba Akure, are you eating kuli?
Is eating chin? What are you eating, Baba Akure? Look at that.
Plantain chips.
Plantain chips. Okay.
Plantain chips.
All right. Maybe I'll join you in that. I just bought a box of that. Maybe I'll join you.
That's good.
Yeah. You know that the plantain chips in this. Okay, carry on, Ajale Koko. I want to show you something, but carry on, Ajale Koko. Yeah.
You can say. I think you are trying to say something about plantain chips.
No, I want to bring it so I show you see the evidence. But carry on.
Okay. So, those people have jettisoned their ambition for the position of president to remain in ministerial position. So I think they have not done anything wrong. I think they were given ultimatum by the president, and so they can still attend the meeting, the federal executive meeting. So except the president fire them, that is the only thing that can take them out. But as long as the presidency is satisfied with the way they are working or they are managing the ministerial position, they will still be part of, member of the committee. But like Falana said, it is embarrassing to the nation that they had a send-off meeting publicly, only for some of them to turn around and said we are no more going. So the president should have rejected their coming back, that we've had a send-off meeting, send-off party for you guys, and that should be, you should leave. So Falana is talking law, but the administration, this is an administration of Padi that doesn't follow the rule of law. They follow whatever they think that is good for them. That is what they do. So we have a country that is managed by administration that does not follow the rule of law. That is clear. We have a country that is governed by set of leadership that are not disciplined, that are shameless people, that, does not know the implication of their action, the signal they send.
Are you anticipating that Buhari will sack them?
No, it's not going to sack them. It's not going to sack them. No, Buhari is not going to sack them. I mean, they passed the deadline for ultimatum to resign. They must have seen him personally and told him, sir, we are going to leave that money for the party as a way of contribution to the party's, for financial, as our own financial contribution to the party. We still want to keep our position. And they will tell the Mr. President, whoever that you are supporting in this rate, we are in line with you. And that is the way they will close it. And that is what, Abubakar Malami, for Abubakar Malami to jettison his political ambition, you see, what do you call Baba Lai Mohammed is saying is going to consult, he's just lying. He's just trying to package a very good lie before the country, as if, yes, he's not aware of what is going on. No, he's very much aware of what is going on in that scene. I mean, in that federal executive, the president and those people is very aware of what is going on between them, but he's just trying to, you know, to manage that public, to manage that public image well, and you know, and he's doing his job well with the way he with what he said. I think he has really managed the image of the administration well by saying, "Oh, I will consult with them." It's not going to consult. It's not. You are not going to hear anything from him maybe until after 2 or 3 weeks or a month time. But then the dust will have blown. The primary will have gone. The presidential candidate will have been emerged, and then there won't be any discussion on this anymore. So Femi Falana is talking law against administration that doesn't listen to any sense of reasoning in law at all. So that's the way I see it, one man.
All right, thank you, Janle Koko. So just to go back to Baba Korea and his plantain chips. So we have plantain chips here, so as you can see, this is plantain chips. But it goes to that narrative we were having earlier on about them doing
Why both of you are carrying Baba Salah plantain chips?
No, but
these are Baba Salah size now.
Can you? No, this is just a regular crisp pack. But
okay,
can you see? I'm not sure if you can see on the screen, but it says here product of Colombia, plantain chips, a Nigerian delicacy. But it says here, I'm not sure if you can see it on the thing.
Yeah.
It says product of Colombia.
Yeah.
So it just put me in mind that what we're talking about earlier on, that the Chinese are now making our gari and the Colombians are making our plantain chips.
Oh no!
Is that not a
no? Where you see, you cannot take that away from South America. You're talking of Colombia. You're talking of.
Did they eat plantain chips? It's not their delicacy. It's a Nigerian delicacy, as far as I'm aware. I don't know anywhere else in the world.
No, they eat it. They eat it. They plant a lot of it too.
Yeah, like plantain, I know that. In fact, Africa cannot even compete with South America when you're talking about plantain and banana. They have it a lot. Yeah. But that of plantain chips, I don't know if it is.
Yeah, I suspect it's a Nigerian delicacy, and they are after our, they are Nara again. So yeah, so we are watching them, all these capital flights, Gary from China and all that. So Ajale Koko, let me take you from there to Lai Mohammed's threat against the Facebook space. He insists that Facebook is still being used as a platform by the Easterners to agitate against the Nigerian space and to incite violence against Nigerian operatives. So he's called them to his office to read them the riot act. But then, of course, this is deja vu, isn't it? Because once upon a time, not that long ago, he had the same meeting with Twitter, and we know the consequences of that. So Facebook to be banned in Nigeria, Lai Mohammed strikes again. Ajale Koko, what says you?
Look, all they are doing is to kill freedom, the right, our right for freedom of speech, freedom of expression. That is what they are doing. And social media is a space where people expresses their voices of dissent against the administration. And they know that, Twitter, as one of the leading social media in the world, take this, voice of dissent and whatever that is goes on there to billions of people around the world. So in order to kill that freedom of speech and that voice of dissent against the administration, that is why they are trying to come up again with, to slam Twitter operation in Nigeria. The effect, the adverse effect of their action, the last time they did it, cost Nigerian businesses billions of dollars. Nigerians that uses social media, to promote their business, to sell their business to every part of the world, lost billions of dollars. This is not naira, billions. And it's just a shame that we have administration that does not understand the advantages of having social media that Nigerians uses for the economic growth of that country. People transact business on Twitter. People do a lot of businesses on Twitter that even generate forex for that country. Forex that is a scarce commodity for the administration. Twitter generates that, the transaction of a business between Nigerians and other part of the world, generate forex for them. But this is an administration that doesn't care about all of that. They don't care about the economic growth of the country, economic growth of the people. They don't care. All they want to do is just to rule in accordance to their own wishes, not in accordance to the law. And so this is what they are expressing again, and this is what they are attempting to do again. And those guys that they are accused of using Twitter to promote agitation against the for Igbo land should not stop.
But is there not a veracity to that somewhat? Because the tone sometimes is quite aggressive and quite insidious and certainly inciting. A very tribal, it's a divisive sort of language that you hear on some of these platforms on our Facebook and on social media. So the government will be remiss in their duties if they do not address it. Are you saying that Mohammed should not, caution that the platform should not be used to incite violence in Nigeria?
Well, they should do the right thing by listening to the people. People that are running the agitation on social media are running it because the government does not listen to them. The government does not believe in fairness, in justice, in equity. And as long as we have democracy in that country, freedom of speech cannot be killed. The sector that should have been in the forefront, particularly as a mouthpiece for the people, is the press. The press in Nigeria, by this administration, draconian circular rules and laws, they have cowed the press. They have cowed the media in Nigeria. Any media that speak in the voices of the people, they will clamp down on that media. So the people doesn't have any other choice than to go on social media. So if they are very reasonable administration that are really there to serve the people, they need to listen to the people. The country is in crisis. We are over 200 million people. We are well-educated people, advanced people in thinking, advanced in exposure, particularly those of us in the South. We are advanced people. We know the way things are run around the world. We can't be kept in the cooler. No. No, we don't run a feudal system. We run a democracy.
You know that's the thing. Oh, we know how things are run around the world, like you said. We know the freedoms that you enjoy, where you are, where I am, and where everyone else is. So you can't, from that freedom, step on the shores of Nigeria and suddenly revert to 1802,
No.
where we saw like some freedom, whatever. It's just so backward.
No.
The mindset is too backward.
No.
The people must express as they find, and if they expect ridiculously, space will ridicule them. You cannot be saying that Nigeria is working and somebody goes online to be saying it's not, and people would not ridicule him. But Nigeria cannot be working, and people are not allowed to go online to say Nigeria is not working. They can't say it in the country. Now you want to fulanize the social media space. I mean, what's going on? Don't be silly.
Look, it's going to be the implication of what they are doing. They are sending a bad signal to the world, to the international community, that they are oppressive administration. If they go after Twitter again,
to Facebook this time,
now people will jump on Facebook. There are some other platform. What is the name of that platform you are telling me? Twitch. They are one they call Twitch.
Oh, Twitch. Yes, Twitch. That's a streaming. That's a streaming. Yeah.
That one
that's
is
for gamers. Yeah.
That is another crazy. That it looks like there is no monitoring. They just go live around the world. So they can ban them on Twitter. If they slam Twitter, people will jump on another social media. They can't look. They are just ridiculing that country. They are just, they continue to ridicule the image of that country as if we're uncivilized people, we are backward people, and we are people that just we are barbaric. We are running a barbaric rulership in the country. That is the signal they are selling to the world. The guys on this they are not going to stop. They can't stop them. What that will happen is they will close down Twitter again and they will jump on another thing. So we are civilized people. They cannot crowd up and they cannot keep quiet.
Where they are trying to, because you have to understand the narrative that Lai Mohammed is presenting is that these people they are agitating outside of the shores of Nigeria, from France. He said UK, France, and other spaces. So it says Nigerians abroad. So what is it then inviting Facebook to do? To, at the behest of the Nigerian state, moderate people that are using Facebook in the UK, in America. It's not possible now.
They are coming after you,
apply Nigeria? No, where is it trying to apply Nigerian law to America, law. UK? What is he expecting Facebook to do? They can go after individual accounts and shut it down, but it doesn't take 2 seconds to create another account. So what are they asking them to do?
Yeah. So they are just they are just chasing shadow, and they don't really know what to. But the main thing, what they are really doing, what they're trying to kill, is that voices of dissent against the administration from any part of the world. They are trying to kill that right that is guaranteed to us, to our people in Nigeria, the freedom of speech. They're trying to kill it. And if they suppresses our people back home, they cannot do that for those of us outside the country. Look, if you go on Twitter, on Facebook, if you know what is going on in all this advance, the way people criticizes the government here in this country, it's normal under democracy. Criticism must be allowed. And what is it for? It's for a reasonable government to listen and then do better. if you don't listen to criticism from the people, how would you know where you are failing? How would you know what to do better? I mean, it's just rulership. You know, when you run rulership, you run feudal administration, you cannot challenge them on anything. That is what they are running in Nigeria. But what we have in Nigeria and what they picture to the whole world is democracy. And that spirit of democracy, people will still want to express their freedom of speech under democracy. The only thing they can do is just to clamp down on Twitter again in Nigeria, and that will bring economic loss for a lot of people that run their businesses in Nigeria. They're going to put a lot of people into poverty again. The nation is going to be losing money. People are going to run into poverty. Hardship the rate of hardship will go higher, and it's just a shame that we have this kind of administration in our country. It's just a shame, one man.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko, I want to bring you a storyline that is really trending in Nigeria as we speak now. It speaks to that preponderance to reach to violence at the first instance by the Nigerian space. So, I'll bring you the thing. I'll share the screen because there's a video that goes with it, but I won't put the audio on because it's one of those funny videos that could trigger Facebook, YouTube. But let me share this with you, and then you tell me what you're making of it. So this comes off the back of the Deborah narrative. So the never-ending flames that consumes Nigeria. So here it is. So you can see the backdrop, you can see the video, but I won't put the audio on. But many feared killed. Shops burned as traders and commercial motorcycle clash. This is a story that was actually alerted by Charlie Boy when he was just speaking now. Many feared killed. Shops burned as traders and commercial motorcyclists clash in Abuja. Many people have been reportedly killed, and shops belonging to Igbo traders were set ablaze during a clash between traders and commercial motorcyclists at Dia Market in Abuja. So, of course, you know who the Igbo traders are, but the commercial motorcyclists are essentially northerners. Anywhere in the country they are, so you already know the split there in that fight. The fight reportedly started following an accident that led to the death of an Igbo woman. According to reports, the woman was a passenger on a commercial motorcycle when she was crushed by a truck, allegedly due to the recklessness of the motorcyclist carrying her. The woman died whilst being rushed to the hospital, and this caused traders in the area to go after the motorcyclist carrying her when the accident occurred. The man's motorcycle was set ablaze when they caught up with him. This led to reprisal attacks from motorcyclists in the area. They blocked the expressway, attacked motorists, and burned the shops and cars of the traders who sell building materials at the Dia International Timber Market. Goods worth billions of naira were reportedly destroyed in the fire. So I bring you this story, Ajanle Koko, only because it's a recurring decimal. It's just, it happens too often, and it's usually the same narrative and usually the same split. Something sparks, the Northerners go after where the Easterners businesses are, and they vest upon that space such heavy damage. You know, so it occurs again. Tomorrow it will occur again. What's the way out of this? Because it's just, it's a recurring, it's a daily diet. Nigeria is aflame everywhere you look, Ajanle Koko.
One man, this is not the first time that these people will do such thing against people or southern businesses in their space. The last time that this lady was killed, they went to market area that are dominated by Southerner, particularly Igbo people, to loot. So it's not the first time. It has happened in the past. We have seen it again today, and it's still going to happen tomorrow. This is the way they operate. This is the way some of the hoodlums among them operate. They are not like Yoruba people that will want to look for a civilized way of finding solution to the problem. The moment that you attack one of their own, or you do anything wrong with one of them, they will come back in large number to attack you. This is the way they operate. This is that you cannot take it away from them. That is their habit, and they cannot stop it. This reminds me of the question you were asking Ejiro the other day, that if you were to make choice between living in Yoruba land and in Hausa land, he replied you that he will choose to live in Yoruba land because he knows if he talk to Yoruba or have argument with Yoruba and point fingers to Yoruba face, they will just argue and talk it like that, and he can walk around free. Nobody.
The most that will happen, they will exchange punches, and that is. In fact, Yoruba they don't even like punches, so because they don't want to be hit. You know, they are so timid because they say, "Oh, if I punch this guy, he will punch me back." So they won't punch you. They will do. Yeah, they can make noise. They are noise makers.
He said he can express his mind. He can say the way it is without fear of reprisal, without fear of being killed, without anything.
But anytime I say we should civilize these people, you pull me back from that language. You say it's nonsense. We have to civilize these people now. If we don't civilize the Mallas, we will never rescue ourselves from them. Sorry, carry on.
So he will. Ejiro was telling us that day. He said because he knows them, he has lived with them, and he knows who they are. The moment they observe you as none of them, and they have any disagreement with you, they are coming en masse to come and attack you. He said that's their way. So it's just barbaric that because of an incident, and they have to come in large number and come and set the businesses that are worth billions of naira and destroy it. But at the same time, the Igbo people that caught that guy, that the Okada rider, we have to blame them as well for setting ablaze the vehicle. I mean the motorcycle of that guy. They don't have the right. They don't have to take. They took law into their hand, and these other people haven't know what they are. How can you do that? You cannot do that. You can't take law into your hand. What they're supposed to do is to arrest him and hand him over to the police and testify against him that it was due to his recklessness, his reckless riding of bicycle, commercial bicycle, that was responsible for that accident that killed that lady. That is what they're supposed to have done, not to burn his bike. They took law into their hand. We have to blame them too. Maybe this will teach them a lesson as well, that never take law into their hand. Okada rider, every part of the country, wherever they are, they are crazy people. They are not enlightened. They are not enlightened. They are crazy people. That is who they are. Whether they are Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa, they drive crazy. They just sometimes they will even drive against the traffic.
There was another incident that happened in Lagos when some sound engineer, he was in an argument with this Okada rider over just 100 naira, and they summarily killed him. this Okada in Lagos?
Oh man, those Okada riders, they are mentally deranged people. You just have to be careful if you are riding Okada. So even with the moment they just want to, it's like they want to fly. It's either you tell him, hey, this is the way I want you to ride me. If you cannot, let me step down. I don't want gra. Don't go and kill me. I've seen a situation where two brothers were killed on one Okada one day. Two brothers, they ride on one Okada. That Okada run into serious accident, and those guys died. Imagine a mother lost two children in one day. That's a tragic. So these Okada people, they are the same. It doesn't matter which tribe they are. They are crazy people, and those Igbo guys, I believe, they will learn a lesson from this. Though what these people did in response to them is very bad, but they took law into their hand. They shouldn't have burned the motorcycle of that guy as well. So we should blame both sides for lawlessness.
I want to say something. The one I rode when I was in Balogu market, it was different.
You're a brave man, no. You still rode that.
I was enjoying it in a Balogu market. They were just doing, but don't throw me on the ground, no. Just right because of the traffic now, because the car cannot even go there. We have to park our car, so use the Okada to go everything we want to do inside that market.
The most I will go on is Keke Napep, but that's certainly not Okada. I mean, God, I can't imagine it.
Even the Keke Napep, they are crazy too. If you see the way they drive, they are crazy people. All of them are too, because of the huge traffic. They are always in a hurry to move, to make some money, to and fro, before the traffic will render them useless and they won't be able to make their delivery money. You know, so that is they are always in a worry. They drive against the traffic. They ride just anyhow. So it is very bad. I hope federal government should be able to. Police should be able to fish out those that are responsible for these people. For this arson, and then allow the full wrath of law against them. It's very barbaric. This is not the way. This is a total on lawlessness. That is what reigns in that country, and it's very unfortunate, woman.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, let's go on from you to. I think we may have lost Babakure temporarily. So let's go to Bartholomew as we continue with the conversation. I think he may have frozen as well because nobody is stagnated in the sport for that long. So, Bartholomew, are you with us? No, we've lost him. So let's go to UK then. UK, surely we heard from you just now.
Yes.
Yeah. So UK, good to have you. So that space of the farmers, you were actually. Let me take you to an entirely new space. So Buhari has suspended then that accountant general that stole 80 billion naira from his portfolio. So to suspend him is fair enough, but would that be the end of it? Because how often instances, remember Babachir Lawal that stole 500, the grass cutter that stole 500 million naira about 4 years ago now, and they told us that they have charged him to court. But the next time we saw him, he was submitting Tinubu's presidential nomination forms. So are you having any expectation of justice taking its course with this accountant general Fulani guy?
No, there won't be any justice, because justice is just for the poor Nigerians. That's whom they give justice. But for those ones who are untouchable, there's no justice. It doesn't make any sense talking about them, because we know that they won't do anything. It's for him to just settle the people that he settle with that, because that's a lot of money now. He will settle people he's supposed to settle. That closed the case now. So they won't. If you're talking about justice, then their own justice now. You just settle, then you are free. Look at is it Maguna, the FCC guy now?
Well, yeah, what happened to his case?
They
He
closed the
just
case.
walked away with his loot.
I'm promoted him now. Look at Malami. Over 30 something cars, exotic cars. Who is talking about? I mean, let's
30 something, 200.
Just, yeah, you can give me other story. I don't want to even talk about that one.
All right. So Lai Mohammed threatening Facebook that if they don't steady up and let him micromanage their operations, that is going to shut them down. So it seemed to work for him with Twitter. So he's now applying the same stick to Facebook. So what are you then making of the threat of the tribal marked man from Kwara against Facebook?
Any day Lai Mohammed shut down Facebook, you know that the whole Nigeria will be in flame. He cannot even do it.
No, he won't. He did it with Twitter.
The whole Nigeria, because even grandmama in the village is using Facebook.
You know, my mother is on Facebook. She never stops posting on Facebook. Every time I go on Facebook, it's mommy there.
What is he even trying to talk? I mean, he can shut down the people's, maybe he feel that they are threat to their administration. But for ordinary Nigeria, not because of other, threatening, because people are criticizing based on you guys are not doing well. So if you do well, people will praise you. But if you do bad, people will criticize you and, all kinds of things. Him talking about shutting down. Do you know that if you shut down Facebook, there will be riot? I'm telling you.
There won't be. I don't think Baba Akure agrees with you. Baba Akure.
There will be riots.
Who is going to cause that riot?
I'm just waiting because I don't believe nothing is going to happen.
What is going to happen? Nothing going to happen in UK. We just shout. People will just shout. The way they shout on Twitter.
No, Twitter is a lot of people doesn't have Twitter handle. Almost all Nigerians have Facebook.
They use more Twitter than, especially the young, funky ones. All these girls selling hair on Twitter and whatnot.
Yeah, but for Facebook now, almost everybody is in Facebook now. Even people
nothing is going to happen. You are talking as if you have a government that is responsible, that will listen to, that care about your feeling. They don't care now. They don't want to do their own.
The only time they may not want to do that is that because they know that if they are campaigning for election, if this is done in the election campaigning, then they can open it because they know that they will use it as well because they use all the platform. So they will open it at that time. But if not for their own benefit, nothing's going to happen. Don't let
well, it's true. It's true, but that's just my own opinion now. I mean, that's just my opinion because we might think that something might not happen in a long run. Something might happen, but that's just my own opinion, So I don't know whether if they shut it, if something will happen. But I mean, that's just what I feel like saying, about that space. So like Mohammed, I think less than, just 1 year from now, they're out now. 1 month.
Yeah, less than a year, So they should let them not just do any more damage. I think they've done enough damage. Yes. So just quietly leave and let us see if we can recover the country.
Yes.
To the Abubakar Malami space, Lai Mohammed is telling us that even though he has withdrawn his forms for the governorship, that decisions still to be made by Mallam Buhari as to if he continues to be a minister. So he and 4 others, their fate still hanging in the balance. What verdict then are you anticipating from the Aboki from Daura?
There's nothing. Buhari will not do anything now. Buhari will not do anything because since their tenure is already almost over, they will leave him. More especially that Abubakar guy. They will leave him. Because he has so many cases that he had not even treated. Look at these IPOP cases now. Nnamdi Kanu, because if they change him, which means the case, the dynamic of that case will change. You know that.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure because it's the department, not him personally, that is the ministry that is handling it. So and by the way, they have lawyers that they commissioned to. So he's not actually the one appearing in court to, so yeah. So I'm
Okay.
not, yeah. You have to understand, it's just from Utmanda Fodio University. It's not like it's a proper lawyer or anything.
Okay. Well, I mean, Buhari will not do anything now. I mean, those are his cronies. He won't do anything. I mean, they will just say it, come openly and say it now. Then at the back, they know what they do. So he just, I mean, that's just to show people that Mohammed, he's working now. One man,
No, I'm not, because he was pressed on the space, but I'm not sure if they caught him off guard and he just needed to say something. Because you'd have thought that the option was to say that the people that are seeking elective posts, they should resign,
yes.
Their portfolio. But these people, they decided to withdraw their candidature, so which then excludes them from that. But then Buhari held a goodbye party for ministers that were meant to be leaving, and these people were at that goodbye party. So if they've said goodbye, so why are they still saying hello? So just somewhat a convoluted space.
I think for the fact they have not tendered their resignation now, I don't think they still need the job now. What do you think?
No, there are speculations that they have tendered the resignation. Maybe not Abubakar Malami, but certainly, and I don't think he Gigi as well. But Timipre Silva, people speculate that he tendered resignations, but I don't know. But should Buhari still sack them anyway? Is really the question.
Well, like as I said, he will not sack them. Buhari doesn't even have time for them, sir. He will not sack them.
All right. Thank you, UK. So let's go on from UK. Let's go to Baba Akure. And Baba Akure, let us take you to the space. Then the farmers, they are now the anchor borrower scheme, which is meant to be like a boost to help improve food productivity within the country, a soft loan for small-scale farmers. So they got the money, but they've decided to keep it as the national cake. So do you agree with what they are doing? Is this something that, because of course, other farmers then don't have access to that loan? Baba Akure, unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. It is very funny because when I was home, because I will have to bring this one in. When I was home, I already heard about this issue of giving money to farmers. And one guy came to me and he said, when I get that money, this is what I'm going to use the money for. I'm not going to use that for what they asked them to do. So
it will use it to marry Selifa.
So when I read it in newspaper, I said, okay, this guy will get his money now, and he will of course use it for what he planned to use it for. So, well, Nigeria, everything goes. Nobody can query anybody. Nobody can. So how much did they give themselves? How much? Maybe
I thought it was I thought it would be in the region of maybe 500,000, but UK was telling us that it's up to 50 million, but I'm not sure.
50 million for one person?
No, I don't think that can be right, but more like 500,000.
For where? How many? So they give them 50 million for where? Not up to that. The guy that told me when I was home said about they are going to give them like 400,000. That was what he told me when I was home. And he said, "Oh, he's going to when he get the money, he's going to use it for whatever he want to use it for." So automatically, most of them have that mindset that they are not going to pay it back. That is how politicians eat our money too. So we get this one, we are not going to pay it back. So that is the system we find ourselves. So when politicians do what they have to do, nobody's querying them, nobody punish anybody, so everything goes. Everybody just try to get whatever they can get from Nigeria, not what they can do for Nigeria. And that is what we are still seeing, this issue of political dispensation and those people that are vying for.
You are sounding as though you approve. Do you approve of them considering it to be national cake?
No, I'm not approving that. I'm saying that that is how Nigeria goes. Because let me tell you something, right? Let's start from the politicians. If they do something that is not right and they get punished, do you think somebody that got loan of 400,000, don't you think they will pay it back? Don't you think so? They will, but because there is no punishment for any act for any actions.
Okay, let's say for the purposes of the conversation, the allocation for that scheme is 100 million naira, 100 billion naira. So all of these people, they take all of that money, they say it's national cake. So the next round of farmers then, so is it just bad luck? It's tough luck?
Well, that is how it goes. That is how that we are talking of Nigerian space. You can't do that here. You get money, you have to pay it back. So, but the system we are running, that is why you see all that happening. Not that I'm approving it, but that is what you get when there is no sanction, when people do something wrong. So that is it's not that I'm supporting it, but that is what you get when everybody's just behaving anyhow. So that is it. You can't change that. So unless we have good government.
I just think it's a pity, the way because this is a scheme that can self-perpetuate. It's a soft loan. The interest rate is not that high. So if they paid back, another round of farmers borrow it and paid back, then everybody benefits. But we're
talking about Nigerian space here. We still go back to the issue of punishment. When there is no consequence for actions, everybody will do anyhow. How are you sure that the second set of farmers that they want to give money to also, if these people, how are you sure that they are not going to escape with the money too? But these people just use fast number.
Does that loan not even have collateral? From your conversation with your friend, did he indicate that there will be some sort of collateral for the loan?
He didn't say anything of such. He didn't say anything of such. Even this money that you're talking about, those people that will get this money, we have to be from APC. Most of them, I can assure you, 90% of them we have to come from APC. You can go and check it out. So when there is no consequence for actions, that is what you get. Everybody just behave anyhow. Nobody's going to do anything about it.
All right. Sadly, that's the Nigeria we find ourselves in.
Exactly.
But Babakure, this is a recurring story. Quick notice again, we're back there. Presidency frowns at call by northern elders on a section of the country to leave. So no prizes for guessing which section of the country the northerners want to leave. So the northerners now, and not even leave the north now, they are inviting the Easterners to leave Nigeria, but the presidency is saying they are not within rights to request that call. But Nnamdi Kanu did not even say 10% of that before they locked him up. So should they be doing more than just saying they have no rights? They should, because this is an incitement to violence. So should they then, with the same cane of Nnamdi Kanu, flog the northern elders as well, Babakure?
Well, there is no doubt about that. So was it Northern Elder Forum said that, or just
no, Northern Elders Forum.
Okay, so then the leader need to be arrested, or almost all of them, but they are not going to do that because they are in the same group. You see, like we always say, there's a different law in Nigeria. There's a particular law that applies to northern part of Nigeria to the south. So we operate two different laws in Nigeria. One guide north and one guide south. So that is why you see that Nnamdi Kanu can just be arrested. Sunday Igboho can just be arrested without even fighting anybody, without even doing any bad thing. So they cannot apply that to the northern part of Nigeria because it's different space. They are the policy that hold Nigeria. So whatever they do, it goes.
How long can this two-tier system sustain? Because obviously I'm not digesting it, you are not digesting it. because we saw it with Deborah, we see it in this instance, and we see it countlessly. So how long can this sort of system subsist?
Well, honestly, one man, I don't know until when we really know if we really agree that we want to live together. If we agree that we want to live together, that is until then would be, I believe, we can sustain it. Otherwise, we can postpone the doomsday, because the same day that that this lady was burnt, Deborah. I don't know if you are aware that the same incident happened in Lagos State. That one guy was beat up and burnt down just because of 100 naira.
Yes,
between,
we just discussed it. Okada rider.
Hausa Okada rider. They stabbed him to death and they burned him. So, in fact, a lot of things has happened to the extent that Nigeria is supposed to just collapse, but we still stand still. But we are waiting and see what is going to happen.
Do you think the Southerners in Nigeria are too timid?
I am not going to say that.
Why not?
You know the reason? Let me tell you something, one man. We still go back to this issue of how individual brought up and our relationship with one another. You see, we respect our elders, like the way Northern Part respect. They are so submissive to their own leaders. So you see, the reason why we are not still fighting is that I think we are still watching our leaders to see where we are going. But this election is going to determine what is going to happen. I can really assure you that. I can really assure you that. Just wait until when this primary done, and we know where PDP is going and where APC is going. It's not that southern part of Nigeria are timid. It is just that it's not a.
But we've never shown fight at any point in time. See how quickly that story that I just read you. Some girl got knocked down and died out of the carelessness of a Okada rider. Mm-hmm. They held the guy but burnt his vehicle, and off the back of that, the Hausas, they went and burnt the whole of the shopping mall of all their shopping spaces. They burnt everything down.
Yeah, like I still said, all these things still come back to issue of politics and stuff like that. Because you see, northern part of Nigeria, they hold the power. So I think what is happening is that the Southern, they are waiting for their leaders. They are waiting for their leaders before they react. I think that is what is going to, in my own opinion, anyway.
All right, thank you, Baba. Correct. So the suspension of the Accountant General Ahmed Idris for stealing 80 billion naira. So I mean, why would they even do that? What does that even tell us? Because there are countless incidents of countless of them stealing in open glare. Nothing has happened. So why him in particular and not others?
Well, one man, let me you see politics. It is very funny, right? If you are not in line with some cabal or some ruler of any specific political party, you will get punishment. I think this guy is not in line with the political party, but I can tell you, anytime he fall in line with this political with this either APC, his sin will be forgiven. His sin will be forgiven, because we see a lot of people like that. What happened to Malami and Ameshi and all of them? You can make okay. Look at those people that just pardoned the other day, because they are in line. If you steal $1 billion, if you are in line, your sin is forgiven. But if you steal 1,000, you invest 1,000. If you are not in line with this political party, then you will be punished. It doesn't really matter. It's not issue of APC or PDP alone. Most political parties, how they always behave. That's how they always behave. If you are not in line with them, they will pull you over. I think that is what. But nothing's still going to happen. It will just pay little money to buy lawyer, all this lawyer, buy them, and then they defend him.
You know, they factor that into their stealing. This is what people say. So when your head of parastatal, he goes to steal like some 20 billion naira, some he already knows that he's only keeping 10 billion of that money. The other 10 billion
to fight the case.
Yeah,
exactly.
So, yes.
So,
and you know this son, they can do magic. All these
exactly,
they can do magic.
Exactly. Because you know what's happening, they will burn down the office. Just wait. They burn down the office and the file lost.
You know, we're still waiting for that. Maybe we're still waiting for them to start burning down parastatals, because that will, over the next few weeks, we expect to be hearing that.
Just wait. Very soon you will be hearing all that. So, or maybe they will tell you that, the case file is missing because it's already bought its way. Pay money to where the money supposed to go, then the file lost. So where are you going to? How are you going to file the case when you don't have file? So nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. We are such in a mess country, man.
And Mohammed threatening to shut down Facebook. We have to take it seriously. We've seen him do it before.
Well, like I said earlier, I think it was Ciro who was saying that Nigeria will fall apart, or the sky will come down. It was UK. Nothing is going to happen if that happens. If it does shut it down, nothing is going to happen. The only time that that they may not do something that is stupid is that when they know that this thing is not going to favor them. And I can tell you, if he shut it down right now, during election, when they want to start campaigning, they will of course open it, because he knew that they need all this avenue to campaign. So, but for them to just shut it down now when nothing much is really going on, nothing is going to happen. Nigeria will just make their noise and then they will forget about it.
All right. Sadly, that's the truth. So there's no, that's just the truth. But my mom is on Facebook, and she enjoys posting. Anytime she goes to something, she likes to take pictures of her outfit and post it on Facebook.
Yes.
So
please, when she goes to Owambe.
Yes. so please.
But that is the country we find ourselves. So, but like I said, nothing is going to happen. Absolutely nothing. We just make noise. I hear now that the students said they want to shut down all the airports. We will be waiting to see that, if that will happen.
Apparently, they started shooting them. They started shooting the students. This is what we are hearing. They started.
I think one happened in Ondo. I think it was yesterday.
Yes.
In Ondo yesterday, I heard that they shot some students, but I don't know if there is any casualty or whatever. But I read about it. So then I now refer back to Lekki that these people our police officer, they will never learn. But actually, we not all of them are the same. We have few, just minute, out of them that have sense, but most of them doesn't have sense. Most of them don't have sense. So that is it.
All right. That story. Soldiers accused of shooting at students protesting against ASU strike in Akure, Ondo State. Ondo State capital, to disperse them. So I have the video here, but maybe it's too graphic for me to. Let me see. So this is just a recurring decimal. It's always
exactly. We are not. In fact, like I always say, I think military is even better than. I know that some people will be commenting here that we are talking stupidness, but sometimes we have seen military that is even better than what we are seeing right now in Nigeria.
That's the images of what went down in Akure. Soldiers accused of shooting at students protested against ASU strike in Akure, Ondo State capital, to disperse them. So look at that.
So what is the difference between democracy now and military rule? Rule? Because it's still the same gun. They turn to citizen. Eh? I am telling you, even military is even better than what we are experiencing right now. You can imagine you going back to your country, and you say you are practicing democracy, and they have SS at the airport to be checking your passport to see if you are one of those people that is talking against government, pull you aside. So what is the difference between that to that of military? That's not different. So
it's quite a scary prospect, you know, that you go into the country. This is North Korea, isn't it? This is what you expect from North Korea.
Exactly. There is no difference between North Korea or China. Even China is even better. So Nigeria is a very funny place. It's a very funny place. So that issue of social media, they did it to Twitter. They can do it. They can do it also to Facebook. It is something that is very common within Africa. We see how they block that in Uganda. We see how they block it in the Cameroon and so. So they can do or not do because they are in power. They have that power.
Do you think we have to wait for this generation of politicians to pass before Africa can never be rescued? Well, I'm talking about people like Museveni, Buhari, all this. Because if you look at places that they have civilized human beings, like Ghana, like Rwanda, you can see the indices of development there. But if the places that we have this 40 years president never leaving the office, like Buhari has been the president of Nigeria since the early 80s. Museveni has been the president of Uganda since and all of those places, you just see that it's hemorrhaging.
Yeah, because
do we need this generation of people to pass before we ever, and they know how to hold the country by force?
Well, let me tell you something, woman. We cannot wait, because if we wait, then Africa is doomed. Because when these people leave the power, they already have somebody that is going to take over from them. That will even worse more than the way they rule the country. So it is for masses now to take the bull by the horn. And I'm very happy. I think some youth based on what I read online anyway, I think some of them are waking up. They believe that our PVC is going to determine. I mean, it's going to serve us in 2023, and we should be able to get it right. They commented on what Tinubu say, that he has to go be the president of Nigeria by fire by force, something like that nature anyway. Then they start commenting that we see in 2023, I mean 2023, because our PVC is going to show if you will get there or another person. So it's not going to be like the way you guys used to do the election in Nigeria. So I think if we have that mindset, we can get it right. And like I always say, if Nigeria gets itself together, the whole black race will get themselves together and they'll be well respected.
I agree with you. The whole of the black race is waiting for Nigeria, all of them. So and this is what we hear all the time. All the interactions that people have with other Africa, all black Africans, they look up to Nigerians. They call Nigerians super Africans.
When we talk about Nigeria, the people will say, "Oh, we always refer back to the past glory." Well, it is true, because if you look at there's a video of Tafawa Balewa travel to United States of America. You can see the honor of God that they gave him at that time. You can see that the president came out and welcomed him. You can see that he was side by side with the president, and they were discussing. That was when Nigeria was Nigeria. We were well respected at that time. So if Nigeria can get back that glory, the whole black race will be respected. You could be from South America, you could be from West Indies, you could be from Black America, you can be from Nova Scotia, because we have a lot of black in Nova Scotia.
Why is that? Why do you have a lot of blacks in Nova Scotia?
Because that was where in Canada, that was where they shipped the slave.
All right.
Yeah, so that's why we have much black people there. So we have black people, much black people in Nova Scotia. So you can be a black Canadian. You can be, once Nigeria gets itself together, the whole black race will get themselves together, and they will well respected, because they know that, okay, there are some people that will be there for them if anything happens. Can we be there for ourselves right now? Can we be there for ourselves right now? If you cannot fight for yourself, you want to go and fight for somebody in South America, you want black race in South America, you can't do that, because you don't even have say in the world. So it is pity.
All right. Hopefully one day we will get it right, because we must get it right, both for our sakes and for the sake of humanity, because Nigeria is too important a country to be governed by somebody like Buhari. It just doesn't rhyme.
That is why it is very difficult to break up Nigeria, because they know the importance of Nigeria in the life of black race.
But look at the country for a moment, Baba Kore. Look at yourself. Look at this platform, the quality of persons there. Look at people like Madam Ngozi, Akinwumi Adesina, Professor Wole Soyinka, Chino Achebe. The country that of those people, but is being governed by somebody like Buhari. How is that possible?
You see,
how did we let that happen?
You see, one man, and those Nigeria that are doing legitimate thing, anywhere Nigeria go to, they dominate. In my community here, I'm well known. It's not issue of making out. So we dominate anywhere we go, because we showcase our talent.
But how did we end up? But then how did we end up? Because it doesn't cohere, it doesn't rhyme.
Can I say something?
I wonder. Sorry, I wonder if certainly the first African to get a Nobel Prize, Wole Soyinka, if not the first black man, probably not. You don't get more accolade than that.
What of Chino Achebe?
He won several Booker Prize. Benukri, several Booker Prize. Science, technology all over the place globally. Oh, my doctor is a Nigerian. Every doctor in London is a Nigerian. And when you have a president called somebody like Buhari, how is it possible?
One man, when you're talking about Nigeria, you are talking of human race that God really created in every endeavor. Are you talking about movies? Are you talking about music? Are you talking about science and technology? Name it.
One man, can I say something, please?
Yeah, come in, X0. Yeah.
One man, there is a limit to individual excellence. That's just the answer to your question. There is a limit.
What does that mean?
I mean, collective excellence is the way to go. I'll give you instances. There's a reason why Europe is forming themselves into a bloc. That's why you can easily travel from one country to the other without being checked, because you are checked in the first country. If Nigeria has to get it right, even with a bad president, America is still sustainable. Even with Donald Trump, America still survives. But because we don't have the kind of institutions that America has, Buhari made Nigeria look like a gutter. Nigeria doesn't have institutions already. Nigeria was depending on the kind of president we had. But if you had a country with strong institutions, no matter the kind of president that comes into power, the institutions will stand their grounds. They will put the president right when he's trying to go wrong.
No, it wasn't even that was lamenting about. What I'm lamenting about more is that the quality of the Nigerian person is so high functioning and so internationally renowned that it doesn't rhyme with having a president like Buhari who is barely is barely literate, can't articulate, not coherent in thought or action, nothing at all. That he should be the president of a country like that produces the sort of people that country produces. So that's what I mean. In a Nigeria that is Nigeria, somebody like Buhari should be not more than a megad. And I'm not even being disparaging. It should not be more
it doesn't
than
work like that. It doesn't work like that.
For all that he has and all that he shows and all he has to contribute, somebody like that should not be more than a megad.
In fact, right now, when you said this, I just realized that Nigeria has not gone full cycle. We are still under the underdeveloped age. That's what I just think. You know why? This Buhari that you are talking about is among the first set of military people that went to Warsaw. They say he never passed. He's the only one that didn't pass.
You have to be able to read it to pass it. Can you read?
So he's one of the first set of people that they forced to go.
You know, part of my thoughts. Sorry to interrupt you, X0. Part of my thoughts that this guy is full-nice the country is that really he cannot trust himself to have conversations with people in English. So he has to surround himself with Fufude and Hausa so that they can tell it to him in the language that he understands. Why would they understand anything other than good morning?
Yeah, you know? You're right. He's the kind of person he's the kind of person that wants to surround himself with only people of his kind. He's the type of person that is not fully developed.
He's intimidated by intellect. This is what I think that is his resentment of the Yoruba people and the Southerners in general. He's intimidated by intellect.
Exactly. I see that in some of the white people here. They don't want to confront a black person because they're scared, because they don't understand you, so they're scared of you. That is exactly what is happening in Buhari's case. He doesn't want to confront the other ethnic groups because he's scared. That's why he surrounds himself with his own people.
Yeah, because he's scared of the intellect, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He thinks they will outsmart him.
Yeah.
So he has to continually rely on force because he doesn't have the intellectual grounding, the cranial functioning.
To rally with you, exactly.
You know.
But then, what caused this is because
I want to disagree with you. I want to disagree with you guys that he's scared of intellect. No.
Right, because he has because Oshibajo is vice president, Abi.
No, he's not scared of intellect. He's just after achieving an agenda of Fulanization. That's it. That is, it's not a matter. Look, if you have put Fulani people highly people of high integrity among the Fulani that are not corrupt, that are very highly integrity people in those strategic positions, people that of good character and
how many of those type of people are there? How many name 5 Fulani person that is upstanding, intelligent, and fit for purpose? I can name 10, name 5, and I think
one man, please.
Let me tell
you.
Please
don't go there.
Let me tell you.
No.
Hold on, one man. Hold on.
Let's say Tinubu. So how is the Southerners more intellectual than him? Someone that outsmart Tinubu in his face.
We'll get all that. He didn't outsmart anybody. It's brute force. What we are saying is brute force. But let's hear from Ajane Koko.
Look, the smart Fulanis are not known. They are not in. No, hold on, one man. Hold on, one man.
It's an oxymoron. It's an oxymoron.
Hold on, one man.
Fulani is not a word that you can use together.
Ajale Koko, I will talk after you talk. Let me explain to you, okay? But continue.
Let me tell you, there are smarter Fulanis out there that are not in your corrupt politics, as well as we have smart Yorubas that are not involved in your corrupt politics.
Name two
and
Fulanis that are internationally renowned.
No.
Internationally renowned Fulanis. Name two.
Well, forget about internationally renowned.
Oh, okay, so they are smart, but it's a secret, Abi.
Yeah,
It's a secret smart.
Let me tell you, I have seen some highly intelligent Fulanis that are professors.
Really?
All right? In some of the universities.
Where?
Look, let me tell you.
Which university?
Forget about Madam Fodio. What I'm telling you is that all leaders you have around your country, in your political spaces, are all failure. Tinubu, in Igbo land, everywhere, they are all failure. We are not using our best in Nigeria, period. All over the country, our best are not in play. We don't have them in strategic position in our country. That is our failure. That is our failure.
How Buhari is smart.
Buhari is not that Buhari is scared of intellect.
Well, he always has been.
But no, he's not scared of it. He's just after achieving an agenda. Fulanization. Let me have my people in strategic position, but not the best of Fulanis.
Can I counter that?
Fulanis. We don't have our best too. We don't have our best at play too.
But
we don't have them.
Our mediocre is better than
Is Tinubu your best?
But
is Tinubu your best? Can I make a comment there?
Let's say from Exiro. Go on Exiro.
Yes. You see, a smart leader knows the best way to go around leading a country is to allow everybody to flourish. The dumb one wants his ethnic group to be everywhere. That's the simple truth. That man is scared of other people rising. It's the same thing. If you are scared that the South will be better than the North, so therefore you want everybody to be under Fulani, you are scared. Because everybody has to be, you know, how much are they getting from the economy right now? But can you imagine how much they will get from the economy if they make everybody flourish? Then everybody pays tax. You know, tax can give Nigeria 100 times what they are earning right now if everybody is fully taxed, because there's income tax, there's a VAT from in Sweden here. Everything you buy, a percentage is going to the government. It's called
zero. Let me tell you something. You see, the leadership, the number one person in the country determines who the quality of leadership in the number one person in the country determines who is going to have around him. If you have a failure, if you have a failure, a man that does not even want to lead the local government as your number one, no, surely people that is going to have around him are going to be a failure. That is what happened to Buhari. Buhari is a failure as a person. And the people he have around him are mediocre like him. And that is why he's failing. He cannot identify the best. He wanted people around him that are mediocre. And you know, mediocre, they will go for anything. So whatever he tells them to do, even though it's against the law, even though it's not the right thing to do, they will follow, because they know themselves they do not merit that position they occupy. They were brought to that position by favor or tribalism, or how do we say it? So look, we don't have the problem we have in Nigeria. Is a general problem that we don't have our best occupying the position of, political position and strategic position
And that's because
across
we
the
have
country.
we have a dumbass president.
Yes.
That's why.
And you know why?
What of
You
in
know
your
why we
state?
don't.
What of in your state?
You know
Forget
why?
about
You know
the
why we
federal
don't have
Jose
government.
that.
Makinde is a top man. He's a top man.
Do you know why we don't have the?
What of the one you have
The
in Ogun
result
State
of
that is a corrupt person?
Which one?
What of the one you
Ajaleko.
have in Ogun State? The one you have in
But it's still clever, even if
which
it's corrupt.
clever?
It's still
Which
clever.
clever? Clever
Ajaleko.
for where? A corrupt person is
Ajaleko.
clever. A person that
Yes,
served in a
now.
jail and
Yes,
lied that
it's
he never
clever. It's
involved
still
in a
clever.
criminal. It's a
And he
criminal.
maneuvered himself to a state house. So that's clever now.
Is Fayose that talking about stomach infrastructure a clever person?
Yes, because
You don't have.
there's poverty in the
Let's be
land.
ashamed.
So it's
Let's be
addressing
ashamed.
poverty in the
Let's be
land.
ashamed of ourselves. Is what is the name of that Anambra State governor that just left? That's looted the whole fund, the whole resources of that state.
That
Is he a
remains to be
clever
proven.
person?
That remains to be proven.
Eh?
That remains to be proven.
Are you trying to
Allegedly.
Are you trying to support those corrupt people now? Those corrupt people. One man. That one that stole all the money in the
kitchen. I'm the one that is always telling me you are innocent until proven guilty. I'm only going by what you tell me now.
Can I say something? Know why? You know why Buhari is just the worst kind of president, or you know why we've been having bad leaders? Is because, simply put, we have not spread education and made it a compulsory thing up to a certain level. Simple. If you invest in the people and say, okay, everybody must go through this process to a certain level, even the worst of that system will be average. You understand? That is why Europe are investing in education and say everybody in most European countries is free, because they know that one day they might have the worst as a leader if he's popular enough. But if you don't have this education, look at what students are even protesting that they shouldn't strike. If you have no education is expensive and people cannot afford, and the minimum wage is 30,000. You have not made education an important thing. You have not made it a value that everybody must attain. If you make it compulsory, you have changed Nigeria up to 80%, because the worst person, if he emerges as president, he will be okay. And that is a simple way of removing crime, solving crime through one thing, solving poverty through just one simple thing: education.
The best governor you have in Nigeria today is a northerner, Governor Zulum.
No,
that is the best.
No, it's not.
Okay, who is the best?
It's Charles Soludo. Charles Soludo is the best governor.
Which Charles Soludo? But I bet one man just stop that. The person that just came in yesterday. How can you say he's the best? Person that we have not seen his performance.
Tell us why you said Governor Zulum is the best.
So you have not been seeing what Zulum has been doing? You want to tell me you have not been seeing it? Just let us throw this. Let's throw this tribalism away.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not arguing with you. I want to know. I'm just an innocent.
Answer this question.
Zulum is the best governor in Nigeria today.
Who's more civilized, the north or the south? Answer that question.
Zulum is the best of the best. He makes sure that things works in that state. He follow everything.
But I heard that state have only half local government. Some local government are in bandits' hands.
Yes.
If we are going to be honest, and if we are going to avoid maybe being sentimental about Biafra and all that, I think is Umai, if I'm being honest. To be honest.
Forget about Umai. Which Umai?
It's always an equal man with you.
What about
Sheikh Makinde? What has anybody better than Igbo? Look at this guy.
Which Umai? What can you say about Umai? Look, forget about all those gigantic this thing. That guy is not pocketing money in his pocket. He cannot forget about infrastructure he's doing. A man that cannot sustain his state without federal government approval is a mark of failure on that government. A governor that cannot sustain his state financially and economically without the funding from federal government, just take it that is a failure.
No, Ajani Koko, you can't say that. Federal government
that is number
always
one.
comes
But
in some way.
we are seeing Sulum the way he has worked hard, the way he went to several places to make sure that those that are in in camp, the way they are taken care of, infrastructure, the way he monitor it, the way he goes to school in the morning to check what is going, and he has caused so many, the way he visited the hospital in the midnight to see that some doctors are taking bribe, and a lot of things that he has changed. The way he went to university, polytechnic, and see that all the money that they have voted for development infrastructure, educational infrastructure are not used to the best of as expected. He took out them and he started. Look, that is the way. Governor must not just sit in their offices. They have to be out there to work, to monitor what the money they
all right.
sign up, how the money is working.
I said Buhari is afraid of intellect. So let me cite you let me show you an example of what I mean. Hopefully this is what I'm looking for. So listen to this.
President Buhari, there's great interest in your thoughts on many issues, on investments in the Northeast, on the Continental Free Trade Agreement. Feel free to take your pick, but would you like to take the microphone and leave us with President Buhari, there's great interest in your thoughts on many issues, on investments in the Northeast, on the Continental Free Trade Agreement. Feel free to take your pick, but would you like to take the microphone and leave us with a final thought from you? I think it's probably already turned on.
Oh, look at that. Oh God! Oh God!
One man, we don't want to look at this. Don't let us go to bed sad. Let's take this out, man.
Hold on, we must see this. This is where we are.
One man, let's hear what he said.
If you are talking,
don't let us go to bed sad. One man.
If we are talking, you won't hear him now.
Take it away.
One man, let's hear him talk.
Yeah. So yeah, let's.
Well, thank you very much for the observations. We'll start with one on the Northeast. All the questions, I think, will reflect about Nigeria's preparedness to accept investment and secure the confidence of those who are going to invest or those who are already there. I believe for those who are following us closely, they could recall on the political campaign we conducted and the success we scored was based on three things. First, securing the country, and in particular, the person who mentioned the Northeast. The so-called Boko Haram was occupying a large chunk of that part of the country, and they caused a lot of damage to the infrastructure, especially educational and health. And then the economy. We have a very young population. Our population is estimated conservatively to be 180 million. This is a conservative one. More than 60% of the population is below the age of 30. A lot of them haven't been to school, and they are claiming, that Nigeria has been an oil-producing country. Therefore, they should sit and do nothing and get housing, healthcare, education free. But let me tell you that recently, my Minister of Education or for Information was constrained to answer a question when people accuse the administration of doing nothing. He said, let Nigerians be reminded what position we were before May 2015, what condition we are now, and what we have achieved between then and now. And I think people were impressed with the answer. The security, we have done quite well. Economy, we have done very well, especially in agriculture. We're providing soft loans, and the guarantee is just you have to belong to a certain locality and you have got land. You don't have to go to the banks, and bring a physical collateral. So I think a lot is being done. And
all right. So that response, it bears no relationship with the question, of course, that they asked him. It's just
nothing to do with the question they asked him.
Yeah. So it's just but that's the point I'm making when I'm saying that this guy is intimidated by intellectuals, is intimidated by intellect, because he gets confused easily, especially he has to contend with your intellect and then he has to contend with the language barrier. He already doesn't understand what you're talking about, and then he has to articulate a response in a language that he has no real command of. So he's intimidated by intellect.
Or he's just being thoughtful. Somebody mentioned some time ago.
It is a government to the government.
If you listen to someone like Obama does not really. He's a man that says one word and thinks like for 30 seconds before saying another word. So maybe that's what he's doing. I think I'll go with Ajanle Koko. The man is just that he knows what he's doing.
It doesn't. Do you want me? I don't want to replay it because it's too. But the question that they asked him bore no relationship with the. So he was already prepared with something what they told him to say. I could bring you two more that are a lot worse than that. Just no relationship that the interviewer had to stop him and redirect him, and then he still went on that trajectory, and he had to stop him again. And then somebody in the middle of the conversation then had to interpret it in Nigerian English, and he didn't even. It's a mess.
You're talking about.
Can I interject, please?
Hold on. Let's hear from Ife.
One man to also buttress or to look at if he's this intelligent as Ajanle Koko and CBD claim. They were asking him about the grazing routes. What does he think we can do to stop all these farmers herders clash? He was still referring back to cattle routes of 1874.
I think people are getting my point wrong. I'm not telling you that he's a good man or he has he can speak in the clearest form or he has I don't want to use some words, but I'm telling you that he knows exactly what
it's not the poor grammar, it's the incoherent thought. The thoughts they don't align with what is what is being asked of him, which then makes you question.
It does not even align. It does not even align with modern practices.
It just says jibba jabba. They just say just jibba jabba.
What is his result? He has used it to dominate the entire country by putting
but in a crude force manner. It's not a cleverness now. It's crude brutish force.
I don't think he's the one doing it alone.
I just think that
what did CBD saying about Obama? What did you say about Obama?
He said Obama is also Obama staggers his speech pattern to pause for thought.
Obama thinks every word the man says, he has to make sure he thinks about it, and it's all about the intention.
I didn't pick that up. Maybe you pick that up.
What is Mbidi talking about?
You guys are not even understand. You people are just bent on confrontation. Try to understand.
No. Why are you so sensitive, man? People disagree with what you are saying.
Everybody knows Obama the way he speaks. How will you even disagree with something you
said he pauses for thought in between words.
Yeah, I meant it in a complimentary way, and you guys are thinking I'm maybe.
Yeah, but that's factually not true. What you said.
I think the reason why it's because
it speaks with fluidity. There are certain people they call them spellbinders. What these people can do through the power of oratory and articulation, they can command a space and move you mentally and emotionally in directions that they intend to move you. This is a power that Obama has, power of oratory. When he
You're right.
pauses, he's waiting for that applause and that
Yes,
response
you're
for you
right.
to calibrate it, and then
One,
he'll
one,
move
one,
you.
one man, you're right.
It's an art,
You're
it's
right,
a
one man.
gift. It's
You're
like
right.
Yes.
being Lionel Messi.
In fact,
So
I'm just
don't worry
tired, man.
about
I'm
that.
telling
He
you,
commands. He
listen,
commands the
listen.
audience.
That's exactly
Wait
what
first. Let
he
me
was
talk.
trying
You
to say.
people, I don't know what is your problem. Listen, let me say
DVD, don't be
something.
emotional. Don't
I
be
think
emotional,
I'm not emotional. Calm down. All of you, calm
David is
down.
getting increasingly
Calm
Charles
privileged
down.
here.
kan sọ pé kó má wà emotional.
Look at that.
Listen,
Charles is
listen.
now calming you down. This is where we are now. Charles is calming you down.
You people should calm down. I'm
Look at
telling
this
you
guy.
that I'm not saying that Obama is not all what you're saying. I'm telling you that the man everybody here will agree that he's a very politically correct person. And once he wants to make one of those is politically correct speech, he does not just say anything that comes to his head. He has to analyze it before he speaks. That's what I'm trying to say about Obama, and you guys are here. But what I'm also saying,
Can I come in here?
wait now. What I'm also saying about, I'm tired when I keep hearing this narrative from the South that we're intelligent and smart and all that, and they every day
Are we not? Are we not?
No. Okay, what is the
No,
result?
are we not
I
though?
want
Are
to be
we not? No, answer the question first. Are we not?
Yeah, you're intelligent academically. It does not mean that when it comes to applying it
Are we smarter than the Mallams?
you're smarter in the books. Now use it and control the space. Use it and control and develop your people. Use it and control your economy, your resources. You can't. And these people are doing it much more than you. They're even coming to your
How are
space
they
and
doing it?
dominating your space.
How are they doing it? Through
Yeah,
smart or through
you want me
Brutish force?
to okay, let me use the Tinubu example again. He has used Tinubu to push his agenda. Where is Tinubu today shouting that he's running to Abuja, all that. And it's the same Tinubu that someone will come and say is more intelligent than Buhari. And what is the result today? So these people might not be that book smart,
The politics
but
has
they
not
are
played.
smart
No, hold on. The politics has not played out fully yet. So for you to say that he has outsmarted Tinubu, the politics has not played out fully yet. So you're a bit premature in that conclusion.
Yeah, okay, but at least you get my point. The point
No, I
where we
don't
are
get
now
it
is
because the point has not been made. The
But one
politics
man,
has not played out.
apart from that, the reason why it seems like Buhari is smarter than Tinubu is because what Buhari is enjoying today was not built by him. It took the military years and years of creating those constituencies, those states, and those to make the North so powerful. So no matter who comes out from the North still have more constituencies, more senatorial districts that they can vote anything out into their own favor. Anything you want to put or make to come to fruition, you need their votes.
But that is the 1999 constitution, bro.
Exactly.
And it wasn't even Buhari that outsmarted Tinubu.
Yeah, it's not him.
What I would suggest is that Tinubu was actually outmaneuvered by a Fulani cabal because you remember that Aisha Buhari told us that her husband's administration has been seized by people. When Buhari came in, you remember what he said? He said he was for nobody and it was for everybody. So which is to indicate that he wants to govern for all. And then very quickly after that, he fell ill to the point that people thought he was going to die. And it is in the process of that was when then they circle wagoned him, these Fulani clansmen, the Abakaris, the usual suspect, King Gigbe, Maman Daura, all of these people, they circled around him with circle wagon. And of course, in that moment, in that area of vulnerability, he had to rely on his own. And so they circled wagon around him and they seized control of his mind and then they played him. So it wasn't actually even Buhari that played Tinubu especially, but it was really the vested powers in the corridors. And not through any Fulani. They just wanted to loot and they seized control of this guy and they used him. So it was actually the cabals that used Buhari and then to dump. It's more complex than it's more complex than just to. But that's just my own.
So at the end of the day, he's the one in power and he's the one that controls the party. So if you like, give him the credit or not. You can't choose when to blame Buhari and when not to blame him. He's the one there, so that's the one.
In reality, not the reason why not powerful, not to share oil. That's the reason they're powerful. Not that powerful.
Yeah, nobody heard what you said.
One man, I've always said
oil. They're not that powerful. Plus, they're not unlike Western education.
No, Charles, you are not speaking up enough for anybody to understand.
It's not that powerful.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
Because they don't have oil, but don't like Western education. So to sound more civilized than that's a fact. I'm sorry to say, to sound more civilized than the North. One man, you're right.
I'm always right. You know that.
One man, I've always said this. I've always said this that the problems we are facing today is strictly because of the leaders from the North. If you see the way Nigeria is built, Nigeria is created, we can never do anything right. We cannot, because we are not equal. We are not. Some people say the North Central, the North this. There are so many people from the North in the federal constituent House of Reps, in the Senate, that you cannot get anything passed. You can't. It is closed. It's a closed chapter. You cannot. How are you going to do it?
Let me support you, bro. Let me support you. You see, when the APC came in, they campaigned, to restructure Nigeria. But when they came in, and the Nigerian people were asking them, are you not going to restructure? Do you know what they said? That those that are clamoring for restructuring now are doing so because they lost election. And if you knew where to ask for restructuring, you know where to go to. And that is the National Assembly. And when you go to that National Assembly, they have the majority. The population there is on the side of the northern Nigeria because of what the military did. So you cannot get anything passed. If it is going to benefit the South, you cannot pass it because they vote in block. That is the problem. Thank you.
Well, all right, thank you. So let's move the conversation on. Babakure, back to you. I'm not sure if you remember where you were, but back to you, Babakure.
I don't think I remember where we are anyway because we've already moved ahead. Let's just go to another topic if there's any.
All right. Okay, then I'll give you. Okay. Hold on. I want to give you something to react to, but hold on. Let me just get it. Let me get it right. I can't seem to. All right. This is not coming up. Hold on. Okay. Let me have you speak then, Babakure, on the space of this Ahmed Idris, the Accountant General supposedly of Nigeria, who thinks that the National Bank is his asset. So he's now been suspended, of course, for stealing that 80 billion naira. So what are you then making them? But why has he been singled out is the question. Because they are all stealing, so why especially him being singled out? This is the curiosity, Babakure.
Well, like I said, to me, what I read to that is that he might have already done something wrong because in this administration, we always hear from them that when you cross a carpet, your sin is being forgiven, and that is what we are seeing. This issue of Goodluck Jonathan as well. So if you are not in line with them, you will be punished. I think that is what is playing out here. Maybe there's some deal that's supposed to pass around. Maybe he alone eat everything, and then they have to.
All right, I think I've asked you that before. Have I?
I think so, but
yeah, go on. Yeah.
They might punish him. They might punish him for that. So that is it.
All right. And have you spoken on Lai Mohammed's threat.
Yes,
Oh yes,
yes.
that's where you were. So let me take you then to the space that Abubakar Malami is still under the threat of being sacked by Mallam Buhari. This is what Lai Mohammed told State House correspondents. So to that space, Lai Mohammed was saying to State House correspondents that the decisions still to be made, even though Abubakar Malami has withdrawn his application for to run for the ticket for Kebbi State, and he and a few others, not just him, they continue at the FEC meeting. But they've gone past that deadline of the 16th for them to resign. They have not. So Lai Mohammed is telling us that the president yet to make a decision on that space. So is it your anticipation then that he will ask them to leave?
Like I said earlier, I think last week when we were talking about this matter, and I said nothing will happen. And I think, to be honest, I think they are still on their right, because the president asked them to resign if they want to continue with their political ambition. However, they jettison their political ambition. So I don't see anything wrong in them attending meeting or be in the cabinet or come back to work. You ask them to choose one, then they choose the one that they think is the best for them. So I don't see anything wrong in that. There's nothing to cause for alarm there. It is just that maybe they are just playing us, that the government is doing something. So they are right. They are right.
All right, thank you, Babakure. So let's go on from Babakure. Babakure, let's go on to Ife as we continue to progress the conversation. Ife, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
All right, brilliant. So Ife, I want to start you off by inviting you to react to this clip. I'm still trying to label that Buhari space and him lacking in cranial functioning. So here another example.
My question relates to another area of Nigeria that hasn't gotten much attention during this trip, and that is the Niger Delta. It's a challenge that you're going to face. I wonder if you would tell us how you intend to approach it, with particular reference to the amnesty, bunkering, and inclusive development. Thank you.
I hope you have a copy of the election results. Naturally, constituencies, for example, that gave me 97%.
Don'ts.
Not, in all honesty, be treated on some issues with constituencies that gave me 5%. Well, certainly there would be justice for everybody. Everybody would get his constitutional right. But
Americans just be shaking their head.
Hold on.
In constituencies, where they either share hard work, they made sure that they got their people to vote and to ensure their vote count. They must.
Sorry, I want you to
they must.
Sorry, let me just look at pay attention to the moderator, because I'm reading that it's just saying, sorry, Nigerians, you are finished.
They must. They must feel that the government has appreciated the effort they put in putting the government in place. I think that's really fair.
You see, he sounds moving.
By the Constitution, no state can be excluded from government.
Nigeria
So there's
president.
no way, even if I were to show gratitude to those constituencies that heavily voted for me, against those that didn't even vote for me, they have the protection of the government. And I made an undertaking in that. That I belong to everybody, I belong to nobody.
Nobody.
If I come clearly and show and marginalize a certain group because they didn't vote for me, then I have already written myself. And I'm sure people will be too quick to pick that against me.
All right, if I want you to hold on to that answer. So hold on, everyone. So if I want you to hold on to that answer, but I want to remind you again, just very briefly, the question that was put to him, and then see if the answer marries the question.
My question relates to another area of Nigeria that hasn't gotten much attention during this trip, and that is the Niger Delta. It's a challenge that you're going to face. I wonder if you would tell us how you intend to approach it, with particular reference to the amnesty, bunkering, and inclusive development. Thank you.
I hope you have a copy of the election.
Oh, okay. So the lady was inviting him to speak on his Niger Delta strategy, and so I mean, what was the answer? What did he say? What was that? What did you hear, Ife? Because I'm not sure. I just said what did you hear? I didn't. What was he saying?
He was being asked the problem of Niger Delta. The oil spillage, bunkering. How is he going to address it? But he started answering the question in form of the result of the election, which are two contrary things. But I think what affected him here is because of the election result, he is not ready to even look at any other region again. So if you ask him something, it's another thing. It's like somebody who went to watch football and slept off, and you woke up in the waking up and he's still unconscious, and you're asking him come and eat, and he's telling you Man U 2, Liverpool 3. That's what's happening. He's already have a preconceived notion of
Ife.
Yeah, Vin.
You see, sorry to interject you. You see, what the man is suffering is cognitive inertia. That's what he's suffering from.
No, I don't think so. I think he allowed that election result to blind him as to whatever is happening in another region. He does not care again. So if
Thank
you
you.
ask
I
him
think
anything,
before you're understanding the point where I'm coming from. It's not forget all those things you people are trying to say. I know all that, but the man knows exactly what he's doing and what he wants. Maybe you people are looking for some oratory and some.
No. I think what people are looking for. Let me not even say people, but myself. My expectation was for his responses. I think we've played two videos now. My expectations was for his responses to relate to the question that was being asked him. So you hold on. You don't go to an exam hall and they ask you what is 1 + 1, and you say A, B, C, and then E, F, G. They didn't ask you to. So his response, they have to relate to the questions that's been asked him, not what he wants to talk about, but the question. If you understood it, which it doesn't seem to.
I believe he understood that question quite right, because at the end of the day, he was saying that in all fairness, he was saying, he used word like in all fairness, he used words like, well, everybody will be protected under the Constitution. The problem he had was he allowed that election result to overshadow.
The lady was asking him about oil bunkering. I played the question twice. She was asking about oil bunkering.
I know.
And he was telling that somebody gave him 5% and somebody gave him 90%. Nothing at all relating to the question.
Abstract.
No, that's the Fulanization mindset that is
Exactly.
So
Because of that.
his answer
mindset
his
in his
answer did
head.
not
Muhammad,
cohere
I
with
didn't even
the
know that the
question.
lady asked him about oil bunkering. You mean?
That's what she
You mean
I
the
played it
lady?
twice now. She was asking him about
Oh
specifically
my
about
God.
oil bunkering
All
and the
bunking, yeah.
and the Niger Delta strategy to resolve that. And he was saying, in all fairness, I hope you
Yeah,
have the,
so
the result of the
part of
election.
The
They
his
only
gave
thing
me
that came
5%.
The only thing that came to his head was Niger Delta results of the election. Once he just had Niger Delta, that was
And
the first
that's the second video that he did not have any concept of what's being asked him.
Oh my
The
God.
same thing with the Arise interview. No concept of what people were talking.
Yeah.
It's
He
just
was out, in the
it's
Arise
gone.
interview.
The
One man in the Arise interview,
that
he was
guy
asked
is number
about
one colonization agitator. So that is what is in his head every time, and he have to express
Exactly.
it wherever he go. So
Even he's not pretending. That's the one thing you people need to give to him. He does not pretend. I think the disingenuity, how did they even say that grammar, is that some people that claim to be intellectual, I'm not pointing fingers, that supported this man, all of a sudden somehow are expecting him to
No, you
act in
have
a
to let that
sophisticated.
space go, man.
No. I'm
Are
not
you a
talking about
Yoruba hater?
anybody
You're a
or any
Yoruba
group in
hater.
particular. Well, man, I'm not talking about any group or anybody in particular. I'm just saying some people that supported this man, and somehow they are also expecting him to be some kind of intellectual, and the man has never hidden his intentions, and we already knew that this was what was going to happen. So,
But to be fair, I was a critic of Buhari too, and I fought very hard in that 2014. Everywhere I knew, I was just trying to warn people. But I never knew he was this far gone or this bad. I knew he was bad, but I don't think people had anticipation that this was
One
anyway.
man. One man.
Yeah.
You know what? OBJ said it all when he said, if you are expecting something new to happen in this administration, it's like you are flogging a dead horse. So he made clear, he said it all. So it is clear, it's obvious. How can you ask someone a straight question and the person is answering in abstract manner? That is horrible. He knew what he's doing.
He's
His
selling
mind,
a very
mind is
bad
set up.
image of that
His
country. Very, very bad image.
mind, yeah, Ajali Koko. His mind is made up on what he wants to do, and he's teaching you, he's teaching the South how to use political power.
And that thing, and since his mind is made up on what he wants to do, it allowed him to becloud any other question you're asking, even though we know that he was incoherent.
exactly. He only had
Look at the
Niger
issue of
Delta.
Hold on. Let have some.
Look
Yeah.
at
Let
the issue of
him have
IPOB.
expression.
When he was asked about the issue of IPOB in that Arise news, you will know that he has allowed the judgment of what he thinks about I'm sorry to say this, the Igbos to becloud his judgment of who IPOB is. He was saying that IPOB are people who have own businesses in the whole country. So you start thinking of yourself, are all Igbos, do all IPOB members have businesses in the whole of the country, or is it the Igbos that have businesses in the whole of the country? So these are the things that I think affected him as a person. I understand he's old, and with that age, incoherence come with reasoning at times. But
No, it's not
because he
true.
had
It's not true.
at
It's not true
that
of his
age.
age. No, it's not true
No.
of his age.
Do you think he's a young man?
What do you mean it's not true? Are you speaking as a
Is he
medical
older?
lecturer?
Is he older than Edwin Clark?
No,
Look at
not
everybody
everybody now. But you're not a medical
exactly.
expert. So we know.
No, one man. It's not everybody that has the grace of old age. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Yeah,
No, I
some
agree with
people.
what you're saying now.
Yeah, so we have to speak to how we have seen him, But since he has nursed those ideas over those years, this thing now affected him. You ask him A, he's saying B. But you see, to every answer he's giving, his affiliation to always his tribe, his hatred to the other tribes. Even Fanika already mentioned it that when Buhari came to him, he was saying he cannot forgive what the Igbos did.
No, that's a lie. Do you believe Fanika? I think he made that up for the purposes of causing up to Nnamdi Kanu and his posse. Do you believe what Fanika said in that space?
In that space?
No, don't trust that guy. Don't believe anything that come out from that guy mouth.
Is a pathological liar.
He's a liar. I don't believe it. I don't believe it as well.
I don't disagree with you people that he was lying.
Well, of
That's
course,
just my own.
of course. Now we are. Would you say anything different?
You people are always talking about looking at the facts, removing.
What have you heard that Fanika said that is right? What have you heard from him that ever come right?
Analyze it practically. Wait now, analyze it practically. How can he?
In CBD, please.
Yes.
This word, you people, is not too good. If you can use another word, it will be better, please. You people, it's not too good, my brother. Please.
The thing is that how can somebody like that come out in the public someone in his position, and he knows the kind of political setting and he knows the kind of reaction that Buhari can take, and he will come out in the public and say things like that, and you're saying that everything he's saying is not true, and nobody called him. Did you hear anybody inviting him or summoning him?
There are people that say a lot of outlandish stuff. That they don't get invited. Every single day, Sowore will go out and say this crooked regime, these criminals. Why are they not picking up Sowore for all this lambasting?
How do you want to trust Fanika Ode that
you have to step out of that Eastern space once in a while?
He said a lot of things against APC, and later went to join
Eastern
APC.
Space, man.
He said a lot of things against APC, and he went to join them. He said a lot of things against APC. He said a lot of things against Buhari, and he went to them. How do you want to trust such a person? You don't give him any benefit of doubt at all. Look.
So why did the presidency not debunk that?
How many narratives are out there? How many people will they debunk? Countless people say endless. They only give him the oxygen of publicity, and then he will struggle that even more. In most instances, they just ignore. Father Mbaka, he's always running down the government. Everybody runs down the government. Everybody embellishes and makes up stories. He was cozying up to Nnamdi Kanu and his posse, and he made up a story that would rhyme with their worldview. That's all he did.
Fanika Ode is not some blogger or someone online. Fanika Ode is someone in the political scene of Nigeria. For government not to.
All right. Yeah. Let's move on.
All right. Let's get back to it. If I round off your space, your thought on Buhari's seeming cognitive impairments, then I'll take you to the talking point. Back to you, Ife.
So because
and please step out of the East once in a while. Let's have a conversation with you, not your Eastern you. Back to you, Ife.
Yeah. So because
that's a dishonest representation of my character on your platform.
All right, sorry, CBD, but that's just what I think. Yeah. Because I always think that everything you put an Eastern inflection on, I have to be honest with you. I feel that every topic you want to put an Eastern inflection on.
Then I'm sorry, because that means it's only someone that has already taken
Eastern inflection. Yes, it will spin it from an Eastern. You just Igbofy every topic. It's not necessary now. You can just speak as you feel, not just. You don't have to be Igbo all the time.
CBD is not different from Vin.
That way.
Yes, of course,
Anytime talk about
accuse me of something that everyone here does. So is this it means that you guys are not being honest?
I don't want to respond to you. I don't want to respond to you.
No, V,
Address
don't
the
respond
CBD.
though. Just leave
Yes, address the
Don't
CBD
scatter
and
this
then
place.
address you. Okay.
All right.
Yaba, do you notice that Vin and One Piece, they never see eye to eye. These two
You know,
guys.
Tell my brother there he should address the
It's
CBD
like
and leave me out
Java
of it.
and Rational Mind.
and by the way, the comment section agrees with me in CBD. So maybe I'm not entirely wrong, but there it is. It's just something I observe. We love your company regardless. You know you are one of our favorite voices, but another favorite voice, Ife. So back to you, Ife.
Yep. So we know Buhari is incoherent, and that incoherence and lack of intellectual capacity has affected the country. Even if I was still very small, I don't know anything. I was not old enough to understand what happened during his military regime, but people who understood what happened then said that the economy was just bad during his regime. That
I can give you an example. There was a time he shut down the country, and we got to a point we were doing trade by barter with Brazil, all for goods, because there were so many embargoes. That was under his military administration.
Yeah, so it shows you that he's not the superhuman that we want him to be. And like Obasanjo has said, this if you want anything from him, it's like you are kicking a dead horse. So let's be sincere. That's who Buhari is. The only leverage he had was he was part of the military in his regime, and since the constitution is more of a military government, he was able to bring himself back. And the only way he brought himself back was to use of force. And we cannot testify now that part of the insecurities we are seeing are the handwork of what brought him to power. And that's why these guys are always calling him, we want to see the president, we want to see the president. So it's not, Buhari is not an intellectually capable person to rule that country. That's the way I see it. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And to the farming space that we were discussing earlier on, farmers not repaying loans believe it is national cake. So a lot of conflicting opinions on that space. A lot of people feeling that, yes, if the politicians are losing, then why should the farmers pay back the loan? But it's a ring-fenced amount of money that is meant to serve that industry. And if they don't pay back that loan, of course, that is the end of it for other farmers. So where do you stand then in the farmers considering the loan a national cake?
There has never been a farmer loan initiative in Nigeria that has ever worked. You see that part of the money is being siphoned because you have the big politicians that will come into that space because they have farms to get the loan even before the real farmers get the loan. So at the end of the day, the farmers at the bottom chain level get the loan. They just get meager things. And this idea of throwing money at every problem in Nigeria has not worked. And why is it that they are always using this? Just because they know that's the only way they too can siphon money, you know? Imagine Emefiele came out and said it's the money that gave the farmers that the farmers used to purchase from for him. So what happened? The ratio of the money that was used by the federal government to what has actually been remitted, I don't even think they remitted anything. I know that that program was more or less not successful. So for me, instead of using all this farmer loan, farmer that, farmer this, it's even irony that Nigeria as a country does not have a program where, let's say you want to learn how to farm with modern machineries, you go there, learn, then they give you some loan to start off. More like a technical college, you know. We still take this farming as a farming of hoe and cutlass type of farming. Farming has gone way, way beyond hoe and cutlass ideology. I don't know why that space is still like that, but that's part of the problem. I run a farm to back home, but the truth is,
What do
whenever
you
you want
farm?
to
What do you farm? Yam.
animals, no
All
animal.
right. What
Yeah.
chicken?
Now, obviously, you should know the type of what's it called that will farm in Badagry area, right?
No, I don't know Badagry that well, but anyway, if it's a
Oh, I
secret,
have,
then
I have, a, I have a piggery. I have a piggery.
a piggery. Yes, I did imagine that was a piggery. Yes.
I do piggery
Yeah.
too.
Okay. What piece? That's good.
What do you use to feed your pig?
Wheat offal and there's this um industrial this thing, that industrial feed from the waste of malt production.
Yeah. I use a cassava waste.
Okay. Okay. Yes. I think that's what we can get in my own side, because if I understand, I served in Niger Delta area, so I know there is more of cassava production there. For you to
Yeah.
get those things in your area will be much easier. What
Mm.
we have more in Lagos area is the malt waste from the beverage companies. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on about the farmers. Yeah.
Yep. So these are the problems farmers are facing. Before you can access a veterinary, it's hard. So the question is, what did they even do? It's not as if this money are productive. They are not productive, because if it's productive, you should be able to access, like we are talking now, feed. For you to even access feed for your animals is hard. You have to sweat out, So what's happening in that space? So I think they all come together and conjure some type of scheme for them to loot the money. And when the bottom end of where the associations, when the bottom end sees that this was happening, eventually anything that gets to them, they just spend it off. So I don't blame them, even though I know it's not productive. But it's the example being set by the people at the top that they are following, So that's the way I see that space.
All right, thank you, Ife. And Ife, to the fate of Abubakar Malami et al., that Lai Mohammed is still telling us that decisions are still being considered. They were invited to resign off the back of their political ambitions. They've jettisoned the ambition, but that doesn't seem sufficient enough for them to hold on to their portfolios. Expect P45 soon, is what like Mohammed said to the journalist. But do you anticipate Buhari sacking these people so late into the day?
Well, man, you and I know that before now we've said that Malami is a criminal in that space. I don't know if Nigeria will ever produce a type of minister like him again. And it's a slap on the justice department or the judicial sector in Nigeria that would be the best brain that will be occupying that space for them. I was thinking it was serious that maybe he will resign and go for his
senatorial ambition, governorship,
gubernatorial, gubernatorial admission. So it tells you that actually he wanted to use the power of the state to rig himself into the office. It's not as if he has that political base in his state, but he want to use the power of the federal government to rig himself, into the office. But now the ties have changed. Okay, he has to weigh which one pays me most. So what I'm going to do is just to stay in my ministerial post, loot the things I want to loot, and embezzle as much as I can embezzle until the 1 year we have remaining, If not for that court injunction now, I'm telling you, what they want to achieve is glaring. They wanted to use their offices to rig themselves in either by the electorates that want to go and vote that will either get in the crossfire of the election violence, So Buhari will sack him, Buhari will not sack him. I wish, but he's a key member of Buhari's cabinet. He has been with Buhari from the CPC era. So I frankly, I don't see Buhari removing him. I don't see Buhari removing him at all.
I don't either. I think if his name was not on the list, he will sack the rest of them without a thought. But he cannot sack the rest of them. I'm talking about Ngige. I'm talking about Talen. I'm talking about the other ones. So because a lot of them did it, and then when they were asked to resign, they withdrew that. He would have sacked them, and they say it's a principled stance. But because Abubakar Malami is enraptured in that, he's not going to move because he has to sweep him up too. And like you said, he's been his lawyer. You used to be his lawyer pro bono for years and years, free of charge, So it's not going to. How can somebody like Abubakar Malami, he doesn't have beyond Uthman Danfodio University. It's not as though he has an expanse of academic credentials to present. In a country that every other space is a lawyer, countless lawyers. You know that Nigerian justices, they sit on cases in satellite little countries like Liberia, Sierra Leone, etc. I think it's even the Nigerian judicial space that swears in a lot of these satellite African countries' presidents because they don't have sufficient enough. So all of that legal, richness and what we can produce as I'm going to check his CV again, but what we can produce is Abubakar Malami as can you imagine that? It's a lot.
One man is only Nigeria has.
Yes, and that's why
Nigeria has a lot to do with the Gambia. When the Gambia was going through their ordeal there, a Nigerian general was their chief of army staff. So they were controlling that area, and the judges were also in that place. Apart from the Gambia, there is no other place. I'm aware of that.
How do you mean? So apart from the Gambia, there's no other place that was?
Yeah, there is no other place there are judges like you were saying in satellite African countries. No, it is the Gambia because Nigeria was controlling that space.
We were in charge of the judiciary and legal department of is it Swaziland. This was that little country by South Africa. I think is it Swaziland?
Yeah, it is Swaziland, yes.
Yeah, Swaziland.
Swaziland.
Yes. But Nigerian
and I'm pretty sure Sierra Leone as well, or Liberia.
Nigeria used to be
not Sierra Leone. Not Sierra Leone.
What do you mean not Sierra Leone? You can't say not Sierra Leone. Now you say you don't know. You can't say you.
One man, I am saying that Sierra Leone is a very diverse nation.
Right.
I had experience over there as well.
Yeah, you served there as a military man,
but we were not controlling the judicial system. Even Liberia, we were not. What I know quite sure was the chief of army staff in the Gambia, their judicial system. A little about them. That's all. And Ajali Koko is saying Swaziland. I don't know. I'm not aware of the Swaziland.
Well, there you are. So you are not aware of it. So there it is.
Justice Aguda used to be their chief judge, their chief justice.
Is that in Swaziland?
Yeah, back then in Swaziland.
Yes, I'm pretty. I have
and
to
Nigerian trained them, their judiciary system, set it up for them, and trained their personnel and everything. And we used to be, I think, their chief judge back then. So Nigeria has contributed a lot to even the Sierra Leone you are talking about. We might not be top of them, but we trained them. We did a lot of things, after the war, to help them back up their civil service, to get back on track. So, but look at who we are today. It's just unfortunate, man. Oh man.
But before I come back to you, Fair, I was just checking the CV of this Uthman Danfodio guy. Just a bit of because it staggers somewhat that this guy is the Minister of Justice. Abubakar Malami, a Fulani Muslim, was born on the 17th of April 1967 in Benin, Kebbi, the capital of Kebbi State, northern Nigeria. His early formal education began at Nasarawa Primary School, Benin, Kebbi, before he completed his secondary school education at College of Art and Arabic Studies. In 1991, he graduated from Uthman Danfodio University, where he studied law and was called to bar in 1992. He is an alumnus of Maiduguri University, where he obtained his master's degree in public administration in 1994. After graduating, he became a legal practitioner serving in various capacities, including being a state counsel and magistrate in Kebbi State. So that's his CV, Uthman Danfodio University. That is what puts him ahead of Falano. Yeah, Uthman Danfodio University. It's just a ridiculous something. But if I end back to you,
Yeah. I think that was Botswana. Somebody is just correcting.
Thank you. Yes, I knew several African countries.
Botswana. Yeah.
So Vin, don't say as you don't know, but so back to you, Faye.
Yep. So
you've lost where you were. You were talking about the farmers.
No.
Yeah, go on.
No, we've already left the farmers, So what's happening
go on.
Under this Buhari administration with the ministers? Thank God the courts have come out, unless it will just set a bad precedence for whatever is going to happen in the country going forward. But yeah, it's good he has withdrawn his application for the gubernatorial, and I don't see Buhari removing him. That's the truth. Buhari will never remove him. He's one of his trusted ally in that cabinet. Will never remove.
All right. And to Lai Mohammed wielding the big stick over Facebook, we've seen him strike with that stick against Twitter. So are we then in anticipation then of Facebook being banned in Nigeria? Will Lai Mohammed strike again, Ife?
Look, election is coming. They want to control that space. That's what I'm saying, It's better for them not to allow people to become enlightened, because now they are now saying that the internet is and will in the future, if not during this election, I see Nigerian election being controlled in that internet space, because the population of young Nigerians on the internet is soaring every year. We have a very young population, and because they've made the whole country, there's no job to do. What some people are doing is just to pass their time on the internet, So, assuming they were engaged before in an employment, they would have been using those time they are using on the internet. Even with that, we are in country that we work here. If you are not careful, you find that the internet will just you be online and you end up using the whole day on the internet, and that's why you have to put some form of restraint, either in some form of an app notification to tell you you've used the internet maybe unproductively in this time for a so number of hours in a day. So now I'm thinking Nigeria now, there's no internet, and that most people, with the pandemic of the gambling that is going up in Nigeria, trying to look for easy money, easy cash thing, Facebook becomes a tool, the social media platform becomes a tool for them to explore. Now, since it has become a tool, obviously there will be conversation going around in that space too, and then
I think what is trying to crack down, Ife, is the misuse of it by what he what he brands secessionist. Let me just bring you a feel of what he said, just to refresh. It says, Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, said that Facebook is not doing enough to stop separatists and anarchists from using its platform to incite violence. Mohammed made the claim during a meeting with a team from Facebook on Tuesday, May the 17th. He also said that many have been killed because of these separatist activities, which is also destabilizing the country. The minister said, I have called this meeting to enable us to discuss the increasing use of Facebook by separatists and anarchists, especially those of them based outside of the country, to instigate violence and ethnic hatred in Nigeria. For whatever reason, they seem to have now chosen Facebook as their platform of choice, and their tools include disinformation, incendiary statements, and hate speech. They use Facebook to broadcast to reach their followers, who are in the thousands. They tag those opposed to their violent ways as saboteurs who must be attacked, maimed, and killed. They use both English and their local language as suits them. Our social media people have been monitoring these separatist, anarchists, and purveyors of hate and have been reporting their atrocious actions to Facebook, but all they get are default responses that their complaint has been received and are being looked into. Most of them, most often than not, nothing is done about such complaints. The truth is that whatever Facebook is doing to check these people is mere tokenism and totally ineffective. Lai Mohammed also reiterated that he has always advocated for responsible use of social media. Some have tagged our efforts as an attempt to stifle social media. They are wrong, because we have no intention of preventing Nigerians from using social media responsibly. All we are advocating is responsible use of our social media. So what he's saying in essence is that the space is going to, because of course the terminologists, saboteurs, etc. So he essentially inviting Facebook to weigh against all these Simon Ekpa type of elements that have now found home there.
Why is it that all these leaders don't address the root cause of every issue? They just try to address it at the surface. What is majorly causing agitation, and everybody knows on this platform, first is that constitution. Secondly, lack of opportunities. If you want to start a business now in Nigeria, one man, you know the amount of money and hurdle you have to go through. Now the price of diesel, can you imagine? The airlines want to, go on strike. Banks are rationing their operation hours. Companies running on diesel are laying off workers now. Fix all these things. Let people be engaged. When people are engaged, the issue of somebody staying online listening to things, we reduce. And another thing he's talking about that they are not tapping into in Nigeria is using of indigenous languages. The space indigenous languages have in Nigeria for economic development is not being maximized. I think it's a slap on the Nigerian state that a BBC will come into that space, have a BBC Hausa, BBC Yoruba, and BBC Igbo, and is more flourishing than the Nigerian NTA. It's a slap on the Nigerian state as a country. The Nigerian state ought to have exploded. It's like you are saying CGTN China comes into the Britain and more British are aligning to CGTN than the BBC, or Radio France, that the BBC has more coverage in France than France 24 or or BBC is having more coverage in Germany than DWTV. You know. Now he's talking about people using their indigenous language for separatist agenda. The question is, what's the Nigerian government doing to use this indigenous language to engage people in those spaces? Because all our Yalata, Yara, Eleron, they use their indigenous language. So why is the Nigerian government not creating space or economic value for these people? So if you don't create economic value and if there is a void in space, obviously another person will have to fill it up. So that's what's happening. But fix the economic issues of the country, fix security issues, because if you fix all these things, anybody even talking about agitation or separation or secession, the space will be what the topics they will be exploring will not be that much, you know. So that's the way I see it. And unfortunately, that like Mohammed, I'm sorry to use this, so I think their age group has a way they are thinking that is lost in reality of what's happening in today's global economy. Let me put it that way. The Lai Mohammed's generation, Buhari's generation, their way of thinking is, I don't want to say has lost relevance, but you know. But the truth is, it has they just have to leave that space.
Yes, I somewhat agree with you as well. There's a chasm. There's a language that Shawore used to use during those days that an analog president in a digital age. So what we have essentially is an analog mindset in a digital age. They have no concept of any of these things.
One man, don't be surprised that he will even have a Facebook account. He does not know what to do on Facebook.
No, he'll just be You just think that it's a space to catch babes. If you can't catch babes,
you'll be like, should you buy me post ticking? They will, you know,
yes.
post ticking.
Did you see that image once of Buhari holding an iPad upside down?
Yeah, I saw that.
You see, holding an iPad. Look at this. It's unbelievable. It's a lot. You know, we are dealing with a lot in Nigeria. He was holding an iPad upside down.
This image this picture that you talked about now, you need to bring it up. You know, you just need to look for it so that this issue of Buhari incoherent with reality and his intellectual capacity, maybe in CBD we need to change his idea on it. You know,
it's quite a thing. You know, but it's such a hopeless situation. But people might say it's photoshopped though, but we'll see. There's plenty of it anyway. It's all over there. Just Google it, you'll see it. It's quite. Can you imagine that? It's just. Should somebody like Buhari be the president of Nigeria?
One man, you already know the answer to that. You know, Buhari is something that should never ever happen to any country. Imagine a Ghanaian pastor, and when it's happening now, a Ghanaian pastor was even using Nigeria as an example of what should not happen to a country to his congregants in Nigeria. In Ghana, then, when he was saying the worst country, Buhari is. I hope we learn from the mistake, but the truth is, Buhari should never happen to another country on that again.
You know, because Nigerians are very quick to forgive and they are very quick to bounce back from situations. Do you know that by 2024, 2025, we will just look back and think that was a bad dream that we just had, you know? Because the country will just, if we rebound,
these things are what we always used to laugh in our beer. When you get one plate of good penny, you just talk, maybe we were there in 2016, be like, in 2000, maybe in 2026, then you'll be like, what happened in 2022 stroke 2023 should never happen again, and we move on.
The
Unfortunately,
Buhari administration
I
would
don't
not
know.
be the new, the law that Nigerians will always say they don't want to revisit is the Abacha era. But after Buhari now, it's going to be the new law, that we must never go lower than where we are now. We must never go, we cannot afford another another experience like this. We cannot afford it. In a world that is moving so relentlessly forward, we cannot afford an experience like this what we are under now ever again.
Yeah, one man. Can I come in?
Yeah, come in.
You see, Nigeria will not revisit what happened today if 2023, 2024, 25 will be worse than what they're experiencing today.
How so?
It depends now. In a situation, nobody knew that Goodluck Jonathan's period will be better than this one today. And
Well,
nobody
a
knew.
lot of people knew. I think a lot of people fought very hard for Buhari not to come in because they had the anticipation that it will go like this,
Anyway.
but not this bad.
Anyway.
We're in a serious situation a very serious situation in that country, and that
Very
situation
sad.
is being paid
Sad
for
indeed.
in human lives. That's the real thing. The situation we're in Nigeria is being paid for in human lives every single day. We are inured now to death. Death is just you
Around
just
the
hear
corner,
it.
yeah.
You just hear it and say, what a pity. After that, what a pity is left your mind. Because look at when somebody dies in France, that they will turn all their national flag down and everybody is putting tricolor. But in Nigeria, it's just a day. It's just an hourly thing. It's a lot, man. But if I round off your thoughts on that space, and then I'll go on to X0, who I think we may not have anymore.
Yeah. So, we don't pray for another type of Buhari, but the way the election is going now, the way the campaign is going now, I just hope for the best. That's the only thing I can say. I just hope for the best. But I want the Nigerian space to please explore the use of our indigenous languages so that foreigners who don't come out from that space and even do better than what the Nigerians can do. Enough of all this, our gratification of some type of ability to speak in English, which is more or less foreign to us, but where most of our population speak our indigenous languages, and we cannot bring them up or improve their walk of life using their indigenous languages. So
you know that they still use that as a measure of intelligence. How well you are able to articulate yourself in English is still in Nigeria. Am I wrong? Is that not what people used to measure you?
One man, that's the truth. That's the truth.
Yeah.
That is truth. Some people can be dumb, but because they speak good English, people will be like, like if you go to his space, he will use English to finish you. Meanwhile, English is just a way to express yourself. We have our Yalata there who know how to manage their business properly, but because they cannot speak English or because they don't have a curriculum to develop them in their indigenous languages, maybe a business curriculum. And you find out that these things are actually done to exploit that space or to segregate them so that they don't move forward in their business or walk of life. So that's the way I'm saying. So,
in fact, it's one of the things that they hold against us in this space. They say we are too, we should be using pidgin. But I'm not sure that my pidgin is up to par enough for me to. If we can do it in Yoruba language,
seriously, I think anybody that is saying that is unfair because we have the likes of Ajanle Koko at times that speak Yoruba and CBD at times, even articulating himself using Igbo language, word piece, and what's it called? The other guy from Benin, they normally speak Benin to each other at that times, The whole idea is just
Where
to
is Lord Michael?
Where's Lord Michael? I was thinking that when as if
Where is Lord?
if I was talking that
I mean,
okay, my people
I
we
missed his
might
pidgin. Where
yes.
is saying it now? I said, oh, I wanted to ask about this guy.
Yeah.
Lord Michael, if you are listening, come back. What's going on with you? Your pidgin, everybody miss him now.
He's off spending that money that he recovered from Nigeria. You remember he came and told us that he got his money back, the one that was lost in transit.
One man, maybe they rendition him as well.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
What about
we miss
what
you.
about Ovie?
Listen to us. We miss you, brother.
One man.
Yeah.
What about Ovie?
Well, I don't know. It's an open mic session now. I put anybody that turns up. So well, Adale Koko will tell you. I don't contact him to say come on. If he's in the mood, he comes on. Baba Akure will tell you. So, and as you know, I just sometimes I open the session. Nobody turns up. I read the talking points and I shut it down. So that's just how it is. So yeah. But back to you, Ife. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the on to add that the Nigerian space should please develop our indigenous languages to a world standard for education and to translate into the betterment of either the economy and the well-being of people. Don't let our indigenous language be regulated to the barest bottom. So I think that's why I want to add on this platform tonight. If anybody is hearing, take the news back.
Hold on, Vin. Let Ife round off because I want to, but let him round off his thoughts. Go on, Vin. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, if I buy into what you are saying. If you look at here in Ghana, let me use my normal slang. Here in Ghana, the first members of parliament in Ghana here, most of them were not literate in English, and the policies they made that time is what we are still enjoying today. I do not know when any of you will visit Ghana. The policies, one of the best policies they made here in Ghana was the Valco Smelting Company, one of the largest aluminum smelting company in Ghana, in West Africa. And the same people built the Tema harbor, the major harbor in Ghana today that is raking billions of Ghana cedi. The same illiterate people in English, let me put it that way, built the road. In fact, the road they constructed in 1957, the Tema Accra motorway, is what we are still enjoying today as I'm speaking to you. And it's a double-lane dual carriage. Concrete built since 1957. We are still enjoying them today. This is what those people that we regarded as illiterate in English did for us here in Ghana. I do not know if there is any better way to say it than this.
All right, thank you, Vin. So let's go on from Ife and go on to Insibidi. So Insibidi, are you still with us? All right, we don't appear to have Insibidi.
I'm here, one man. Why you? I know you are happy that maybe you don't want to hear my voice.
Well, look at this guy. You are a very sensitive fellow, but
no, that's a joke, obviously.
I know it was. But let me take you then to the space. Lai Mohammed wanting to shut down Facebook, so emboldened is he by what he considers his successes with Twitter. So what are you then making of the threat from the tribal marked guy from Kwara?
Well, he said he has been sending his social media guys to report pages and all that. Can you hear me clearly? This
Perfectly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Carry on.
We can hear you.
All right. So yeah. So he said he has been doing all that, and obviously Facebook will not just wake up. And I don't know if the man has even read the terms and conditions of Facebook before even coming out to complain about Facebook. Maybe he thinks it's just one of these government-controlled media houses in Nigeria that he can just tell what to do. So it's possible that they can. They
He's
might want
asking
to
them to shut down Simon Ekpa and the rest of the rascal from the southeast.
When he's talking about the rest of the rascal.
You know that the saboteurs, the sabos chanters.
Yeah, but he was also trying to not to group any. But obviously, I think the main target in the statement might be going towards maybe Simon Ekpa, maybe Mayego also. But Mayego not so because he was just saying that Mayego does not. I think Mayego is the one that speaks more of Yoruba, right? Simon
Yeah,
Ekpa,
my go is hard though. My go is hard as well.
yeah, he speaks more of Yoruba. Simon Ekpa speaks more of the English and all that. Maybe once in a while he uses some Igbo phrases and all that. But yeah, it's the thing is that me personally, I've not
For
seen, I've not
ECBD,
had.
please. ECBD, what do you see about raising fund for ESN online? Don't you think maybe it's this what is these people are maybe
Yes,
trying to climb down?
yes.
Yeah, but they also okay, yeah, okay. Let me not do what about. But you see, the ESN, obviously, because of it's not backed by the government, they will definitely
Should
be.
it be? Should they be backed by the government? ESN.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think their ego or pride or whatever will allow them to go that route because they've already spent a lot of time and resources. Is that from my side?
No,
They've
it's
already spent.
it's from Pansat. Go on.
Okay, they've already spent a lot of time and resources trying to, just how to criminalize the organization by attributing anything negative, to it. So,
Is it not a criminal organization?
no, it's not. It's not. If we go into that now, we might open
It's not.
another.
Was it not criminally formed? It is unregistered, formed by a proscribed
Yeah,
organization. It's a criminal enterprise.
it can be illegal, but or
If
maybe
it's illegal, then it's criminal. It's something illegal, not criminal.
but most people don't see it as a morally criminal organization.
Moral and legality. Illegality is legality. Now, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. So many things are illegal. People are smoking igbo. Doesn't is illegal in
Yeah, it's
even
a
in the
criminal
country.
act. It's a criminal act.
Isn't it? But you can't call those. Some of them, it's helping them to even maintain their sanity and stay alive. So, and
Ah,
some people,
come on.
some people, some people. I'm saying some. So
Igbo helps you maintain sanity.
it helps some people. It helps some people maintain.
Is that one of the prescriptions in the ESN space? Are you? Is this? Are they all legal smokers? Is
No,
this what
no,
they
no,
are saying?
no. I'm saying that there's a lot of things that are illegal that people will not agree. People do not regard them as immoral. So or as wrong. So some of the things that ESN, most of the people have seen the advantage of having the group. Those issues of people not being able to go to the farm and all that, they don't have it anymore like that in the East. So.
They do. I can bring you stories, but carry on.
Well, okay, yeah. So, in a large extent, to a large extent. So, I don't think so. Like Mohammed, and it's not just ESN. I think even Mayego. I follow Mayego a lot. I also follow.
No. He's talking about the Eastern space. That's what he's talking about, not Mayegun. You know
He
that.
did not mention. Yeah, he did not. I agree that obviously the main target will be the Eastern agitations, but also you cannot discount. Mayengo even speaks harder. It's just that they feel like it's the Eastern space that
Mayego
might
don't
cause
say kill them, burn them,
Let,
kill all
let,
those saboteurs.
let me bring you this other one in CBD.
wait now.
So hold on, let me just bring you this. It says no plan to ban Facebook, like Mohammed. Minister of Information and Culture Alhaji Lai Mohammed has said the federal government has no intention to ban Facebook for allegedly allowing the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB make inciting comments on the platform. The minister said this whilst addressing journalists after the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by President Buhari at the presidential villa. Lai Mohammed noted that the federal government had a fruitful discussion with a team from the social media platform on Tuesday. He said, I had a very fruitful meeting with Facebook yesterday, Tuesday. At that meeting, we expressed our displeasure that Facebook was becoming a power of choice for those who stay outside Nigeria, in particular, to incite violence, killing, burning of government properties, killing of soldiers and policemen, and that they should do more than what they are doing now in looking at the content which are unwholesome, which are being used on their platform. Incidentally, the BBC did a documentary on this particular issue and found out that some of them who call themselves social media warriors in England, in France, and other places have in recent times been using Facebook platform to incite violence in Nigeria. And we have all seen the real life impact of those warmongerings. The young couple who were going to marry soldiers were gruesomely murdered. Over this weekend in Anambra State, policemen were killed, military barracks were attacked, and we did warn Facebook to please do more than they are doing now. And I must say that their response was quite encouraging. They said they are going to look into it. So essentially, speaking about that Eastern space narrative, ESN, FSN, MSN, and all the SNs.
Yeah, what's the name? Lai Mohammed, the man. Anybody that doesn't know by this time that is a very extreme propagandist, then I don't think that person knows what is going
What's
on.
the propaganda there? Is there not that presence on social media that he described on Facebook?
He's a very negative spin doctor now.
Yeah,
Even if
but
there's any,
is there that presence that he described on Facebook? Is it there or is it
yeah,
not?
but nobody is there telling people go and attack. If anything, wait now, let me speak now.
Sorry, go on.
I've had what's the name? I've had Simon Ekpa once in a while. He said, defend yourself. I've heard him. I've heard him
CBD, are
also
you
say,
serious?
I've
You
heard
hear
him.
Samuel say once in a
I've
while. Are
heard
you
him.
serious?
Yes, I've heard him say that once in a while. Defend yourself. I've
CBD,
also
stop
heard.
speaking out of emotion. Just speak to the fact on the public domain.
Why is it that is when I'm speaking, you people like to interject me now? I
I
did
will
not interject
interject now
anybody.
because this is
No,
a
no,
discussion.
it's good to interject, but also
Why are you saying things economically now?
respect my opinion
Can
now
give you
and
10
respect.
videos just since 2 weeks ago that some people have said, kill
So
this,
what is
kill that, burn this, sit at home for 3 days. Anybody's not coming out.
what piece you know?
One piece
Unfortunately,
you are
I
wrong.
don't mean to
You are
sound
wrong.
like that, but I think you make wild assertions. I listened to you in the afternoon. I was
It's
just
only
I
when it
was
comes to
taken aback.
IPOB and ESM, it become
In the
a
morning,
mirage that is not happening. We saw it, they say we
Wait,
didn't see
wait,
it.
wait, wait,
Come on,
wait.
man.
Please, let me just finish. Then you can now take even 2 hours. But what I'm trying to say is this: I've heard him, once in a while say, defend yourself." I've heard him once in a while say, if they kill us, we kill them. That's more of people. He has never said go and attack anybody for nothing. I've never had that. So if somebody is coming to to attack you. If somebody is telling you to defend yourself by any means possible, I don't think that it should be regarded as instigating violence, because it's not, you're not being the offense, you're not carrying the offense, you're defending yourself. There's a woman that the other day shot an invader that tried to enter the house here, and nobody is holding her accountable. In fact, they're even praising her as a hero. And the man was not even armed, but with he was not armed with a gun. He was just like having some kind of is it like a small knife, But she was shot in dead, and it's she's been hailed as a hero. So it's how it is. You don't. There are things that is just common sense, defend yourself stuff. And like Mohammed to me that's his work. There's nothing else. They tell him, those are people that will tell you that 10 people were
Is it wrong in what he's doing in CBD? Is it wrong in inviting the social media space to monitor more the utterances that is insightful and the impact of it being felt and being paid in human lives? Is it wrong to address that?
Yeah, he's obviously you can't tell the social media their work. Obviously,
no, you can alert that their platform is being used to perpetrate. Sorry. Is it wrong? I want to be clear on what you're saying. Is it wrong to pressure Facebook to sanitize their space for reasons of the impact that it is having on Nigeria? Is it wrong?
Yes, he is wrong, because let me make my point clear.
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. Anybody making any hate speech or maybe issuing a threat to someone directly, I support it 100% that kind of speech or whatever should be brought down and even investigated. But I do not support like Mohammed telling Facebook and like they don't know. Do you know how many employees Facebook have? Those people have been able to, I have some kind of history in. Let me not go into. So I know how they operate in those spaces. You understand?
You can tell us your history. It doesn't narrow down your personality, but do you know that Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, even for reasons of this platform being abused, has been invited severally in front of the American Congress? Do you know that?
Yeah, exactly, and that's why.
Is it not the same thing that Lai Mohammed is doing?
Yeah, that's why they take a lot of precautions, and they have taken a lot of precautions.
Do you think Simon Ekpa should be banned on Facebook? Do you think Simon Ekpa should be banned on Facebook?
I've just said,
is it too volatile?
My position is not changing on Simon Ekpa. I've just said it that the man, I've never had him issue any threats to anybody or telling people to go and telling people. It's not from telling people to go and attack.
As usual. Yeah, carry on.
Anybody to go and attack anybody. So obviously, social media, companies, they should do their work and make sure that nobody violates their terms and of service. But for Simon Ekpa, I've never had him. If somebody I've had, don't just come here and make wild assertions and just use your, because of the bias that one.
To be fair, I've never listened to him because I find him somewhat. I don't know. There's something about him, but I think World Peace is telling us that he never stops agitating and inciting.
He never stopped. None of them stopped.
World Peace has already taken a stand
the same
in
pattern,
that.
the signature.
He has already taken a stand in that agitation thing.
Can you come on, man?
But you see,
one man. Instead of 1 minute play, one man. You say you've never listened to him. How come most times here you say Samuel Ekpa always dressed nice? Always
no, I don't say dress nice. So I say the cross dresses. That's not nice dressing.
Okay, cross dresses. Okay, that's what you say.
No, I see him. But I have heard him, but I've never really endured a full session of him because I just find him somewhat. There's just an insincerity. It's almost like an art. It's like it's putting on an art. There's a sincerity to Nnamdi Kanu, but I don't see any sincerity.
One man. CBD, 1 minute. Let me say something, CBD,
like
before you continue. CBD, 1 minute. One man. You see, most times here, some lad just come here and blow things out of proportion. You see what Samuel Ekpa is doing, right? I want to tell you, it's more like the American, like the gun control. You see, in America, people buy guns for what? For self-defense. Samuel Ekpa, I listen to him frequently, just the way I listen to Mayego as well. Samuel Ekpa, most times he will tell you, I've not heard Samuel, to be fair to him, I've never heard Samuel Ekpa say, go and burn them, go and kill them. No. He said, if these people are coming to meet you, to attack you, you're not going to fold your hand. You're going to defend yourself. Because if you fold your hand, you're going to die. And when you die, nobody's going to defend you in court. Okay, look at this girl, Deborah Anna is gone. What's the North doing? The North is turning around now, setting lawyers to go and defend those mobs. So in that case, you fight back. You don't fold your hands. That's what he's saying. You know, because in Nigeria...
There are other voices in that space, though, that are even darker and more militant than... you know that space is quite wild, that narrative.
I get you. I understand that. I get all that. But what I'm saying is, I'm talking about this man, Samuel Ekpa. Some people just come here and want to nail him to the wall. I'm saying no. For me, what he's saying is right.
What is good about Samuel Ekpa
because if somebody is coming to kill you, if somebody is coming to kill you, at the end of the day, you're not going to get vengeance. Why will you fold your hands?
Who is killing who?
My brother.
So what is happening in Nigeria is a child's play, isn't it?
What's happening in Nigeria is a child's play.
It's happening to everybody. So let's
speak to the fact. What is happening in Nigeria is reality. It's not child's play.
What's happening in Nigeria happens everywhere in Nigeria. Okay, I can send you a woman. I'll send you. Hold on.
But you're not going to fold your hands and wait for them to kill you.
This is not about IPOP. Woman, I will send. I guess that's a video I kept. I will send it to you so you play to them. There's a kidnapper they caught in Edo yesterday.
Every time you have video.
So sorry. So when they interviewed them, guess where they're from? Delta, Yoruba guy, and one that, not even Igbo, locals from Benin. I grew up in Benin. They're kidnapping.
No, we can hear you, but we are also hearing War Peace. So yeah, sorry, carry on, War Peace. Yeah.
Hold on, go on. I'll come back to you.
Is my audio bad? If the audio is bad, then I'm gonna hang up and come back when I get to the house. I should be home in a little bit.
We can hear you okay.
You can hear me okay?
It's breaking.
All right.
It's breaking.
I would like to.
It's breaking, but we can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, one man, go ahead.
Oh, okay, so you already have the space. So carry on. What you wanted to say? Carry on. Let's hear it.
I wanted to first respond to the talking points, and then I'll make some points after that. So
we might not be able, because we are at the tail end of it now. So you just interject as you will, just to insert a thought, because we are now 4.5 hours in. So the talking point will not be going round anymore.
Okay, very well. Hello, everybody. Ajale Koku. It's been a long time, but I've been watching you guys every day. You're doing a good job. Vine. I have to tell you that the country is in a big mess. And this election, it's time for people like World Peace. You have to understand what the problem we have in that country is and avoid the tangents, all the silly bickering of the tribes. I noticed that you try to build up on in CBD, and some people who are trying to get a word in. And CBD is one of the few Igbo people on this platform. I find it very annoying.
You are wrong, but 60% of the platform are Igbos.
Like who?
Oh, just on the screen now. X0 is Igbo, Vin is Igbo, you are Igbo,
I'm a Ghanaian.
No,
I'm a Ghanaian.
he's a Ghanaian.
You're always flaunting your Igbo credentials. So why are you now
Yeah.
losing
So
weight?
he said the father, the father is a Ghanaian. So one man, what you expect? The father is
I
a
am a dual.
Ghanaian.
I'm a dual citizen. So I have the love of the
You're
Biafrans
not
in my
a dual
heart.
anything. You're an Igbo
If a
man.
Yoruba person, let me tell you something. If a Yoruba person tells the truth, such as sometimes I say 70% of the time, Ajanle Koko does that. You don't need.
Yeah.
We don't need an Igbo man here, right? If you tell the truth, you become an Igbo man. We have a problem in Nigeria where these minorities, such as I don't know, a few of the
God
minorities that come
bless you,
from the
my brother.
South, right? They come on the platform and their problem is the Igbo. Why? I mean, I wrote an article where, if you look since 2015, we've had a South president removed from office before the completion of his term. That's Jonathan. You had a Chief Justice of Nigeria removed from office on again. You had a major party leader. What's his name? Of APC removed from office before the end of his term, and he did a good job for the APC, even though he's an evil genius. So they use this Southerners, put him in office, but for a little bit. They are arresting this Southerners. The other day they arrested one. Today they arrested another.
Who's the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Nigeria?
It's an Igbo guy.
Who is the Minister of Labor for Nigeria?
Minister of Labor?
Yes.
Is that Ngige? I don't know if you say Ngige.
Yeah, an Igbo guy, yes. Yeah,
One
you're
man,
right.
you're diverting him now. He's not going
Yeah,
there.
but they're all in office. They have not been removed. If you look at what they're doing with the Southerners, even the former speaker was arrested the other day. So what they're doing to that space is unfair. Instead of these people,
No. I cannot allow you to say that. You are building on a false premise. You are picking isolated. The Temipre Silva is a Southerner. What is Godswill Akpabio? He's a South. The government ebb and flow. So I don't like this sort of narrative.
Those are junior ministers. I'm talking about head of major parastatals. Now, you could say, are you going to correct me? I just told you Jonathan, on again. What's the guy that dances, the short guy that married the white lady? What's his name? The APC.
What is the governor of the central bank? Hold on. Where is the governor of the central bank from?
Can I land first?
No. Where is the governor of the central bank from?
He's in trouble.
Delta State.
He's going to be removed.
Look at this guy. All right, okay. Thank you. This is what I don't like. But thank you. No, thank you, Pansat. It's just the same thing all over every single time. But let me get back to Thomas. Who's been struggling to? No. Let's go back to Insibidi. Yeah, carry on Insibidi.
Thank you, Jerry. So, my brother Pansat, thank you so much.
Okay, guys, you guys take care. I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll be
thank you.
In the mic.
You're welcome, bro.
But one man, I just want you to know the big picture is what I'm trying to lay down for you.
No, you don't. You have to have a concept of it before you lay it down. You are trying to propagandize and you are trying to paint a false narrative.
The statistics before I
you are not citing any statistics. You are cherry picking. Don't cherry pick now. Anybody can cherry pick.
No, what I said was that since 2015, those people have been removed from office.
Which people?
I named about
five.
Do
you know that? Do you know that they had to bend the constitution to continue to retain Godwin Emefiele as a central bank governor? He's from the South. How many positions are more powerful than that within the Nigerian state?
Let's abandon that point for now. Let me then make
but this is what you do, though. But
oh
God,
this is your forum, so you're doing this on purpose. I don't know. You want to
doing what?
This what?
All right, thank you, Pansat. No, please, Pansat. I don't want to do this. All right, let's get back to. I don't know why he does this. I want to allow every voice, but I don't like that.
The other point I was making was to people such as the World Peace. I really want to engage somebody like that.
I want you to one day let me.
You can't don't attack the panelists.
I'm not attacking anybody. I'm trying to tell
you. Hold
on,
something. One man. Let me talk to Fasad. Fasad.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me just ask you some few questions. Just a few questions. I need yes
your
or
question
no.
not the end,
Hold on. See, I'm talking to you. Please relax. Fasad, answer me yes or no. Just answer me yes or no. Don't explain. I don't want explanation.
Well,
right now, the
minute. Asked me.
Hold on. Just hold on. The simple question. Ngig is still in power, right? Minister of is this thing minister? Is this a minister or not? Yes or no?
Who?
Okay.
Ngigi.
Yes.
Is a minister, right?
Who?
Ngigi.
Yes, the labor man you're talking about just now, Pastor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still a minister, right?
Yes.
How many Benin people are there in the minister position?
They are talking South. He's talking Benin.
Hold on now.
Are you talking of Tribia or you're talking of a region?
Hold on. South. Tell me how many South people that are still in power in that space.
I have no idea.
See, you just
have no idea. Hold on now. Hold on. Hold on. Stibidi, hold on. Hold on. Why you police interject when somebody? Hold on. Stibidi. Hold on. It's Stibidi.
My brother.
It's Stibidi.
I'm not letting him finish.
Hold on.
Unless one man now tell me to let him finish.
It's Stibidi. Hold on.
One man come and tell me to let him finish. If one man did not come to tell me, forget about it.
Hold on, everyone, please. World Peace was called out, so he has the right to reply. I know you have the floor in CBD, but he was called out, so he has the right.
Yeah. So just please hold on, CBD. Oyeman is still there. Very powerful position. Facade, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The general that's taking care of that is in charge of the East right now. Where is he from? Is he Igbo man or Fulani man?
What is your point? I don't understand. What
he was making a point for South, not for Igbo.
Listen. Just hold on. Let South make their point for themselves. You make your point for the East.
Exactly. Now that's
leave South alone.
That's what I'm telling you. The South, first of all, is not equivalent to the Igbos. I just want you to know that.
What make you feel South is not equivalent to the Igbos?
Let me tell you.
Hold on.
What make you South? Let me tell you. Hold on. Number one, that false straw man you build all the time when you're on this platform. You are not equal to the Igbos. You're a tiny minority.
Oh God.
Hold on. No, one man, let him speak.
Let's not generalize.
No, one man,
Pasha, leave it.
It's okay.
Pasha, just leave it.
Can you hold on, everyone? Everyone includes you, Vin. So let's run through the Buhari cabinet just to see if Pansat's position has veracity. So the president, Mohammed Buhari, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Chief of Staff, Ibrahim Gambari, Secretary to the Government, Boss Mustafa, Minister of Agriculture is Mustafa something or the other, Minister of Aviation, Hidi Siraki, Communications is Issa Pantami, Defense, Magashi, Minister of Education, Adamu Adamu. So Minister of State for Education, Umajuibi, who retired to run for the presidency. So, and then Minister of State for Environment, Sharon Ikeazo. So I'm not sure if that's a South person. And then we have the Federal Capital Territory below, etc. Now, Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, Minister of State for Finance, Clement Agba, who I suspect is a South person. For Foreign Affairs, Godfrey Onyema, Minister for Health, Osage Ahanire. So that definitely South. So Minister of State for him, Adeleke something. So we have Industry, Niyi Adebayo, Minister of State for that, Mariam something or the other. Lai Mohammed, Information and Culture, Interior, Ralph Aregbesola, Defense, Minister of Justice, Malami, of course, Labor, Ngige, and then Minister of State for Labor, Festus Kiyabo, who, of course, South. So quite a few South.
Okay, so
Minister for Niger Delta, Godwin Akpabio.
Yeah.
Minister of State for Petroleum, Timi Silva.
Make us speak for pidgin English. So hold on, you misunderstand me.
There's a retinue. I posted
Hold
this
on,
in the
you
comment section.
misunderstand
So,
me. You
so I'm not
misunderstand me
quite sure.
totally.
It's a straw man fallacy. Just please.
No,
you
misunderstood what I'm saying. Make us speak for pidgin English so you can understand what's in the talk.
All right. Maybe speaking Yoruba, I'll understand it better. But carry on.
What I'm saying, the point where they make is actually the opposite of what they talk about. I am defending the Southerners who have themselves carved out,
but they are not carved out. That's a false premise. No, you can't build on the false premise now. They are not carved out, as we've just established.
How can you argue? I'm making the point that the Southerners are not able to defend themselves when they are being victimized.
I said stop that.
How are they being victimized? No, you were painting a narrative of how they are being shifted out of positions. Yes. And we have a list of positions now, and they are robustly represented in the cabinet.
Okay, let's take example. President Goodluck Jonathan. Okay, that's one position. President of the
My brother, leave this matter and let's leave the South and let's focus.
What's wrong with Jonathan? What's wrong with Jonathan?
Leave them alone.
The president.
Leave them alone.
President.
Passat, what's wrong with Jonathan?
Thomas, let him make his point. Let him make his point.
Right? If the president was removed illegally, unfairly, by rigging them out, and they're not able to defend.
Who superintended the election? Hold on.
Yeah.
Who superintended the election? Who superintended the election that removed Goodluck Jonathan from office? Jega. Who was the president then?
Jonathan.
Right.
So
but he was rigged out.
He was rigged out. And I've heard you say that 10 times on this program. You've said that he was rigged out. Have you not?
I don't know, man. You
don't know?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just let these people carry their cross.
Faster then.
They are the ones that are very good in coming to talk about our issues. Just let them continue doing that. Let them carry their cross, I beg.
Nobody's talking about your issue. Faster than listen. One thing I know about Apple agitators, not Igbos. Apple agitators are very good of making reference to other people issues. Always come and say, "Oh, this person is dying. This person is doing this. I can see so person in this state." But you forget to talk about your own. Hold on. Let me finish. The judge that prescribed. The judge that gave Buhari the prescription to prescribe IPOP terrorist group is an Igbo judge. None of you ever spoken about that.
Okay, let me talk to you for 1 second, because it's actually you that I want to talk to when I came here. Number one, whenever you see an Igbo talking on this forum or on any other platform, their job is trying to embrace the South and to seek justice for the South.
Don't speak for the South. Speak for your five states. Speak for your state.
Have they had justice for them? Have they had justice for themselves?
Woman, when World Peace finishes, please. I have a few.
Let me land, all right?
Woman, when World Peace finishes, I have a few questions for this guy. He's claiming that we are incapable of defending ourselves.
Can you imagine what this guy is saying?
What I'm saying, don't support World Peace blindly.
Can you hold on? Let the conversation flow now.
Yeah,
they don't micromanage, please.
Every time that you hear people talk about any injustice, first of all, Jonathan, the other day you were reeling off the votes that Jonathan got, and you started from Abia State, and he got in the 90s, and all the southeastern states gave Jonathan the 90s percentage. Okay, we took him as one of our own because he was a Democrat. Now, remember, if he's no good, we're not going to support him. We supported Jonathan because he was a Democrat, he's a gentleman, but he overdid it.
You didn't support Jonathan. You were against Buhari, so it was an anti-Buhari vote rather than a pro for
both.
If
you go and look at the record, Buhari has run 4 times. Okay, you're gonna see that the Igbos don't support Buhari, just like Fela doesn't support Buhari. Fela is an honest person. You know, his politics transcends tribe. So we have a few of those in the Yoruba, but there is no mistaking it. That even up to now, with what the Yorubas did to Nigeria, they still don't understand it. Instead of us talking about that, like a forum like this, we are supposed to, we don't have time. We're supposed
they can't
to,
talk about it. Yeah,
we're supposed to let you know what you did wrong as brothers, and then we'll take action and do something about it. Every time you hear, look, the Igbo, we have nothing to defend. We're a big tribe, okay? And we're doing pretty good.
All right.
So all you have to understand is that if you come out here every day, war peace, you can't even stand the Igbo shoes. I want you to know that. You can't. You could make all the noise you want.
Come on.
No,
Thomas,
let me speak. Thomas, let me speak. All right, can you hold on. I'll allow the conversation, of course, because there's no go area, but you all know the rules. Is the language must be elegant. So no personal something or the other. You know I won't allow that. But let's hear from Aizon, who was jarred enough to come running. Aizon, let's hear from you.
Yes, thank you, Woman. What's his name? Pansat.
That's it.
Yeah, listen, my brother. If you're trying to find solidarity for the Southeastern cause, you're going about it the worst way possible. First of all, you came on his podcast and you said all these little minority groups. That description in itself is very dismissive. Then you proceeded to say we're trying to teach the South how to defend themselves. Let me explain something to you, okay? Before this whole IPOB agitation started, we have been doing very well in defending ourselves and taking on the federal government for what we believe is our right. And a justifiable right at that. So if you want people from the South to support your cause, don't come on here and be demeaning and using terms to describe other ethnicities. This is part of the reason why some people, I don't happen to be one of them, but some people do not want to support the call for Igbo presidency.
Okay,
because of this sort of language. So my brother, if your end goal, I'm not done. Just give me a few seconds, please. I'll keep quiet. If your end goal is to get ethnicities in the South, which you've brushed off from what you said to world peace, you're going about it the wrong way.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. That's not my end goal, personally. Okay, and I'm not here to demean anybody. That's not what I'm doing at all. If I come across that way, forgive me. That's not the issue. The point is that if you take a look at the Biafran situation, even historically, to when they went to Aburi to made an accord, it is suggested by John Lekoko and others. Some books say that the minorities in the South are the ones who said that they really don't want to join Biafra and then go on, capitalize on that. Do you remember the name of the gentleman who did that? John Lekoko, can you tell us what's the name of the South major?
Where are you taking us to? It's just the pressure of time. So yeah, take us there.
I'll wrap it up in 5 minutes. John Lekoko, what's the name of the South leader who didn't want the Aburi Accord to materialize?
Is it
Adaka Bori or something like that?
No. It's what's the one that was here?
Sarawiwa.
Okay. Guess what happened to him afterwards? Can you guess what happened to him?
We all know what happened to him, but we're all waiting to hear where you are taking us to.
I'm taking you exactly where I started off, which is to say
we are
the minorities of the South have to be told the truth. They don't have to join. We are going to emancipate ourselves from that country, one way or the other. It's either it's going to be done by the ballot or it's going to be done by the bullet. That's the way it is. Now,
please,
if
well, you have tried both.
Hold on. But it's in Kuwait. Okay, INCHOATE. It's in Kuwait. It's not done. There's no revolution that works overnight. It's an arduous process.
Well, you're what, 60 years into it now?
Yeah, it's okay. That's very young. for every regulation. But let me
Fasad.
tell you, if the Southerners think that our job is to try to bend the truth or be nice before you do the right thing, you could go and screw yourselves.
The
That's
problem,
not
I
going to
don't know
happen.
why they carry Benin and put in South. Now
You're
this
going to
work
have to
is
do the right
somebody.
thing.
Wait. What's the right thing, please? Explain that to me. What's the right thing?
Very good question. Here's the right thing.
Subordinate yourself to the Igbos is
We
right
are
thing.
supposed to.
Abi?
We are supposed
No, don't say that.
Can
one
I
man.
answer? It's a serious question.
That's an instigative.
Let him answer the question now. They asked him a question. Let him answer.
The right thing to do for the country is not to try to reinvent the wheel. We want to build a country, one nation, one country. Then
you've invited them to do the right thing, and Aizon is inviting you to explain what that is. So
the right thing,
just stay with this. Stay with that. Hold on. Can you hold on, please? Pansat? A question was put to you, so address that question frontally. You said the South, those are Creek regions, they should do the right thing. Yes. Aizon then invites you to expand on that. So just the narrowness of that without the expansiveness of sweeping up the rest of the country. So address the question frontally.
Thank you. Number one, there's a consensus that the Constitution is fraudulent, that we need to address that Constitution, period. So that is number one, the discussion. The discourse should be on that.
What right thing are you inviting the South to do?
What
believe the Constitution. The South.
They are small but numerous. Number one, when they come into this forum, they should concentrate on that. Those kind of discussion.
One man, I cannot allow Fasad to continue.
Stop talking nonsense.
Hold on,
because he has not even landed anywhere yet.
Yeah, I know.
I just gave you one and you stopped me. I gave you the Constitution.
No, you just insulted me.
Can I interject one minute?
No, you can't. You can't insult. Can you hold on? Can you hold on, Pansat, please? I tire of having to kick you out or ban you. I cannot stifle your voice now. I may not agree with what you have to say, but you have the right to say it. But the language, is what I want to. You listen often enough to know I'm very particular about language, but I'm also particular about people not going off on a tangent, and you're going off somewhat on a tangent. You posited something. Aizon invited an expansion on what you posited. So don't go to the broad sweep of the totality. Address the narrowness of what was put to you. You said the South should do the right thing, and he's inviting you. So to the South and not to the Constitution, which is a wider topic. So to that South that you're inviting to do the right thing, what right? Am I phrasing it right, Aizon? You can. He's asking you to address that.
You're spot on. You're spot on.
So address that without expanding to.
I am adumbrating the answers. Okay, I gave you the first one, and then
which is what?
Which is to concentrate on that Constitution. Everybody, we are supposed to be helping on that every
Fasad, if you are the majority,
you cannot be blasé.
Hold on. If you are the
can I respond to Pansat 1 minute before you can continue? Okay.
Yeah, but he's not landed anywhere. But
you see on that issue of Constitution, I think South and Southeast and Southwest are on the same page. What's the organization, socio-cultural group of Igbo? What is it? Hanese. They are calling for restructuring for new constitution to be written. The same thing Papa Ediklan and the Ijo people. And the same thing you see Baba Adebanjo of Yoruba. And the same thing, the other from the
even the middle belt. I don't know.
Right. Okay. Can I reclaim my time?
Page there.
Can I reclaim my time now?
No, it's actually in CBD's time, but but I will have to invite you to either address what you posited and Aizon is pushing you on or not.
One man, this is not fair. This guy directly is.
Can you hold on? Can you hold on? Because he's presented a position. He's been
understand. He insulted me on this line on air.
How did he insult you? Sorry, let's
Didn't
address
you hear?
that.
Didn't you hear?
No, I didn't hear it. So what did he say?
Twice, not even
Well, please,
once.
you go get
Twice.
you get your chance. Just be
Just twice.
give him a
I will
chance.
not
You get your chance.
No. If World Peace feels insulted, then we must address it. But
He said me twice, not directly to my name.
What did he say? Is this something that you can repeat?
He told me I should know that I'm not up to Igbo people's shoes shiny or whatever. But the second one again, he just said the second one just recently. Now I don't put things on mind because I'm a very short-tempered person. I have this speech problem. Like I speak more than my tongue, or my tongue speak more than what I say. But this dude is saying bullshit. Don't think because you speak good English make you more better. Hold on.
He doesn't even speak good English. But
hold on, one man. This guy does not know me. I control 0.5% of Igbo in Japan. They know me. If I tell you my name, my company, I own institution when I employ Igbo. Stop that. You should stop that. I'm taking my time. It's my hold on, Facade. I want to ask you a simple question. A simple question. I don't want you to tell me explanation.
Okay. Sorry. Let me take the space. World Peace, but Pansat. So World Peace feels somewhat slighted by what you said. So maybe you want to correct that, and then we'll move on. World Peace.
What he's slighted about? First of all, I'm older than him. Okay.
Who told you you're older than me? How old are you?
Hold on.
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm older
that was an invitation for you to apologize, and then we move on. Oh God.
Okay, it's okay.
All right.
It's okay. I want to ask you a question.
Do we have to do this every time you come here? Do I have to kick you out and all of that?
No, one man, leave him. I want to ask you a question.
Hold
on.
You've insulted him. I'm inviting you to just apologize, and then we move on. And then you're telling him you can be his dad.
I'm not.
One man, let's just shut down. No.
Thomas, no, it's not fair.
Never in my life.
What's this nonsense? Anytime you come here, it's fight.
Yeah, it's not fair.
It's not fair now.
There's a question pending. I've only given you one answer. Which one?
No, Pastor, I want to ask you a question.
When it's your turn, then you ask me.
Pastor,
come here to fight every time. No man, let's just shut down. Let everybody
go. Guys, please, let's focus on the issues we're discussing, please.
Wait, hold on.
To address it, but I'm
hold on. Beg, please, Pastor.
Well, we can't focus now. If somebody feel insulted, if someone feel insulted, how are we going to focus?
I apologize on behalf
of
the
platform. I'm not angry. I'm not angry.
No, I can hear you are because I can hear your voice quivering somewhat.
Okay, let me ask you something. Okay,
you can't be asking. Let me ask you one.
Do you think your tribe, okay, is equal to the Igbos? Do you think so?
I'm not going to tribe. I'm not going to answer you about tribe. I want to ask you a question.
I think. Let me just round up my session.
No.
I think if you are giving me that.
Hold on. I want to ask a question.
Calm down now. Let me be honest with you.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Let me ask one question to Fasad.
Fasad, hold
on. Peace. We have to let everything simmer down. Let's give what's the name of CBD? Let CBD continue with his thought.
All right.
That's the best solution now.
Yes, I agree with that. So you in CBD.
Yeah, please. I was just saying that. What's the name? Lai Mohammed. I don't know. Maybe it's because of the name that we mentioned that is causing. The man is just. So now the propaganda is trying to push out there. Oh, he's just doing his work. He has to. He's a spin doctor. He has to spin everything. He has to always try to make sure that the enemies of the perceived enemies of the administration or the government must be painted in the most negative way possible. That's his work. There's no, if you ask me, that's his work. Anybody that is against the administration or the system, he has to make sure that they are painted in the worst way, so that it's just because he's the Minister of Information. So what are we expecting him to do for the So that's for that. I think there was another question you asked me, but I don't.
Yes, I asked you about Abubakar Malami possibly being asked to step down, this is still Lai Mohammed commanding the space. He was accosted after the FEC meeting and a barrage of questions put to him. Of course, the backdrop. The 16th was the date that anybody with ambitions in politics should step down their portfolio. So he decided to withdraw his electoral ambitions to focus on his portfolio. But people are saying, does that even suffice? They are inviting that he be removed. And like Mohammed was still saying, decisions are pending. But as Ife explained in his contribution, that Malami and Buhari, they go deep. Even in the days of his CPC, it was even pro bono, free of charge, Buhari's lawyer for years. So the anticipation then that Buhari will step Malami down, are we going to wait in vain for that in CBD?
Yeah, I think, in my own opinion, when people are talking cabal, me, I believe Malami is one of those people in the cabal,
Of course, yes.
And also, the office of being an attorney general, the man, he can decide. That is like something that would be so difficult for him to give up. Because going to be a governor, maybe he has calculated the raise, the pros and the cons and everything, and he has seen that it's better for him to maintain his his portfolio, and just so that he can still protect all the man bought how many cars the other day, so
200.
Imagine that.
Exotic cars, so not just push and start, brand new tear rubber, as they say.
Imagine that. So all those things, he needs to really, maybe he has not solidified himself, and probably he knows that he has a lot of enemies, from different parts of the country, especially in the south. So and probably just calculating, he's just a calculated choice, So I think he will not. At this point, he will stick to that, and probably he has not finished the agenda, because definitely he has some kind of a larger, agenda or plan in place. Probably they are not done yet. So, and don't be surprised. I don't believe that is working. These people, we expect. I don't know why at this point in our history or in our nation, we are still expecting the the media to come, and we are still trying to count on them for information, for proper information. It's not.
How do you access information otherwise?
Because you have to kind of do multiple listen to multiple sources and
media sources, yes.
Multiple media sources, like then at the end of the day, you analyze it, you try to just look at it.
You digest information with prejudice, don't you? You know that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what people do, and that's why.
That's what everyone does, including you and I.
I don't know if I do the same, but I will just say some people.
You have a world view, and then you align more with news that sometimes you can be dispassionate, but typically people they align more with news that coheres with their worldview, and they recoil from that doesn't. That's usually how people function.
Yeah,
yes.
With all due respect, I've been sitting down, keeping quiet. You told me to sit down, keep quiet, and I kept quiet and let allow speaker to talk. I'm not going to say a violent word or be fighting with facade, but I have to air my view. Truly, I'm a man. I have to.
Okay. Accommodate me just for a couple more minutes. In CBD, we'll round off that space, and then I'll come directly to you. It's just to simmer down the platform. That's why I'm holding in CBD. So just allow me a couple more minutes, and I'll come straight to you, World Peace. But go get yourself a glass of water whilst you're waiting. In CBD, round off your thoughts, then I'll go to World Peace, who is now losing patience. So round off your thoughts.
All right. So imagine that. Okay. Let me now add fuel. So, but you see, definitely a lot of people will process information that way. But what my point is that we should not there's just so much. I feel like all these people have the most of the things we are seeing is things that they've already talked about and predetermined behind closed doors, and they'll just come out and try to, because they have to play the public game also, because they cannot just come out and tell you everything that they have agreed upon. So when we're expecting someone like Malami to come out and tell us exactly what is happening, Malami is the most, if not one of, if not the most instrumental person in this administration. He is one of the most. Maybe if there are three, is among the top three. So whatever we're expecting Buhari to do or whoever to do, we should just know that it's something that is mutually agreed upon. That is what I feel. It's something that is agreed upon. Are they falling out? Is there any new? Is there any scenario where they are falling out on anything? So it's just all games that these people are playing. Yesterday you said that you made a statement that when has any one. When has any vote ever elected a president in, So it's just the thing, these people have their game and they're playing, And that's all I will say. But one man, I'm not going to mention names because I know the tension, but just allow me to say this generally. But you see, what I feel is that personally, I don't believe, like you made the point correctly, nobody should attack, no matter how you feel about the views of someone, you should not go personal, So
I wouldn't allow that. I wouldn't allow, because I think all you gentlemen are here essentially at my invitation. I open the platform in the hope that somebody will come and join me to discuss matters. So I have to take responsibility then that anybody is not vested upon in a manner, that judge them unfairly. So I would not allow, and because I often say that what I hope for are elegant, well-articulated, intelligent conversations. And that is what we get here on the main. And that doesn't accommodate for just crude guttural, beer parlor. So I wouldn't allow beer parlor insults or, so that I won't tolerate it.
Exactly. So it's definitely something we should never forget. No matter what, don't go personal to someone. However, I'm just going to say this. I made this point with Rational Mind yesterday when he was trying to make some statements, and he's saying, you see, this is why the Igbos, the arrogancy of the Igbos. When you're saying the Igbos, someone will, or maybe if I say now the arrogancy or whatever of the Yorubas of the Ijo, any Ijo man or Yoruba man will definitely see it as a direct attack on himself, because you've not said some, or you've not even said the politicians, so you've not classified, So, and if we're being honest, I feel like what Peace generally, from my view, I think he has been, he's not the kind of person that wants, problems, but definitely I have a feeling that he also has this kind of but
he's not an anti-Igbo person. He speaks as if I know where you're going.
He has a strong stand on maybe anything that has to do with IPOB.
He has a strong stance on everything. Hold on. I was just saying earlier on that people listen and digest with prejudice. World Peace, myself, everybody here, they have strong opinions on everything, which they express fully and forcefully. But when he's critical of the Fulani space, he's critical of the Yoruba space, as I am. But it should also be allowed to be critical of the Eastern space. So we have to be critical of every species, and we have to speak unfettered, without fear of. We are robust enough to be able to it speaks to the real. But if it's factually incorrect, then you can pull him up with facts, but not with sentiment. And you cannot just kind of stifle his expression and say he cannot go to some space because it's critical of why do you not pull him up when he's criticizing the Fulanis?
No, one man. I think you're also getting riled up. Like
no, because you know what you're accusing him of. You probably stand
I'm
more
not
accused.
accusing him.
No, you stand more accused of that than anyone. You know, I've said that before.
One man, and you know what I'm saying is that some of the things you guys, some people here accuse me of, is the same. Unfortunately, is the same thing. I don't believe I'm like that personally.
No,
to be honest, I don't believe.
I'm sure you.
One man, wait now, wait.
Sure you know.
Just let me finish. I don't believe I don't believe I'm like that because I know myself and I know my stand. But if you're going to accuse me of the same thing, I find it a bit disingenuous because you're accusing me of the same thing that most people, if not everyone here, does, which is being catering. Catering to their own corner, whether it's tribe or region or whatever you get. So I don't see it that way. At the end of the day, we all know where we stand, but when it comes to being factual, we should be. I've said it before that you don't need anybody to love you or anybody to.
You do, of course.
No. I mean. You don't need anybody for the sake of my point. You don't need anybody to do all that for you as long as that person respects your stand and also presents facts and not just wild assertions.
CBD will not lead here today. Will not lead here.
All right.
Thank you,
man,
you're just giving CBD 100 hours to talk.
No. So yes, in CBD. Let me go on to World Peace now, who has waited long enough. So World Peace, then. So you have the space then to express yourself. World Peace.
Wama, thank you. Like I said, I don't go on many shows, but I listen to many shows, but I pick very few to speak on. And I find this show very mature and delightful. That's why I joined. Before I joined, I followed the show for like a month or two before I joined the show. Like I respect everybody here. And when I speak, I don't just make a blunt statement. I speak from the fact on the public domain. It's left for you to go counter it. But start insulting my personality and insulting my tribe is very wrong. These social media. Thousands of people are looking at us. Now, Pastor, you insulted me. Fine, it's okay. But how do you think people will look at you right now and look at the struggle you are supporting? But it's okay. Let me go to what I'm trying to tell you. In 1966, Ojukwu went to arrest Adakaboro because of he declined Niger Delta. He did not walk into his village and arrest him. It was a war. It was the first civil war that happened in Nigeria. 12 days war. They killed and maimed people, burned villages. Adakaboro was arrested and he was sentenced to death. And Aguiyi Ironsi make a speech and said Nigeria constitution is not negotiable. They changed the constitution we have today that is giving us problem. That was Igbo coup, Igbo government, full of Igbo military, and they said Nigeria would be one. Past that, after 6 months, the same Ojukwu declared Biafra. The same thing he stopped Adakaboro for. He declared Biafra. Then they went to war, 3 years war. And he lost, and he ran to Ivory Coast.
By the way, sorry, World Peace. Pansat left by himself. I didn't kick him out.
No, I know, understand.
Yeah.
Okay. So he ran to Ivory Coast. He came back 1970. Except Ajay want to be concerned with the truth, what I'm saying right now. He came back 1970. He came to join the Fulani that he says is Fulani that is killing his people. He came to join the same party, NPPP or NMP.
1970.
1980, sorry. He came back 1980. He came back 1980 to join the same Fulani party to run against his own brother. Then let's fast forward from there. The civil war, the weapons, the ammunition and weapons that was supplied in that civil war was supplied by Ato Zoribe, an Igbo man. Then let's come down. Shagari government was the Nwobodo and all that, I was running it. Come down to Buhari, Babangida government, was Zeribe running that space. So Abacha regime. Well, when it got to Jonathan space, they have all the ammo to change the constitution. What did Amadou Adedeoha and this guy now that's is in Imo were doing? They were in charge. They couldn't do nothing rather than want to create 10 more states. If you feel the Igbo are being marginalized at that time, and you have the constitutional right to change it, you have the power to change it. Why didn't you change it at that time during Jonathan regime? You didn't. Now come down to Buhari regime. We all know Buhari is a tribalistic goat. Everybody is feeling the pain. No section of Nigeria is not feeling the pain. Even the North, they are feeling the pain.
You say why didn't he change it at whose regime? Sorry.
Jonathan regime.
Jonathan. Oh my God.
Do you know who was in charge of the committee in Senate community in charge of the amending Nigeria Constitution? Do you know who was in charge? Who was in the community? It was Hope Uzodimma. It was Hope Uzodimma.
Jonathan will change if Obasanjo did not change.
Hold on. It's my time. Listen, it's my time. Just listen. Now come down to Buhari regime. Now Buhari make the tribal line so wide, so he has been there, but everybody just like managing it. Now he make it so obvious. Now, like I keep saying, the Igbos have the right to agitate for their own nation. Igbos. But spoiling it with a group is not right. People are trying to tell you how you go about it. It's like helping you to help us. But if anybody tries to speak to that space to tell you, this is how you go about it. You insult the person as a saboteur, is this, is that, and that. Okay, when the person ignore you, if the person ignore, the people ignore not to say anything about it, you still insult them that they are not supporting you. Come on, man. This would not be right. Every time you pick on the Southeast, you pick on my tribe, you pick on my king. My king is not the president of Nigeria that decide the allocation and decide who leaves or who will stay. You said you have the majority. Then go vote and get out of the country. Stop it. Hold on, please.
I
hold
apologize.
On, please. When you speak, I didn't interject.
Sorry, my brother. I'm also leaving. I apologize. Also,
let me finish. Let me finish. When you apologize,
about the issue. Wait now. About the issue statement, all that, I do not agree with that. That is a personal attack.
No, that's not your language. Sorry, in CBD, that is not your language. We know you to be a gentleman here. So don't apologize for Pansat because you have no responsibility for him. But I'm not sure how long you've been with this platform. But we know Pansat here. Ajanle Koko knows Pansat. I know Pansat. So that's his language. It's nothing to do with Igbo. It's just him as an individual. But you're a gentleman for trying to take ownership. But it's not speaking for... Nobody is holding it as an Igbo. By the way...
And some of us, should have maybe at the same time when he made that statement, called him out on that.
No, but, that's what he does.
Yeah, but honestly, my brother,
didn't have banned him about 4 times. Hold on, it's in CBD. Ajanle Koko is here. Ajanle Koko, how many times have I banned that guy here? He will go under another IP address, come in. I'll say, okay, I'm going to allow free speech. Maybe he knows the tonality. But he always takes us here. He always takes us here.
That guy never died, man.
Every single time he takes us to this spot we're in, he takes us there every single time. Every single time.
Yeah. It's not good. That's one anybody with common sense will not support that. And I'm sure him, well, let me not speak for him. But you see, my brother, these other things you're talking about, tribe, king, I know there's no apologies because you say the worst thing. So don't get emotional about that.
It's okay. It's my
I thought it was a peacemaker, but he wanted
about the people. So why are you getting sensitive about tribe?
CBD, let me finish what I'm saying. You can interject. That's the problem. You don't really allow somebody to land.
All right, carry on.
Yeah. As I was saying, now the Nigerian space, the problem, the agitation and all that, you people keep dragging other people like that the people are the cause of your own problem. We are not the cause of your problem. South have their own problem. The East, the West have their own problem. You think the West are all united, you will see them. They have their own internal problem that they are taking care of. The North have their own problem. If you want to leave Nigeria, bring your tribal men together and do the needful and leave other people that want to stay. Stop insulting other people that they don't know how to go about living Nigeria. My people don't want to leave Nigeria, so leave us in Nigeria. Then when I come to this space of speaking, when I speak from the fact what I read on news, on paper, online. That on that space, I speak on what I read. Then if you feel it's different, you come out and tell me it's different. Yesterday, you said you heard me talking about yesterday about the arrest and not bail, not granting bail. Is it not what on the public space? I spoke from what on the public space. We are here to sanitize people's mind. We're not here to enforce our idea on somebody. We are here to speak to the people, to enlighten the people what is going on. It's left for the people to pick what they want and drop what they don't like. It's simple. But turning into one tribal war or regional war, it does not make sense. I don't understand why people will be clever by half. I keep saying it. I like this forum because I meet intelligent people here. But sometimes some people speak. I'll be wondering, how can you convince me now? How can you enlighten me more? Because you're speaking like Mohammed or talking like the Yoruba, the Fulani that you're accusing is running the country. Why can't you just do the right thing for once? For once, it costs less. I'm saying it again, if the Igbo wants to leave, let them come together as an Igbo nation. You can see Yoruba nation. They started Oduduwa, they quickly changed to Yoruba nation. A group of people have no stand in UN or AU, but a group, but it's a region have a say. I don't know why it's so difficult. Everybody's been marginalized in Nigeria. We all know that. It's turn by turn limited in Nigeria. We all know that. The South have never been in government. Maybe the highest they have been to is a minister position. We have never been Senate president. We've never been VP. Apart from Jonathan came in by luck. And yet, people are saying Yoruba betrayed Jonathan. Yoruba will say Igbo was in Jonathan government. Let me say Jonathan government. So what about the remaining 280 or 90 tribes or 97 tribes? So they don't count. When you talk, you forget about the rest people. Like the rest people doesn't exist. It's wrong. We are here to speak truth to power. Let's tell people how to go about it. Tell people how to get PVC. Tell people how to channel their way, channel their anger to the right direction. Rather emotional speech. Okay, if I tell you you get breakfast tomorrow, how would that not change your situation? It won't change it. Rather, it make it worse. If anybody can leave Nigeria, then fine, let them go in a peaceful way. But insulting people it will not make sense. And they ask you people, how are you guys going to go about it? You cannot answer anybody. Right now, the driver we're talking about, look at it, is at war against themselves. Is that the nation everybody wants to come and join?
My brother, I think you have been talking too much, Zabajanti.
Don't stop me, please. When you were talking, it's my opinion. It's my opinion. It's not yours. It's my opinion. When it comes to blame other people, you are first to blame. But you never blame yourself.
Sorry, let him have a full expression and then.
Just want to ask him a question.
No, let him have his flow. Carry on, Wall, please.
Yeah, so it's wrong. It's not good. Okay, let's play politics. You have to include everybody. When ABGAB came up, ABGAB was strong. When Jugu created ABGAB, before you know, the ABGAB broke down to 5 pieces. Now it's only in Anambra. Is this still the South fault for that? You have to include everybody in your politics. Go about it in your politics. Your governors are 5 governors. They're not full and they are Igbo governors. Your senators are 18 senators. They are Igbo senators. You have about 38 House of Rep. They are Igbos. You have local government chairman, councillor. They are Igbos. Nobody is not Fulani or a Benima or Yoruba man there. These people have the power to trigger whatever they want to trigger, but they're not saying. They're saying the opposite. Then you are blaming me that does not have the power, that not in that space to do anything, that I'm the one the cause of your problem. I'm your saboteur, I'm this, I'm that, I'm that. It does not make sense. If we cannot, they say 2 heads better than 1. If 2 people cannot come together and form an alliance, then it won't work. It will never work. Sorry, who wants to ask me a question? Please go on.
All right. Thank you, Wapis. Before you take our Rational Minds question, let me acknowledge Jay in Kent's super chat, who super chats to soothe the space. It says, one man, please buy a beer buy a beer and share it with world peace and Pansat to make peace. So thank you for the super chat. I'll buy the beer, but I'll drink it on their behalf. So there it is. So thank you for thank you for
oh my, you're a wicked man. So you buy the beer and drink alone.
And I've stopped drinking beer anyway because it's too fattening. I'm trying to move away from fattening stuff because yes. The Rational Mind, you wanted to put a position to world peace.
Yes, I heard when World Peace was saying that South, I mean, especially from Old Bender State or precisely Edo, nobody has ever attempted to. You said minister. That's the most they ever know. What's his name? Ahigbe, Aikomo. They were vice head of state. So what are we talking about? So you make it sound like only ministers, that is only where that is just Edo State. Edo State has produced twice vice president or deputy head of state. So what are you talking about?
In this 1999 to 20, are you talking about 1999 to 2022 we are right now?
Well, I'm not talking about ever since Nigeria has been.
No, he was talking about since the inception of democracy, Rational Mind.
He didn't put it in that context.
No. He didn't put it that way, but that was where he was speaking to. Am I right? What peace?
You are very right. I said minister. When I said minister,
yeah. So he's speaking about civilian dispensation.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All right. So thank you, World Peace. So hopefully you got that off your chest. And apologies because I could hear in your voice that you are just containing yourself.
It's okay. We are yet to.
It goes like that sometimes. You know, as I often say, it's very important things that we discuss here. It's only because we are so matured in our ways. That's why we're able to have these conversations. But I'm surprised it doesn't spill over more often than it has done in somewhat this instance. But it will spill over. I lose my cool. You know, so if the person moderating the space, lose my cool, then that tells you that, you know, so we are not being honest with ourselves if we don't sometimes, you know, jar our senses, because that's just what happens, but that's just the way it goes. So thank you for that, World Peace. So gentlemen, I'll seek to round off here as ever to land on Ajale Koko. X0, I'm pretty certain, has left us, but to fulfill all righteousness, we start off with X0. X0, are you with us? Of course not. So thank you, X0. So from X0, we go on to Ahizon. Ahizon, you know the routine. Ahizon, are you there? Okay, we've lost Ahizon too. So we go on from Ahizon to let's go to
one man.
We do have you. Yeah. So we're taking closing remarks, Ahizon.
Yeah, I was being slow to my mute button. Yeah, thanks for having me. I think I was trying to come on earlier, but I had to put my children to sleep. So, but World Peace, just relax. I think you hit on some very vital points that if we embrace as Nigerians, our entire country will be 100 times better. You know, the first point you made was the recognition of minority groups, not just in South, but all over the country. because their interests matter, and a lot of these people matter, and especially in the North. Usually when we talk about the North, we talk about them as a monolith, and we say, oh, the North this, the North that, but we forget there's a significant amount of millions of Christians in the North. There are people there, languages that we've never heard, and people who are, and groups that are very, very underrepresented, human beings whose lives matter. So that was a very good point you made. I think also, you know, the thing with our friend Pansat that came on, one man is, obviously, it sounds like one man knows him very well, because he came, he stirred the pot, he started some fires, and he ran out. You know, I don't like to call people out of their names, but usually those are the things that cowards do. They never stand to fight and back up what they've started. They usually start something and they run away. He couldn't defend his points. He came, he made assertions that weren't valid. One man called him out, debunked his claims. He couldn't back them up. And usually when people can't back up their facts, they resort to insults. The insults become a deflection tactic to run away from the fact that they can't back up what they've said. So my brother, I don't even take it personal. The guy is a clown, obviously, as you can see. So let's move forward.
Thanks.
Yeah. The point of Igbo self-determination, you know, in Ijo land, there's something called the Kayama Declaration. We did it after Odi was bombed, and he called for self-determination, and that's when MEND was formed. We know the struggle. I know people personally that slept in the creeks, that JTF was hunting every day. Personally, I know them. We understand this thing. We know the cost of it. We know the price that people pay. Okay, so when Pansat came here saying this, the South, this, I've heard people say, call people in the South, you know, slaves or Fulani because we didn't support, you know, the Biafra cause, call us names. We have paid the ultimate price, fighting for self-determination in that country. And a lot of South people today, as we're standing, support the call for an Igbo president. We're not against it. As far as I know, the people I've talked to, Pa Edwin Clark has come out and said he's in support of an Igbo president. He is the head of PANDEV. So when people make this, sometimes the people that, and I'm not saying all Igbos in CBD, so please don't come after me, but the people that come out and say these things and call other groups names and say, oh, you know, they are not helping the cause. You know, I've forgotten, one man mentioned something in his news intro about a guy who was saying that Osibanjo is a betrayer of Igbos. I think that was yesterday or something. That doesn't help. That hinders your ability to get the Yorubas on your side. So, you know, I think someone needs to teach some of the leaders there a lesson in strategic thinking and how to approach this thing so they can eventually get what they want. Well, man, thank you very much. God bless, and God bless everyone.
All right, so that was Aizon.
Where's one man?
Yeah, I'm here. So that was Aizon, the man with the big grammar. You always know Aizon is like a lecture. It's like a university lecture anytime Aizon turns up. So from Aizon, we go on to Rational Mind, who joined us later late. Rational Mind, our closing remarks. You always come late these days.
It's okay. Mind. It's just my work these days takes me that far. So anyway, I've had a lot of people grill me in the comment section. You see, the thing is, we all should be open to criticism. It's one thing that really makes us to. Somebody was calling me that I'm pedantic. I was like, really? All right. Well, maybe I might have to do a little bit of introspection to see if really I am. So for me, you see, our Igbo brothers should be. They should, like Aizon rightly said, people form opinion about people, and we can tell who they are by the way they act. So for me, what I just want to say is that they need to understand that we're not haters. We don't hate them, but we only criticize to talk about certain things about them. Like Aizon rightly said, if you want to form an alliance, you don't start talking like as if you want to start a fight. Like Ojizu Uzokalu was saying the other day, that because Yorubas are doing this and then you have to align with the Northeast. Go ahead. You don't rake if you want peace, if you want something to be given to you. That is the arrogancy I'm talking about. And by saying arrogancy, I'm not saying all our Igbo brothers, but I'm saying some of our Igbo brothers, maybe the Igbo elites, like Aizo rightly said. So for me, I think they need to work on that, because you can't just beat your way into having what you want. Sometimes you have to compromise, you have to talk. You know what I mean? Like, who expected that this guy could be there today? Buhari. No doubt he must have acted like Mumu to Ojuyobo, to Tinubu, just for him to get there. And he got there. Now look at it. Look at how he straightened him. So that's how the game is played. So that's all I have to say. We should develop thick skin and not be just quick to take offense because somebody just bring out some qualities or some kind of things that we need to work on. It's up to us to see it, however, but I will always say my own. I'll speak on mine. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. And see you guys in the next session.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So that's Rational Mind who joined us lately to drop that gem. So from Rational Mind, let's go to Vin. Vin, there in Ghana.
Thank you very much, Woman, and good morning to everybody. From here in Ghana, I would like to say I do not know whether my brother War Peace is listening. I would like to say, okay, sir. Thank you so much. You see, they said when a group of or a juju man is preparing a medicine that is going to go into the eyes, there should nothing like pepper around the corner, because if pepper enter into the medicine, it's going to be very, very painful to the eyes. You see, most of us have the opportunity, had the opportunity, I mean to say, to walk on these corridors of powers that brought the mayhem Nigeria is facing today. I would tell you today that if there's something that you said that I have to correct, from where I stand. When you look at military coups in Nigeria, there is no military coup in Nigeria that is ethnic based. And if we continue to paint the narrative of Igbo coup, it will not help us. Because when you look at the Igbo coup, based on what I read from that military archive, most of them now you can trace them to South. Most of the participants of those 1966 coup. And the Igbos paid the price. That is what I read in the military archive, and that is what is there. If you go there at Jaji or War College Abuja, you will see the history of the people and where they come from that took part. The real people that took part in that. This majority of them were not Igbo. And I wonder how anybody will call it Igbo coup. You see, and if we are going to Christian that, then we have to call apportion all the tribes in all the successive coups that happened in Nigeria down to Abacha coup, the last one that we had. See, these are some of the things we need to correct. And when we make this statement, I'm not supporting anybody that will come out here to, undermine or talk bad against an ethnic group. We need each other. We need each other to walk the talk, and whatever that we want that is best for us, we need each other. The Yoruba man needs an Igbo man, the Igbo man needs a Yoruba man, everybody is Ijaw, the Zon people, the Efik, the Ibibio people, wherever our people come from, especially from that south. We need each other to work together. So I want you all, if I will be here, a Ghana man, and I'm talking to you people, listening to you people here, at least you people should buy me a drink. Because it's not common to see an outsider coming in here to at least contribute. And I thank you people so much for the opportunity that you have given to me. God bless us.
Get your
and God prosper us.
All right. So beer for Vin. But you have to show ID because you have to be over 18 to be drinking beer. Are you over 18?
I am running into 50. Don't mind that face.
All right, for Vin then. So thank you, Vin. So that's Vin in Ghana. So from Vin in Ghana, let's go to a Ejiro, destination unknown. So location unknown, I should say. So Ejiro, your words.
It was a nice section. I was just listening. I just decided to come on the platform briefly, but I had a nice one. Well, straight away, like I always say, 2023, gentlemen not day, still on the matter, because the way it is now, it's like 2023 election. The way I look at it, Nigeria is for sale. It's for sale in the sense that the gentlemen are not gentle this time. Everybody is fighting rough, you know? Well, to me, equity and competence is what I would look at for 2023. And if you ask me, the Igbo candidates should keep pushing. One of them might emerge as the winner at the end. You know, it is still a bit early to start an assumption of Igbo candidate being sidelined. If APC or PDP refuse to give their ticket to an Igbo man like Peter Obi, you know, people like Peter Obi should break out and join another party. Kwankwaso do the same thing. He break away from a PDP and form a third force. Peter Obi could also hijack a third force from Kwankwaso. You know, I believe Nigeria love will be, you know, and they will definitely vote for him as an independent candidate. Igbo politicians should learn from what is happening today. They should learn on how to build bridges across the nation. They should spread love across, not hate. The word is enough for the wise. Thank you, one man, and good night.
All right, thank you, Ejiro. So thank you, Ejiro. So now put on your helmets and hide behind the sofa. We hear from Nsibidi. Nsibidi, you are up next.
Yeah. Well, we have heard all these, you know, stories that people are saying, but it's okay. I think we should just, like what Ejiro said, you know, the first part, apart from the last side, he just made that statement about Igbo, whatever, spreading hate. And, well, but the first part of what he said, you know, people should, for the sake of equity, fairness, and all that, you know, support Peter Obi. And as much as we are talking about all these things, that's why I really don't like Ejiro himself. I think is Ejiro, that should be maybe from Benin, I mean Edo, or maybe Isoko or so. But you see, someone and he's thinking that way. That's why I don't like classy, you know, categorizing everybody in one group like that. I like using the word some, or maybe, you know, because it's made very clear and you know, sensible points, you know. So and to be honest with you personally, if I'm being honest, because at the end of the day, as much as we are trying to say nice words and everybody should feel okay, you can also say nice words and be honest at the same time. You know, if I'm being honest, I just feel like most of these things that we talk about, or some of these bias some people have when they're talking about Igbo and spreading love and hate. I mean, that's what Igbo people do for a living. If you ask me, they do it all every day. Where the basic, in fact, the argument that came up here with the South is it not because Igbos are trying to, you know, embrace them out, you know, against the will of some people in the South, you know. So Igbo people don't do that. Let's be honest with ourselves. It's just a matter of, you know, just some biases that is there, you know, by some people. And all these other things we are seeing is just ways of, can the politicians play better politics or politics is never a clean thing. So can they do better politics? Yes, I think there's room for improvement. I won't say they are playing the politics the best way. They can, probably go and compromise, go and do whatever you need to do and to push the agenda of your people. But I'm not for that. That's something that if they want to do, they can do. But I don't even believe in all that, because I believe that we're on the right track. And all these politics that people are claiming that people are playing, what is the result? What is the result? Where it's making the country more backward and more, just so I can't really support all that politics that they are advising Igbo politicians to go and play. And for if anybody is talking about fairness and equity, presidency have gone to the south, it has gone to the southwest for 8 years, now vice presidency for another 8 years and all that. It just makes sense that you should support the southern candidates from the southeast. So that's the simple truth, no matter how we try to talk it here. And it has nothing to do with an Igbo man. An Igbo man, as you said, they didn't have candidates, they all came out. So many of them, you see, they don't have competent ones. You have seen the competent, the front runner who is a competent one out there, going everywhere. He has even gone to 36 states, 35, sorry, Peter Obi, he has gone to 35 states of the Federation, So what are we talking about? So people should just say the truth. If you have a bias, you say that you have a bias. You don't just trust an Igbo man, or you don't like an Igbo man to be there, or you have some fear of the unknown. Then we can understand you. Let's come from a standpoint of honesty, than to come and dilly-dally and bring out deflective points like, oh, you need to come and jump around and play games and cross the bridge. So all those things don't make sense to me. But yeah, we should respect each other. We need to love each other, but most importantly, respect each other, and don't make wild assertions and expect that nobody will, will counter your argument. If you're going to make statements, try to be as much as possible factual. Don't just say anything and expect that it will be accepted. All right, so thank you so much. Oh, man.
All right, thank you, Insibidi. So that was Insibidi. Now, no holds barred. So that's Insibidi. It doesn't hold the punches. So from Insibidi, we go to World Peace. World Peace are, the routine. Closing remarks. World Peace.
Woman, thank you. We don't reach the end of the section as it be, I thank everybody in the comment section. I thank Woman. I thank Ajale Koko. I thank CBD. I thank Oshana Mai. I thank Ejiro. Even the Passad will come. I thank him. Etel and the other people, I don't remember their name. I thank them. Quickly, on waiting they go on, First of all, we need to go get our PVC. We'll go vote these people out. If we not get our PVC, we know if we do anything. And again, thirdly, we need to start to understand what is going on for the country. The more we fight among ourselves, the more the cabals, let me use the cabal, they control that space. Look at the Northern, they control their space very well. They control this election right now, where things they go. Like Narashama just said, if they not give Peter Obi ticket for APC or PDP, make it go on that party or make it go try it in luck. Not beyond that must say he must contest on that PDP. Rumors would hear another say rumor they say Tinubu feed the camp go SDP. Those are the things we're supposed to hear. Say the Eastern people they get plan B, they get third force on ground where they feel you say counter PDP or APC. They're not getting ticket. You must not rely on normal party to get your what they look for. Nigeria for everybody, not for one person. So especially if now someone get the power, if you get the power, because somebody give you the power. Oh, sorry, hold on. My son just woke up. You understand? So expect make person give you the power. It won't be possible. That's why we try to have everybody in mind. say, we go get our PVC. We go stop all these things where they go on. This infighting, it won't work. Today, I'm not going to talk about all what they talk about region and all that. Because if someone talk about them, we're not going to live here. But right now, the Igbo get to choose what they want to do for now. Is that Igbo presidency they want, or they want to come for the country? If now Igbo presidency, may they start to get their PVC, start to form an alliance with other people, other party, you know. Then that of Malami, I don't really see how Buhari want to remove that guy for power. As for that of government magic, now we will see again for the next 1 week. I'm not going to be surprised say he go there. I think now one of them they just arrest for 80 billion. Can you imagine 80 billion naira? Just like saying a change, you know. So these people get their game plan. Now we never get our game plan. Until we get our game plan right, we know if we counter these people. And again, I beg, I don't want anybody come with self emotion or self thought. If you say somebody did against them. Most of us we talk here, we talk from which is the public domain, fast-food public domain. If you want counter, you counter from public domain. Not a counter people like say the person not speak to what you really like to hear. If you not go work, you not go they fine. We not go get what they look for. Probably some people not did this section when me and one man Ajal Koko we talk about tribe Bini and Yoruba. It was like a fight. We talk, but in a very gentleman way. One man always sometimes make joke about the Benin. We talk, but we talk about the Eastern people to how to go about it. It will become problem. The best not talk about time, it become problem. So how do we make we do to help? You know, go good like this until we come together, start to reason together, and figure out how we go about them. This problem, so none of us they affect everybody for Nigeria. They affect, not they affect one person. No, everybody. So as for me, I see I beg, make everybody go get PVC, go ready, vote these cabals out. Thanks.
Thank you, World Peace, who joins us whilst he's doing daddy duty. So keep up the good work. So congratulations on your son. World Peace then doing daddy duty. So Ajanle Koko already we thought it was just going to be a steady, just average platform session where we just talk blah 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 and go home. But then of course a letter bomb was put today. So Adale Koko, the final word, you know. It's always tribal, Nigeria, always tribal.
Answered from Kremlin. Let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contribution was very interesting. The session today actually it's a very interesting session. It was at a point it was about going astray, but we took control, and it ended up well. So we thank God for everything. You see, all of us in the South, we have serious tribal problem. Until we throw this problem away from our thinking, and otherwise the problem between us will persist, particularly if you want to defend your tribe. You know, you just want to defend your tribe on what is indefensible. Yes, we love our tribe. All of us love our tribe. But sometimes our tribe does not get it right. Until when we accept that look, yes, we are wrong here. If you don't know how to do that we are wrong, when we are wrong, and accept it that we are wrong, we will be pushing a narrative that will, appear senseless to a lot of people. Yeah, that is just the problem. Until when we develop the habit of saying we are wrong when we are wrong and stand by the truth. If you are defending your tribe, if you are saying anything good about your tribe, come out with fact. Don't play sentiment. Don't play this tribalism unnecessarily. When you, at any time you flare up for your tribe, for your tribal, in defense of your tribe and stuff, sometimes you will look ridiculous, to a lot of people listening to you. So my advice to us is that please let us try to be matured in our thought, in the defense of our tribe, and let us see others as brothers. When other tribes are doing something right, better than our right, let us accept it and let us say it out that, look, these people are better than us in this area. When it comes to this, they are better than us, far, far better than us. Let us accept it and not be defending indefensible and be, propagandizing and just our own position all the time. No, when you are doing that, you are not doing it well. So we from the South have to see a way of coming together, and we are well educated. We should be able to see things better. We should be able to say it better. That is what is expected from educated people, and not just be fighting among ourselves all the time. So what we need to know is that we don't have the right leadership across our southern spaces. We don't have them. We don't have them in Yoruba land. You don't have them in Igbo land. You don't have them in South and Edo land. They are all the same people. They can fight outside to deceive you people, but behind the scene, they are friends. They know how they meet. They know where they share the resources of the country among themselves, and they know how to protect themselves. So that is just the way it is. But for us as people, in the next coming election, just like what P said, those of us that have not, have not collected their PVC, they should go and get it. If you know any people at home, tell to them to go and get their PVC, because that PVC is their power. That PVC is what they are going to use in the time of election to vote against the two parties that have destroyed that country, APC and PDP. If we don't look out from these two parties, if we don't encourage our people to vote against these two parties, we'll be doomed. We have, I don't know if some of us are watching the news. What is happening in Sri Lanka now is where Nigeria is heading to. Sri Lanka is a bankrupt nation. They don't have foreign reserve anymore. They don't have fuel in their country anymore. Nigeria is smelling it. Their own situation is even worse. I mean, their own situation is even better. They don't have oil like Nigeria. They import it. It's because they run out of cash and they cannot import. So that is why they run out of fuel across the country. They don't have no fuel. They don't have anything. And there is trouble in that country. Nigeria that have fuel, it cannot refine its fuel. It's importing fuel. Now they don't have enough forest. They cannot import fuel regularly. And we see a situation where, what do you call this, diesel that was around 250 naira per liter at the beginning of the year. It is now almost 800 naira. Companies are crumbling, are closing down. Industries are closing down. Big company, big bank have cut down their hours of operation. Nigeria is not heading the head direction. We have to be courageous. Your politicians are not courageous people. They are criminals. On the killing of the girls, they are not courageous to come outside and condemn it. A girl that was killed on, he didn't make any blasphemous statement. They kill him, they burn him to death, they burn out to death. Up to this very, very time, my people across the world, no government official, no single one have visited the family of that lady. That lady that was killed, the government of Sokoto State have not visited them. The government of Niger State, where that girl was buried, no single one government official have visited the family. Is that the country you think you have leaders that will protect you? Gentlemen and ladies around the world, stand up, fight for your right. The only way you can fight for your right, stand up, get your PVC, vote against APC and PDP. I am voting for Shore. Is the man that is standing up, is the man that I have youth around him all the time. Those youth are the future of the country. Those are the people that can take us out of this problem. So I thank you all. Other than that, let me go to our people behind the scene at the commentary section. You have been doing a great job. You are the strength of the person. Keep on doing what you know to do best. I will thank our brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee, one man went to more, Alexander Akansie, my sister Bonksman, Asgugu, Ortiz, Oladiti, Adewale, everybody in the commentary section. I thank you all. Come back tomorrow. Let's do it again. And to our listeners around the world, I thank you all for coming with us today from the beginning to this point. If you have not liked, please like it right now. We have to do this struggle together. It's people's struggle. It's our struggle. We have to do it together. Like it so that you can help the useful YouTube algorithm of this platform to go far, to go to every part of the world where Nigerians can hear us. We have to stand up. I thank you all. And I thank one man, the driver of the platform that brings us together every time. Tomorrow, I believe, one man, the Eagle, will land again tomorrow with some good news. Whatever he brings, we shall come around him and we trash it out the way we have done it today. Thank you, one man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So I was actually going through the numbers of the platform as we were speaking just then. Maybe when you get the chance, go to the landing page of the platform. You see all the push that we have been doing for people to thumbs up, etc. It's actually having the impact we're hoping we'll have. We are almost doubled in viewership, which is not still, we're not still in impressive brackets, but but we're certainly consistently almost twice as much as we used to get. But then we're still not anywhere near where we want to be. But we keep on pushing, as you said, and surely we'll get there.
Maybe what you'll be doing, one man, intermittently, while the section his son, maybe you need to be reminding people and, you know, calling on them to thumbs up or like, you know. I think that will help. You know, we don't, if you don't keep on reminding people, telling them, you know, sometimes they can just jump on the session and just keep listening and they won't even remember to like. But when you keep, you know, intermittently calling on them, please like, we have not got to the point where, because I remember the day you were doing that, it helped, and a lot of people did that, click on the like button. So maybe you're supposed to imbibe that in, you know, your approach every day.
Yeah, certainly. Let me share this screen with you, Ajale Koko, before I let you go. It's just if you look at the screen, so this is the landing page. So traditionally, we usually get just about 2,000 thereabout, 1.5 thereabout, but but we're still around that space which we're holding steady. But now we're getting consistently about 3,000, and then even the just about 4 days ago we got 14,000. So you can see that and that's all off the back of that push for people to to thumbs up, and which is at no cost. So we continue to do that, and what you suggested, I'll sadly imbibe. So Ajale Koko, thank you for your company, and thank you everyone for the session. So as Ajale Koko said, we're pushing the like buttons and the subscription buttons only because we want to aggressively push the platform up, so that by the time the election gets in its full throes, we are able to hit these politicians hard where it hurts them. So we have to let them know what we think, you know, so that they don't know, that they don't have the sense. So how many people can they go after is the thing. If the whole of social media is expressing as we're expressing, then they have to know then that it cannot be status quo. It cannot be as usual. So that's all of it and everything. The session comes to an end. Thank you one and all. The people in the comment section, Tony, who now comes under grace. We don't even know your name anymore. One day you are Tony, the next day, Tosi, the next day you are Grace. Well, whoever you are, we love you nonetheless. The first lady now of the platform, who has now wrestled that title from Bia. So Bonksmore, Ajan Lekoko's favorite person on the platform. So we acknowledge you, Bonksmore. Reese Ortiz, we see you. Oga, we see you. So we leave that there and leave the session there. Carry the conversation on in the comment section. But here, I say, peace.